days to decide the running order ahead of the 2024 MotoGP season. Hello everybody, welcome to watching on coverage of the Qatar test. Now we are waiting for live timing to come on. It's not our issue. For instance, this is the MotoGP app and there is nothing on the timing screen. It does happen every now and then, so we're just going to wait for it to load in. But I couldn't let everybody waiting in the lobby just going like, well, where is everything? What's going on? And I was too busy to type. So I thought I'd just come on here quite quickly to tell you why we're waiting. This happened in Sepang as well. We're sort of waiting for the timings to kick back in because, well, quite honestly, Dorna don't have the right servers and it just always happens like this. So if I freeze, it's because I'm trying to reset the timings to actually get them on. So we are waiting for the live timing, but what a test we had at Sepang. A lot of action, a lot of intrigue. Pecco Bagnaia into the 1 minute 56s as well. That Ducati looking very strong indeed. Aprilia surprising everybody. And Marc Marquez wasn't exactly riding at 100% on the new Gresini 23 bike, but he is getting ready to push harder here in Qatar. There's the track details, as you can see below on the screen. It is the same layout that we will go racing at in 2 weeks' time. Now, usually the Qatar test is a week before the season opener. However, this coming weekend, we have the World Endurance Championship starting for their season, their prologue at Qatar. And then the following week, we have their opening round of the season. So MotoGP has had to move 2 weeks down the line, which means they've got to put all their bikes into storage after this event, de-rig the paddocks, and then rig it all back up again. So it's not exactly the greatest thing they have to do. But that's unfortunately the way the season's gone. Of course, Formula One testing on Wednesday, Thursday and Friday. We're live for all of that as well with guests, and thankfully we'll have TV pictures for that as well. So all the action, can't wait to see. Typical Dorna, however, that we have absolutely nothing. All they've given us is that Qatar live text blog that's just alongside me, which updated once and hasn't updated since, and their timing systems are about just not working. I'm refreshing the page now. You can probably see because I've glitched because it's on the same computer as the stream, but nothing, absolutely nothing. This happened, I think, didn't it, in Malaysia? On the last day we lost timings with 10 minutes to go. But it is getting a little bit worrying because we've got a very strict day of what to do. We've got a guest coming on as well before the lunch break when we head over to the MotoGP midweek report. So it's all looking good. Sand in the systems. Indeed it is. Morning, everybody. Hello and welcome. So it's time for the chat. Don't forget that you can follow the action for free, with free live timing, blah, blah, blah. But the timing's not working. So that is just brilliant, isn't it? Let's all have a sit. And now it's actually gone to nothing on the monitor. Look at that. It's gone to nothing. And it used to say follow live, and now there is nothing. So have I hit my mic? Have Dorna just switched off the live timings? Are we going to get them? It just says connecting on my side. You can probably see it as well on the stream. So 5 more expensive. Yeah. It's 5 times more expensive than the F1 pass and 5 times less coverage. Amazingly terrible. I agree, Carlos. I agree as well. No power, says Mass. Yeah, no power to come in. We don't even know who's out on the track right now. Literally, MotoGP don't. They've got no social department. It's really bad. And in 2024, we are now what? And there's nothing. There's no social presence. There's no correction on timings. It is getting a little bit ridiculous, and timings have actually gone completely. So we've gone on air and there's no timings, and I can't tell you what's going on because we don't know what's happening. All we've got, actually, a couple of things. A busy day, weights as well, blah blah blah. Franco Morbidelli is once again absent as he continues his recovery from a testing crash in Portimao during the pre-season test. Ralph Fernandez, who had that crash on day 1 in Sepang, should take to the track with Trackhouse Racing Davide Brivio is in Qatar, who's going to take over as team principal and managing director. So he is there. Green flag is out and the session is underway. Let's try and refresh that blog. See if it gives us any more information, because that's just been nothing for ages. Yeah, there we go. So look, it gives you all that and there's nothing. Green flag out. Yeah, you say about the live timing, but then don't offer it to us. So what is the point of offering us a live timing service which isn't working? Hopefully Aprilia can step up on the bike and fight Ducati. I hope so too, because they need it. They do need it. Oh, hello. Is something kicking into gear? No. Well, this could be another 10 minutes. We were supposed to actually have been already into our first segment, which was the Red Bull KTM launch, but that's now 5 minutes delayed, which means our guest who's coming on before the lunch break might not have a lot of time. But then again, trackside in Qatar, that's pretty much okay. So we have nothing at the moment with live timing. So it says, oh ha! Aha! It's popped in! Fantastic! So, there we are. The live timing has started working live. I told you it'd be like that as well. Still, I can't read that without my glasses on. It's still in low. Let's have a look. MotoGP Social is run by a sloth. Yeah, they're 9 minutes late to their own show. Is there a live TV? Sadly not as well, but we will be having updates, and we've also got connections with people trackside to give us more information. Still lots of errors around the app and live timing, not the first one. What's your reaction about the rookie Pedro Acosta in MotoGP? We've covered Pedro Acosta a couple of times in Moto2 and Moto3 in his World Championships. An outstanding young rider. I think last year's Moto2 was a fantastic championship battle. And I think we're going to see him right up there immediately in the MotoGP field, of course, with the Gas Tech 3. He was fastest, of course, for a significant time in it as well, coming through. Pedro Costa Racing Lines and adaptation is good. Yeah, 10 minutes in and it's not working. Live timing, it has started working. So, I'm going to be quiet now because we've got the live timing working, and I'm going to press 3 so we can see everybody going on the lap times. First lap is on the board as well. Michele Pirro, a 203.697. Pecco Bagnaia is also in the fourth sector. And we're going to start off with our first segment of the day and take a look back at the Red Bull KTM 2024 launch that happened after the session. Mark way at the bottom. He hasn't got out on the track yet. Testing has just started. Let's take a look then at what the Red Bull KTM looks like in 2024. And we will go to full live timings.
Good morning and welcome along to yet another MotoGP team presentation. What a week we've got in store with you. No fewer than 4 MotoGP teams officially getting their 2024 campaign underway, and it starts with the Red Bull KTM Factory Racing Squad. A big show in store for you. We're going to be chatting live to former MotoGP race winner Christopher Vermeulen. We'll be also speaking to Jack Miller, Brad Binder, Francesco Guidotti as well, all live over the next hour and a bit, so don't go anywhere. Of course, alongside that as well, we're going to be showing you the brand new livery for the Orange Army in 2024. Will we see a slight difference? I'm not too confident, but anyway, let's see. Who knows? Maybe Pit Byra and the Austrians have got a trick up their sleeve. So we told you it's a big week. Here's exactly what is going to be coming your way over the next 6 of them all done and dusted, which means we've got 5 left. 4 of them are going to be coming across over the next 7 days or so. Are we going to see that calendar? Let's have a look. Of course, we know that today is going to be the Red Bull KTM Factory Racing one. There we go. Then tomorrow, a long show, a big show, the Repsol Honda launch with Luca Marini and Joe Almeida. On Thursday, opportunity for us to officially kick off LCR Honda, the Idemitsu squad, and then the Castrol squad as well, with Taka Nakagami and Johan Zarco. And then on Sunday, just ahead of the 2-day Qatar test, the final 2 days of action before the season getting underway, is the Aprilia Racing launch with Alessio Spargaro and Maverick Vinales. Elliot York in the hot seat for that one. I'm going to be on my way to Qatar for some secret filming. Can't tell you too much about that, but definitely worth waiting for. But our focus is the Orange Army today. As you can see, we've changed our background to the familiar orange, which can only mean one thing in MotoGP, and that is KTM. A big year in store for them. Now, winless in a Grand Prix for 18 months. It feels as though they have to hit the ground running in 2024 from the Sepang test, which we will be analysing in a little bit more detail later on in the show. And once again, it feels as though they are the closest competitors to Ducati. So let's see what the key men to do with the Austrian factory make of their chances in 2024. This is what's coming up then. In around 5 minutes' time, we'll be connecting live to Australia to speak with Chris Vermeulen and hear the thoughts of Chris on what a big year in store it is for Jack Miller. Of course, he is one of a number of riders out there whose contracts do come to an end at the close of 2024. His teammate Brad Binder locked in for another 2 years, but given the performances of Pedro Acosta already, there's already a lot of speculation with regards to Jack after an up and down year. What can he do this year? Then the live livery reveal will be coming our way at 10 o'clock. So 25 minutes time. Don't go anywhere for that. As soon as that's done, we'll have a quick chat with Chris. Also, we've got Jack Gorst with us as well, who may well jump in just to analyse what we saw at the Sepang test. He's made his way back from Malaysia. And then we'll round things off with live interviews. To Jack, who's back in Australia now. He's flown home from Sepang. Brad Binder will be hearing from at 22:11. And then we'll finish things off by speaking to the ever bubbly Francesco Guidotti. Always has a nice headline to throw our way, does Francesco. Looking forward to chatting to him later on in the show in around an hour and 15 minutes time. Now, as ever, of course, you guys, if you've been joining us for most of these team presentations, you know by now that we'd like to hear from you, where you're listening from, where you're watching from, what your thoughts are, not only for KTM, but for the upcoming season as well. Now that we've had the 3-day Sepang test, what were the big headlines that came away from it for you? Make sure that you put it in the chat, whether you're watching on YouTube, on Twitch, on Twitter, on Instagram, whatever it may be. We're across all of them. We've got our BDI across all of our social media platforms, and we'll be picking out the best of them and putting them live on the show. So that's your opportunity. Another opportunity for you as well to get your tickets for the start of the MotoGP season. Not long to wait now. We are less than a month away from the lights turning on in Qatar and then going out in Qatar for the start of the season. On the 9th of March is the first Tissot Sprint. On the 10th of March is the first Grand Prix of the year. And then as we go throughout the season as well, make sure you check out MotoGP.tickets.com. There's a few discounts out there as well to be able to make sure you get them locked in before the season gets underway. I've said it before, but let's make 2024 the year of the bucket list trip. Tick off some big adventures over to Asia, wherever it may be. At least one rounds this year. Do join us, because the storylines that we've seen from Sepang are not to be missed. Right, it is time for the Red Bull KTM factory racing launch. Looking forward to this one, because as I've said, big hopes and expectations for the Austrians coming into this new year. Have invested a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of effort, have been very clever, not only in the rider market, but in terms of that engineer market as well, in bringing a lot of brains across from their chief rivals in Ducati. They've implemented that over the past couple of years. We saw that last year in the arms race, if we can call it, whether it comes to aerodynamics, with the partnership that they have with Red Bull Technologies and Red Bull's Formula One team, whether it be that carbon chassis as well. They're trying to take big steps towards taking the fight and eventually beating Ducati. So is this the year that they can do it? Let's find out your thoughts, because our first poll of the morning is officially launched now, and it's an easy one. Can KTM fight for the World Championship in 2024? Let us know in the chat. A for yes, or you can just put yes. B for no. Similarly, you can just put no as well. From what we saw in Sepang, as I said, a little bit of Ducati domination once again. Looking at those top 3 places, all 3 men that were there, of course, Franco Morbidelli continuing his recovery, but the 3 men on the brand new 2024 Ducati occupied 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Pretty ominous reading for the rest of the factories. But KTM were pretty close, not only with Brad Binder, but with Pedro Acosta as well. Jack Miller not a million miles away, so it does look as though of the 4 MotoGP factories that are trying to chase down Ducati and take that Constructors' Championship away from them. KTM best placed to be able to do it, or at least that's my opinion. But who wants to listen to my opinion? Why don't we listen to the opinion of this man? Of course, a former MotoGP race winner. Great to be able to catch up with him every year when we go down to Phillip Island. And this is a bit of a special one, Chris, because not often do we get the opportunity to chat before we get to the island. So great to see you. How are you? Excited for the new year to get underway, I imagine? Looks though, just a couple of audio problems with Chris at the moment. We'll get them sorted and we'll get back to him and be able to get his thoughts. We had it all okay earlier. The beauty of technology. 10 minutes ago, it worked absolutely fine. As soon as we go live, it doesn't work. The joys of trying to do a live production. But anyway, we'll get that sorted and Chris will be back with us in a couple of moments' time. And one of the key things that we want to talk to him about is, of course, what Jack Miller can do this year. A huge fan favourite for obvious reasons. Arguably the biggest personality on the MotoGP grid. So likeable, and I know a lot of people out there are wanting to see him do big things this year. It started so promisingly, made that big step across from Ducati, of course, at the start of last year. And who can forget that Jerez Grand Prix? Who can forget the opening round of the year when he was able to end the opening day of the year fastest and then could take the fight to the Ducatis in that opening sprint of the year. He had a great round at Jerez, and then for a couple of reasons it managed to fade away during the middle part of the season, but hopefully he'd found his feet again. We've got Chris back with us. All okay? Have we got you now?
Hey, well, I'm down under in Australia. Our internet isn't very good, Jack, so bear with me. Like, I could hear you clear as day, but like you say, I'm lucky I could ride motorbikes reasonably quick because I'm not very good at this tech stuff. But we're on now, we're sorted, and no, great to speak to you. And like I said, we only sort of see each other once a year. Sometimes I come to Europe, but we're a long way, on the other side of the world down here. So it's great to be involved with the sport still, and great to see these launches. Looking forward to what KTM can do, like you said before.
Yeah, it's great to hear you now, of course. That's good that we've got it sorted. And as we were saying, I'm sure a lot of people down under have got high hopes, big expectations for Jack having another breakout year, can we say. As I was just saying then, it started so well, did 2023, and then for various reasons just lost his way for one reason or another. But are you confident he can rediscover that form that he had at the start of last year and really take the fight to Ducati alongside Brad?
Look, he's very focused. He's been training as hard as I've ever seen Jack train. He's always been a sort of a bit of a party boy, hasn't he? And just relied on his talent. And I think that got him a long way. And I've got to be honest, when he stepped away from that factory Ducati ride at the end of 22 or didn't get it renewed and went to KTM, I thought this is going to be a bit of a struggle for Jack. I don't think it's going to be fantastic, but I mean, he's did a great job at the start of 23 and a couple of times challenging for the podium. He stood on the podium in a sprint race, I believe, really pushed Brad Binder. And I think he really helped the development of the bike in the early stage. But like you say, the end of last year, it wasn't fantastic for Jack Miller. And being an Aussie, we're cheering the Aussies on for sure. So it wasn't a great end to the season. But what I really liked is the team support is still right behind him. Francesco Giordotti said, we had no reason to think of ever getting rid of Jack. He's been really helpful for the team. He's bringing the whole team forward, not only himself. He helps Brad. So let's hope Jack can find his own form and get his own results because, we need an Aussie out there. We've had him in the past and we still want one that's fast, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was interesting, and I fully agree with you as well, in that a lot of people thought that it was going to be a tricky jump across from Ducati, which is without doubt the best bike on the grid. And I think what surprised a lot of people was not only Jack's ability to jump on the bike and adapt quickly, but how working with Jack and his crew chief that came across from Ducati were able to really take the KTM to the next level. I'm not sure a lot of people thought that Jack had that in him to be able to develop the bike as well as he did do, which has proven he's a huge asset to the factory now.
Oh, completely. And let's face it, we see it from the outside. The Ducati looks like the best package, and they've got the most motorcycles on the grid, and they've won the World Championship the last 2 years in a row with a fantastic rider as well, and Jack's teammate one of those years. But we thought the KTM was definitely a step behind. But I think, like you say, Jack and the crew that came with him and the information that came with him from Ducati, it proved that maybe the KTM isn't that far behind. And what I like about is their development and their sort of own way of going. You touched on it before, Jack, with the carbon fiber chassis, what they do with the aerodynamics. They're really pushing this. And I remember when KTM first came into MotoGP, and it was a big call. They said they wanted to beat Honda. It was the big H. Honda was the guy to beat. Marc Marquez was the one to beat. And Pit Byra said something like, in 5 years, we want to beat Honda. Well, they're beating Honda now. Let's face it, Honda's not a great package, but they got someone else at the top to challenge. But they got two great riders on them. And I know it's not KTM, it's Gas. It's more or less the same thing, but it's going to be exciting with Pedro Acosta there next year. Augusto Fernandez, second year on the bike. I mean, he had some really good races last year as well. And if those guys get what the factory KTMs have got, I think it'll push the whole factory forward as well.
73% of you at home thinking that KTM can fight for the World Championship this year. Do you agree with that? A sort of 75-25 split? I think that's about right for me in terms of what we've seen at Sepang and at the end of last year.
Yep, 100%. I'm with that. I think they can. And I really think what is going to be a spanner in Ducati's works could be Marc Marquez. I reckon things are not going to flow as well for Ducati, or maybe not be as plain sailing. I think the dynamic in the whole company might be a little bit different, and that might allow some of the other manufacturers to really challenge. I mean, this guy on screen, Brad Binder, what a sensation. Who doesn't like Brad Binder? The guy digs in. It doesn't matter if he's starting on the 5th or 6th row of the grid. You can't write him off for a race. If he gets a good start and he gets in there, he does not give up. Just a terrier. And his riding style, what I really like is Ducati's technology, especially Aprilia probably a little bit as well. It's really sort of taken away from, or looks like it's taking away from the rider, and it's what the bike can do. Where KTM have sort of allowed the riders to express themselves a bit. And I mean, Brad and Jack, they're both a little bit sideways, and it looks good. It's exciting, and that's why we love MotoGP, because it is exciting, and these things are animals to ride, and you can see it when these guys are riding them. They're animals, and they're not easy, and it's hard work, and that's what we want to see as well. So I really like what KTM have done from that side as well.
If you guys at home have got any questions for Chris, by the way, make sure you put them in the chat, and we'll try not to make them too difficult, but we'll fire them your way. On Brad, as you say, he's so entertaining to watch, and somehow went throughout the course of last year without winning a Grand Prix. How much is that going to be playing on his mind? And if he is to be a World Championship contender this year, how quickly does he have to break that duck at the start of the year?
Look, you just want to win races, and I think... I won a World Championship in Supersport, like a very different category to MotoGP, but still a World Championship, and it's putting a whole season together. I think you can't think about the championship at any point. And I've won them and I've lost. I've been runner-up in World Superbike as well, And I don't think at any time I focused on the championship. It's each weekend, what we can get out of the bike, what we can get out of myself, where we can improve, and go for it. And then just try and beat everyone else on track. You can't work out where everyone else is going to finish and how that's going to affect you. So Brad wants to win races. He's a racer. He's been Moto3 world champion. He's challenged in Moto2. He's proven he's got the speed. He'll want to stand on that top step again. And more so than being a champion, put him in the championship contention, just to be, a race winner and consistently there pushing the guys week in, week out. I think that's more important for him right now. And MotoGP is so long. 21, 22 races with the sprint races as well. I mean, these guys are just, it's hard work for them to get a whole season together. So I really think they just need to focus on the session they're in, the weekend they're at, and how to get the most out of what they're doing. And I'm sure all these guys do that, definitely.
I spoke to Francesco Guidotti a couple of weeks ago, and he said that the biggest thing for Brad last year was the amount that he learned just from consistently being at the front and fighting the likes of Bagnaia, Martin, Bezzecchi, whoever it is, week in, week out. For you, could you just sort of talk us through the big things in terms of whether it's managing the race, those last couple of laps when you're right in the midst of fighting for the win, the difference between being in that top three to sort of fighting for the top 5, top 6, say?
Well, it's a different level of rider. Generally, those top couple of guys are going to be the top couple of guys every weekend. And he mentioned those riders, and I think that's what brought Martin on as well this year. He sort of got himself into a position to be able to ride with Bagnaia consistently, to ride at the front, and that's very different. Even though the guy in 10th place, trust me, is not slow, but it's a little bit different. Those guys are just battling for points, where at the front, they're managing situations, they're managing the races, they're managing the tires, like you said, and able to get the speed out of the bikes and when they need it. And I'm sure Brad did learn a lot, because that's one thing with these MotoGP bikes. People think you're riding them flat out. Well, you sort of are in a way, but you might be managing tires, you might be managing fuel, you might be managing brake temperature. And these guys have got a lot more to manage with the, front tire temperatures go up because of the aerodynamics and where to sit in the slipstream. And all of those little things can make a massive difference come the end of the race. So there's a lot to be thinking about. They're adjusting electronics while they're riding as well. Their engine brake control, their traction control settings, maybe the engine output. So being able to manage all that while you're doing 350 kilometers an hour and you're sitting half a meter from the guy in front of you and working out what he's going to be doing and thinking, it's getting all become second nature. You can get them, is what they need to do. So you have to race with your championship rivals if you want to battle those guys for the championship, for sure.
A big year for many reasons, not only in terms of who's going to win the World Championship this year. In fact, quickly, I was going to ask about this, so I'm glad that Rizal has got this question in. Your opinion on Pedro Acosta, of course, part of the Gas team, but a part of the KTM family, shall we say. Linked to this, my question was going to be, already he's hit the ground running as Pedro Acosta, 6 days in Sepang that have blown everyone's way. He went faster than the official lap record in only his 7th day riding a MotoGP bike, and with that already comes a lot of speculation of whether he is going to be moving up to the factory team next year. Just your thoughts on Pedro and how impressive that performance was in Sepang, but on the same side as well, what that is going to be like for Jack going into this year, where we've not even turned a wheel in anger yet. We've not even had the first Grand Prix and already people are speculating about his future. What's it like to ride with that pressure and that speculation hanging over your head?
Yeah, and it's even worse these days because of social media. When I rode, there was none of that. So you'd have to wait till Wednesday and the motorcycle newspaper came out or whatever to know what everyone was talking about, But it is a little bit different, and there is that pressure, and it even if you don't watch it or listen to it, it's got to be in the back of your mind. But so hopefully, Jack can just do his own job and focus and prove he deserves a spot in that team or with another great team. But Pedro Acosta, it was outstanding. He got on the bike in Valencia. Valencia is a very different track to ride a MotoGP bike. Through a big majority of the circuit, it probably feels slower than a Moto2 bike because they're heavier, they've got more inertia, they don't want to turn that well. You've got a fast straight and you've got to get used to the braking and how the carbon brakes work. But to go to Sepang, where the speed is very high on a lot of straights, to work out your braking area, these things are doing, like I said, 340 Ks an hour there. To manage the tires. There's some really fast corners, accelerating out of them. It's a hard track to go fast on one of these bikes. And what was impressive, his first day out, he was a few tenths off Danny Pedrosa. And let's face it, he's not slow. He's never been slow. And then to be at the end of the test, one of the guys at the top, you're talking about, the current world champion in Bagnaia. We're talking about Marc Marquez, who did a fantastic lap. All these Ducatis, Brad Binder was up there, but this young rookie that's had very few days on the motorcycle, that's talent. That's pure talent. And the name comes up under the screen. It's a Marquez, it's a stoner, somebody that can just get on a motorcycle, any motorcycle, and ride it very, very fast. And you've got to put Pedro in that category. He's got to be able to deal with everything else. And let's see how he does that, whether he'll win a championship. But he's definitely going to be fast this year.
It's a big comparison, but Simon Crafar, who was there on site for us, said through the turn 3, the long sweeping right-hander at Sepang, already Simon was saying that Acosta was stoner-esque in the manner in which he was able to get the thing spinning and sliding through. Of course, Kiefer Clark wanting to know You and Casey still hang out much? I saw that, was it last year or the year before, you had the ride to Phillip Island, which looked like a fun day out.
It was a fun day out. That was managed by the Grand Prix Corporation here in Australia that run the race for Phillip Island, and yeah, it was really good to be able to do that. Look, we do hang out a little bit away from the track too. We live only about 2 hours away, which in Australian terms is almost a neighbour. So we're pretty not far from each other. We ride dirt bikes a little bit together, do a few charity lunches here and there. We've both got 2 daughters. Our wives have known each other for 15 years while we're traveling around the world together. So we do get on pretty well. We're not best mates that see each other every week, but yeah, see each other a few times a year and always try and get out. He's still fast on any motorcycle, anything with 2 wheels. Loves his golf. Yeah, he's always hard to catch, whether it's enduro riding or riding his mini bikes in his backyard or whatever. But no, so but like you said, on the track, I can imagine Pedro Acosta, his riding style, if he could be able to manage a rear wheel like Casey Stoner did, that's going to be very impressive. Because I can tell you, Valentino Rossi had trouble with it. Jorge Lorenzo had trouble with it. I couldn't see which way he went either. So it's yeah, if he can do something like that in the future, or emulate some of the things that Casey did, he's going to be very, very hard to beat.
Halfway there, you would imagine, if he can ride a bike close to what Casey was able to do. Chris, absolute pleasure to be able to chat with you and get your thoughts ahead of the new season. Fingers crossed that whether it's Jack, whether it's Senna in Moto2 or Joel in Moto3, there's an opportunity to see the Australian flag flying high this year.
Thanks very much, Jack. We're fingers crossed for all the Aussies, and yeah, we've got some bright talents coming through the Australian Championship as well. So keep an eye out. But yeah, good luck, Jack Miller. We want to see some more podiums in MotoGP.
Top man. Looking forward to catching up in Phillip Island later in the year. Speak to you soon.
Good on you. Thanks, mate.
Great to be able to chat away with Chris there and get his thoughts. And how could I forget Jacob Rulston as well, of course, who moves up into the Moto3 World Championship this year. A young, exciting Australian prospect, one to keep an eye on for the future. As ever, we gave you guys the opportunity at home to pose your questions to both Jack and Brad via our Instagram stories. Make sure you keep a close eye on that. I believe we're going to be putting up the Instagram story for either LCR Honda on Thursday or for the Aprilia Racing launch on Sunday later on this week. So keep a close eye on that. Late last week, we put up an Instagram story for your questions for Jack and Brad, and these are the ones that have been selected.
Hi Brad, it's Alexandra from South Africa. And besides MotoGP, what is your favorite sport?
Hello, I'm Michelle from Indonesia. I have a question for both of you, Brad and Jack. What is your favorite meal to eat after winning the race? Thank you for answering.
Hi, my name is Lautaro, and my question for Brad and Jack is, what song do you listen before a race? Thank you.
Some very good questions there. Thank you to all three of you guys for putting your questions to Jack and Brad. I'll be throwing them their way very soon indeed, once we've had the team presentation. If you're just joining us at the launch, the livery revealed for the Red Bull KTM Factory Racing Squad just under 5 minutes away. And then from 10:30, we'll have the opportunity to speak to the key players at KTM. Jack first, then Brad, and then Francesco Guidotti. So don't go anywhere. Coming up, the MotoGP World Championship then, 9th and 10th of March, as I've said earlier in the show. Make sure that that is in your diary. And if you want unrivaled access, if you want the best seats in the house, as it says there, join us on track. Literally, you'll get the opportunity to be on track and experience MotoGP like never before. Then check out motogppremier.motogp.com. As I said, 2024, it's the year of the bucket list trips. If you're going to do it, make sure you do it right and do it with MotoGP Premier. As ever, you guys are getting in touch. Lots of comments streaming through on the chat. Are we going to check out what you guys have been saying just before we head to the team presentation in around 3 minutes' time? Looking forward to this one, actually. From what I've seen at the team gear in Sepang, I don't know whether it's a slightly different shade of orange, maybe a little bit darker, a little bit brighter. It looked ever so slightly different anyway, so I've got high hopes that there's enough of a change. Of course, the Red Bull KTM factory lineup, the livery is a pretty popular one at this stage, and a pretty famous one as well. You definitely know when they're out on track, so as a result, if it isn't broke, don't fix it, which has been the mantra for the Austrians over recent years. So don't be expecting a huge overhaul, but we may well have a slight touch here and there, which is always nice to pick apart and see what they've done exactly. So Matt the Mad Botanist has been getting in touch once again. Great to hear from you, Matt. Not for championship, he feels, but they will have podiums and wins this year for sure. Well, they had plenty of podiums, they had plenty of sprint wins courtesy of Brad Binder, but no Grand Prix victories in 2023, so they'll be hoping to rectify that. I feel that they are going to be the closest contenders, or certainly from what we saw at Sepang, to Ducati this year, but definitely looks as though the status quo within MotoGP after those first 3 days, very early of course, things can change, but it looks as though everyone has been able to take a relative step forward, some slightly better than others, but it doesn't seem as though that there's been that much of a power shift at this early stage. Any other comments have been firing through? Let's just see who else has been getting in touch. Have we got any more, boys? No? Okay. Looks as though we're just waiting for you guys to get in touch. So whilst we get that sorted and we get those problems fixed, we can show more of your comments firing through. Yeah, let's just talk through what we did see at Sepang. Jack Gorst, who was there, of course, as part of the After the Flag show, will be joining us once the presentation is done in around 10 minutes' time. And as we said, it was Pecco Bagnaia fastest, ahead of Jorge Martin and Enea Bastianini, with that rivalry renewed between Bagnaia and Martin. Ridiculous the fact that the top four riders were all able to break the 157 barrier. The 156, a lap time that was completely and utterly unthinkable up until, a week or so ago. I mean, there was no real point in thinking that that was going to be the case whatsoever as we get close to officially being able to launch this presentation. Looking at the clock now, we're now 30 seconds away from showing the video in full. So once we've done the team presentation and shown you the brand new livery, we'll welcome Jack Gorst to talk in more detail about the Sepang test. But yeah, as I was saying, definitely Ducati in the strongest position, but KTM having two riders inside the top 10, courtesy of Brad Binder, who was able to improve late on the final day of the test, and Pedro Acosta, who did impress. Yes, I know some people will be saying he had the opportunity to have the shakedown as well, 3 more days, but still he was able to go out there and put the lap together, which is impressive. So 10 o'clock has struck. Are we able to see the livery, or are we a little bit laced? Okay, let's welcome in Jack Gorst then. Before we go to the livery, it looks as though a couple of technical problems that we do have to work our way through at the moment, so we are going to delay, unfortunately, showing you the live, brand new 2024 Red Bull KTM livery. So, as a result, we'll wait on for that. Jack, how are you?
I'm
Back
good.
from
How are
Malaysia?
you?
All good?
Yeah, very good. It was an enjoyable trip, of course. Very interesting times to be able to see what's going on track so far already. I think one of the most interesting things, as you alluded to there with Chris Vermeulen, was about Pedro Acosta. The pressure he's going to put on the KTM riders, but also KTM themselves. They look all right. They look pretty good, and they're not fully there yet with piecing the bike all together. So hopefully there's a little bit more to come from them.
Absolutely. You feel with KTM, it was one where last year it was a real overhaul, a complete revolution, whereas this year, small steps in the right direction to close that gap to Ducati. And as a result, the amount of hardware, the amount of different parts that KTM bring, you can never truly know what their true level is until we get to round one.
Yeah, exactly. I think the other thing as well is Jack Miller is very much a racing rider. Testing is one thing, but when you go racing, we saw like last year, he found a second once he just clicked into race mode in Portimao. And Brad Binder is usually the same. He's always quick, as he has been in Sepang so far, but I think there's still some to come.
Right, okay, let's go for it then. The 2024 Red Bull KTM Factory Racing presentation. Here's the brand new livery, guys. Enjoy.
I am high speed.
I'm extreme.
I I am radical.
I am adrenaline.
I am performance.
So we're going to take a look now at the new bike, which means we'll leave the test for a second, just so we can take a look at what this new
Racing's been my entire life.
This new
That's
Red
all
Bull
I've
KTM looks
ever
like.
really loved and enjoyed. I really enjoyed the whole process of what I do. Just keep that never-ending improvement going. For me, it's an absolute way of life.
Dealing with the fastest is all a part of it. I've been dealing with it my whole career. I think having that backing from a company is awesome. When it comes down to can he still do it, because the amount of times people have said I can't and then I've been able to prove them wrong is more often than not.
So here it is. This is the brand new Red Bull KTM bike for 2024. Subtle changes to the livery, but why mess with perfection?
Last year.
It's going to be my 10th season. I've been racing for Red Bull KTM Factory Racing. For me, it's awesome to be starting 2024 and I'm looking forward to getting back on the bike.
So it's the same livery, different aero upgrades on the bike that we saw back in Sepang, but it does look very, very good. So this is the Red Bull KTM.
Better every day. Jack came to our team, made us better.
I think next to the motorcycle, the biggest progress we made in the team structures.
Does look good, doesn't it?
To be honest, I can't wait for the first race. It's time to deliver.
I am high speed.
I am uncompromising.
I am disruptive.
I am state of the art.
I don't think they get that, because Jack Miller is like, I do
We
not
are
care.
Red Bull KTM Factory Racing.
We are ready to race.
So there you go. There's the bike. We'll hand back now to live timings.
Well, they might be high speeds, they might be uncompromising, they might be adrenaline. Will they be world champions?
Oh, that's a loaded question. You don't want to say no, because anything can ever happen in MotoGP, but I think at the minute they've got a bit of a mountain to climb if they want to beat Ducati. We saw the pace that Ducati had there at the Sepang test, and okay, it's testing. There's lots of non-stop rubber on the ground. The lap times are always going to be a bit quicker in testing, but just the step forward that Ducati have made, it seems like every manufacturer is constantly like, it's that game of 2 steps forwards and 1 step back, and that step back is Ducati again moving the goalpost. Will they be world champion? That's really, really tough. I'm gonna have to say no. Well, you never know.
Exactly. We'll have to wait and see. Stranger things have happened, but as you rightly say, Ducati in the strong seat at the moment, but KTM definitely making huge advancements, and you feel as though they're not too far away at the moment, but can they close that gap? We'll have to wait and see. Let's talk the livery then. Well, it's the same, guys. Well, let's be honest. It's exactly the same as last year, but as we said earlier, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. It's one of the most famous, most iconic liveries on the grids now. Pretty much unchanged since they moved up into the MotoGP World Championship for the very first time. So, not a question of whether it's new or not. If you liked last year, you'll like this year's, and it looks as though good news for everyone. The early indicators are that people liked the Red Bull KTM Factory Racing livery in 2023, which means that they like it in 2024. 82% of you at home, big fans of that striking orange livery. It is one of the most iconic ones on the grid now.
Exactly, you can't argue with that. The Red Bull colourway with the bright orange and the blue at KTM, it's a beautiful looking bike. It always has been, always will be. Hopefully they don't really change it too much in the next however many years. You know, I'm sure it will stay true to that mold that they've already had now ever since coming in, but you never know, maybe in a few years they might change it somewhat. But I think even if they change it anyway, as long as they keep those colours, it's going to look good whatever they do.
Potentially. Always difficult to see in those short, sharp launch videos where there's a lot going on, the dynamic, to really get a good look at the bike. We're only just sort of having a glancing view at it. So this will give us an opportunity to maybe see a little bit more in detail. And from first indicators, looks as though it's what we're used to, which, to be fair, is what I like as well.
Yeah.
I'm not good with change, so it's nice to be able to work with what we know. Of course, the bike itself, certainly has changed, maybe not the livery, but in appearance in the space of 12 months, 18 months, whether it's that carbon chassis where you feel have got the jump on every other manufacturer, and whether it's aerodynamics as well. That partnership with Red Bull Technologies certainly proving fruitful as well, with some huge steps forward in terms of that rear wing on the rear attachment on the seat as well. That's not what they're going to be running this year, we understand. That's what they had during the back end of last year. They are definitely investing a lot of money in trying to close that gap, and hopefully that all of the add-ons and the new items that they're bringing are going to work, because at Sepang, I mean, your notebook must have been filled with the amount of different things that were rolling out of the box.
Yeah, I mean, well, obviously they were doing a lot of work with the carbon chassis. I presume that carbon chassis has been updated too, because of course, it was only a first iteration of essentially what is a new technology for MotoGP. We've seen carbon chassis before, but not to the success and the extent that KTM are now doing it with their carbon frame on the RC16. So you can imagine that's been updated, tweaked slightly just to make it work a little bit better. And of course, then all the aero stuff. We know they're doing tons and tons of work with electronics as well. Exhaust, they were one big thing last year that Brad said he wanted was a little bit less wheel spin, not necessarily coming right out of the corner, but more when they get the bike stood up right and driving, then clicking through the gears is getting a bit too much wheel spin. I guess that's more to do with electronics, but they were doing a lot of work as well with those exhaust setups to really fine tune just how smooth and sweet that throttle connection is way down in the RPMs there. So, I mean, KTM, of course, they're taking big steps forwards all the time. And I think always well with KTM, when they try so many things, and I think this is largely as well because they do try so many things, it usually takes them just a couple of tests to get it all worked out, figure out in their head, and then the engineers go away and come back and pile together something that is the best of everything that they've tried. So I do think that now in the Qatar test going forward, we'll really see them kind of start to click in, and I think you'll see really, really strong lap times. Not that they're not doing them already. Brad particularly was doing really strong lap times, but I think in the Qatar test, when you go to watch them do their long runs, I think they'll start to really get in amongst it there with the top Ducatis.
Yeah, difficult to really understand what kind of pace they had, apart from over the one laps, which Brad Binder was able to fire in, because both Brad and Jack didn't go out and do a sprint simulation like a lot of riders did. They were sort of in and out doing 3-4 lap runs.
Yeah, well, Brad did actually go out and try to do a long lap run, but he said they were kind of just rushing it at the end of the day, and it wasn't the perfect long run for them. But he said he wasn't too worried about it either, because he knows that already once they do that long run, it's going to be okay.
Nyasha, I mean, great that you're getting involved. Big fan of the fact that you're here watching us and interacting, but next time, let's change that profile photo, please. Come on, we can't be having F1 on MotoGP. I mean, Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz, two very good-looking blokes. There's not, I've got no issue with that, but let's get a nice MotoGP one up there. I'm sure that as part of the KTM press packet, there's a lovely photo of Jack and Brad stood together looking handsome as well. So why don't you get that photo and stick that as your profile photo? She's saying, why change it if it's not bad? Absolutely go along with that one. Reverse Thursday saying it's a beautiful bike. Absolutely. A big fan favourite. No need to change that. It's polished now, it seems.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, they've done small tweaks over the last few years, and really they've just hit something that works. So
exactly.
No need to change.
They're sticking with it, and as you rightly say as well, good for brand recognition.
Yeah.
The fact that they use pretty much the same livery across all formats on two wheels, and of course KTM are pretty used to having their motorcycles up at the front end of whatever discipline, whether it's on the dirt, whether it's on the road, whatever it may be. There's normally an orange bike on the sharp end. Ooh. As we see this of Brad, a replay of what we saw earlier.
Oscar-worthy performances by them.
I know. I did enjoy the how they normally piece it together. It's Hollywood-esque from the KTM squad. Very different approaches in terms of team presentations, whether it's a big live event, which the Italians like to have the pomp and ceremony of that, whereas this, a 2-minute, in, out, done, dusted, very much an Austrian way of doing things.
Efficiency.
Exactly, which we're a fan of. Brad was speaking about the fact that he's had success wherever he's been, whether it's the Red Bull Rookies, whether it's Moto3, whether it's Moto2. Took a step last year.
Yeah, massively.
Was able to finish 4th in the World Championship. I'm sure in the end, when he reflects on it over the winter months, was disappointed that he didn't finish inside the top 3, because there was an opportunity there with the injuries and the issues that Marco Bezzecchi had at the end of the year. But still, I'm sure learnt an awful lot from last year that he'll be hoping to implement now in 24.
I mean, as you know, you found out directly from Francesco Guidotti that he did learn an awful lot from being right at the front up there, pretty much all season last year. There's only a handful of races where he wasn't quite on that level of the top guys right up there, but did an incredible job last year. But I think without doubt he would have been massively frustrated. We know that Brad he's got this killer instinct. Brad has, for sure. He wants to be up there winning races, fighting for championships. I mean, he's done it in the past, and there's no reason why he can't go and do it this year. Just needs the bike under him to be able to take that next step and get him right to there. But I think without doubt he wouldn't have been happy, not at all, because for sure he had some really, really good points last year. You think to those string of races towards the end of the year in Thailand, example, where he was right up there with Pecco Bagnaia and Jorge Martin. But I think overall he would just be frustrated. I think he expects he can do more, and I think he expects that KTM can do more. And hopefully this year, that fusion of kind of unwillingness to just kind of roll over and let the same story happen again in 2024, we'll see him take that next step.
Yeah, you normally like to see a rider, a team, build momentum as you go throughout the year, and if they're not in championship contention, try and get that momentum and the ball rolling in the final rounds of the year. And you do feel as though there was a big opportunity missed for Brad and KTM at the back end of the year. Australia, not finishing on the podium there when he was in a prime position, missing out in Thailand, eventually finishing third after the error of exceeding track limits. Of course, Valencia as well, a massive opportunity for both Brad and Jack. There was a real feeling that they let a lot get away from them in those final 5 or 6 rounds.
Absolutely. And of course, that Valencia mistake that Brad did on the Sunday while leading, I mean, he did that same mistake twice in the same weekend. Unfortunately, that wasn't the only time we saw Brad do the same mistake twice in a weekend last year. I mean, number one priority, like whatever it is, doesn't matter if it's bike performance or Brad's own performance, the first thing on his checklist for 24 is to cut out those mistakes. And if he can, I mean, how many points would Brad have given up last year just by small things like the track limits on the last lap, or that mistake in Valencia, or the mistakes, where else did he get done in track limits? Thailand and Assen. You know, there's a handful of points there that if maybe he had put all those things together, that is your third place in the championship.
Yep, and on the other side of the box as well, Jack in the launch video already confronting face on the fact that people have written him off plenty of times before, and that is just the motivation he needs. He loves for people to tell him that he can't do something, because more often than not, he goes out and proves them wrong and loves doing it as well.
I mean, when we've seen Jack have his very, very best rides in MotoGP, you think back to 21 in a ref. He'd come into the season with lots and lots of hype. I remember the pre-season testing that year, kind of Jack was like, wow, the Ducati guys, Jack is kind of the benchmark already in pre-season testing. Failed to deliver in those first few rounds and got really, really heavily criticised. And then bang, 21 in a ref, goes and wins. And then also backs it up with back-to-back wins there in France as well. And then even 22 when he rebounded in Japan after a string of 7 or 8 races where he really struggled, you know. And in 23 when he came out swinging at KTM and proved a lot of people wrong. He relishes it. He hates it. I think he does really hate it, but I think he relishes it too.
Yeah, it's a strange relationship he has with it, where you do feel that added fuel and the doubt from whether it be the media or the fans, whoever it may be, although, as I'm sure most people in any walk of life would like for everyone to be on board and be very positive and push them forward, it does work in his favour more often than not. Luigi, this bike is unique, and these guys ride them like no other riders on the grid. Every break in, the bike is sliding like butter, and it's amazing. He's absolutely right. Something that Chris picked up on with all of the advancements in aero, in electronics, in all the steps forward that MotoGP machines have made in the past 3 years. You do feel at the moment the KTM is the bike whereby the rider has the most feel in their right hand, has the most control, and is able to work it and make it flex into how they want to. And from what we saw in Jerez in particular, I mean, on the run down to Pedrosa Corner, the amount of times a pair of them had it sideways, but the fact that they had such great results there the good thing for them was, not only was it stylish, not only was it sideways, but it was fast and successful.
Yeah, and that all comes down to the impact that Jack had coming from Ducati, and particularly his crew chief as well, Christian Pupelin, coming across at the same time. They just applied what they knew at Ducati, a tried and tested method, adapted it to the KTM way, mixed it a little bit with the KTM philosophy, and bang, then they all of a sudden found this break in performance where they could get the bike to step out and still give them the stop performance that they needed while taking some pressure off the front tyre, which we know that for years dogged the KTM. One of their biggest weaknesses was getting that bike stopped on the limit front end feeling all the time. And Jack came in, and that was one of the real big successes that he had with applying his riding style knowledge and also Christian Pupelin's knowledge as well. And it looked pretty epic.
Yeah, it did. I mean, amongst everything else, at top of the list is the fact that it looked good going fast, which really, for me, I think that should count for extra points. There should be a review panel awarding 5 bonus points for looking the best out on track. Glebka, another one where we need to get you to change your profile photo. Come on, there's far too much Formula 1 on this MotoGP show, saying that bike is looking very beautiful. Sorrentino saying, that's for sure a manufacturer who's fully committed with developing the bike. Glad to see them keeping on their path, looking for a winning bike, and that's absolutely right. Pit Byra, Francesco Guidotti, even Stefan Pira, the big boss of the Pira Mobility Group, time and time again say, we are not here to finish second.
Yep.
We are here to win the World Championship.
Exactly.
And that is what they are desperately trying to do.
And they've done that in every discipline that they've gone into. I mean, it's only not too long ago that people ridiculed them when they really invested in the motocross program, and everyone said, oh, you can't get a steel chassis to win in motocross or supercross, you're crazy. And now look at it, it's the bike that's won the most championships in the last decade or something like that. And everything else that they do as well. They've found a way to succeed. And with KTM now in MotoGP, I mean, you can see just the commitment that they do have to go and succeed in MotoGP, because no one ever thought they would drop the steel chassis, and they've gone to the carbon fibre one, but certainly a lot. For Jack Gorse, from 1 to 10, how do you score the 22? How do I score it? I score it a 9, I would say.
A 9, wow.
Yeah. I think the only thing that holds me back from scoring it a 10 is that you say you don't like change. I like a little bit of change. I like to see just something that's a little bit new every year. It's kind of like football teams with their kits for each season. You get excited because you know it's going to be slightly different. I mean, sometimes they do mess it up, but largely a little bit of change, a little bit of freshness is good, I think.
A 9, solid score. I'm sure that the guys that designed the KTM bike will be rejoicing,
Well,
champagne bottles popping on the fact that
the designer is a person that has a relatively easy job year on year.
And I'm sure it's quite a well-paid job as well. One that maybe we should look at in the future. Definitely, they just took the blueprint from last year, looked at it for a few seconds, and went, "Yep, that'll do."
Twist.
Same
there
again.
We go. Bosh.
Lovely. There we go. Nice and easy. So that is a cracking job. In terms of KTM trying to find their way to the top, to the summit of MotoGP. We've mentioned Ducati as probably being the people to beat. Coming into last year, you would maybe say they were on a level par, maybe just ahead in, the Constructors' Championship says they were just ahead of Aprilia from what we've seen in Sepang. Can Aprilia sort of join them and be on their same level, or are KTM just a fraction ahead of them at this moment?
You'd have to say that KTM are a fraction ahead. I mean, particularly with the performances that Pedro Acosta is putting in on his gas, as we all know, it's essentially a KTM, or it is a KTM. You'd have to say that KTM are ahead of Aprilia, but Aprilia is a little bit of a weird case, and we'll get into this more, I'm sure, when we do their presentation not too long from now anyway. But they're a little bit there's some mixed signals from Aprilia this year, and I think that ultimately leads you to the assumption that KTM look more set, more solid. They've got their base and grounding, and they look really, really close to the level of Ducati, where Aprilia, you'd say, if you're looking at Aleix Espargaro, they look like they're almost with them. But then if you look at the other side of it with Miguel Oliveira, who's on a 24 course in the Trackhouse outfit, but then also on the other side of the Aprilia garage with Maverick Vinales, who was saying complete opposite things to Aleix. And you could maybe say, us knowing what kind of Maverick is like, he's a little bit of an enigma, and always there's perhaps more complaints coming out from Maverick's side than maybe there is from Aleix. But the fact that Miguel is also backing up maybe some of the things that Maverick is saying is a bit of a tricky situation. That's where you're getting these mixed signals from. So I'd definitely say that KTM are second in the pecking order at the minute, and Aprilia are below them.
Of course, on the timesheets, Aleix Espargaro was the closest man to the top 4 Ducatis of Bagnaia, Martin, Bastianini and Alex Marquez as well. But testing timesheets never really tell the full story.
No. You go into that. Last year, we all thought Aprilia were going to be right there with Ducati. Didn't turn out that way throughout the year.
So who knows? Maybe it'll be the opposite this year and they'll find something later on in Qatar, which of course is coming your way at this time next week, Monday and Tuesday, 2 days, the final 2 days of testing before the season gets underway. And you feel 2 important days as well for everyone to get fully locked in and loaded ahead of the season getting underway. Normally what we see over those 2 days in Qatar is 1 day just to finalise the package, make sure that they're fully happy with their motorcycle for the entirety of the season, and then they'll spend that final day almost using it as the first day of free practice for the Grand Prix.
Yeah, I mean, that last day of testing is always kind of a day where it's just, you're confirming very, very tiny things right at the end and just some small double checks, but really it is, as you say, a chance to go and use that session as just, right, let's go and put in some standard free practice runs like we would do, go through procedures, get the rider kind of back into the weekend working mode, and then all of a sudden it's like, bang, you go into the race weekend and it's, okay, I'm ready to go.
A lot of talk last year about KTM pushing extremely hard to try and get 2 extra motorcycles on the grid. That, of course, in the end didn't come to anything. Already, Pit Byra actually changing his tune ever so slightly at the Gas launch, saying that if they feel they need or they would like to have 2 more bikes and they can take profit from it, then absolutely it's something that they will look at. Do you think we could see a 3rd KTM team going into 2025?
Well, anything's possible. I mean, it also then comes down to whose contract's up. Of course, the VR46 team, their contract is up with Ducati at the end of the year. Are they realistically going to switch over to KTM machinery? It doesn't seem like it, but you never know. There could be other teams that look at what's possible for that. And of course, there's also those extra 2 grid slots there that at some point we imagine will be filled. But the other thing now is having 4 bikes is a nice number. Okay, so of course you compare them to Ducati, which have the double number of that with 8 bikes, and you see how well that's working for them. It's always going to help having those 2 extra bikes with the data. But I think the other thing as well that you have to look at is Ducati can only fund 4 bikes in full factory kit. Have them there at the time. KTM last year, when of course the Gas branding came in with the Tech 3 squad, said that this is a factory team, but realistically they got parts a little bit later than we possibly expected, or at least later than what KTM said at the start of the year, where they said that they would get those parts straight away in the season. It already looks like this year they're better at that. They've got that supply chain sorted, and it seems that they really do now have 4 full factory bikes that are going to have the same equipment at the same time this year. And I think that is more important than having the 2 extra bikes, in my viewpoint anyway. Those 2 extra bikes for sure would help massively. I mean, you see the way the Ducati work, applying different electronic strategies to the year-old bike, and that definitely helps. But if KTM can't get those 2 extra grid slots, then for sure the no-brainer thing is to make sure that you have 4 properly factory bikes and 2 full-on factory teams out there.
Yeah, it will be interesting in terms of contracts that do come up. VR46 in the headlines at the moment. We know that Ducati, there's interest there to renew them. Yamaha have made no secrets about the fact that they would love to be able to poach Valentino Rossi's squad away from Ducati. Trackhouse, who of course have just entered, they're not going anywhere. They'll be staying with Aprilia. LCR, whose contract does come up at the end of the year, but have got such a long-standing relationship with Honda. You'd be surprised to see them potentially go elsewhere, especially with the effort that Honda are putting in now as well. So as a result, questions turn to the possibility of Pramac. Surely not, with such a great relationship that they've got with Ducati, getting so close to the World Championship last year, or maybe even Gresini as well. But given the fact that they've been so successful, that seems unlikely as well. So maybe that's one that very quickly into the year we see there's not actually going to be that much change.
Yeah, no, I agree on that. Where do I think KTM will finish this season? If you're talking about KTM as a whole, I think their goal has to be second in the Constructors' Championship. If you're talking about the riders individually, first thing that comes to mind is Brad Binder. I think the goal for Brad this year has to be top 3 in the World Championship. He has to be better than what he was last year. Of course, we know that means he's got to beat the likes of Marc Marquez, Marco Bezzecchi on a Ducati, all these sorts of riders that are going to be incredible. But I think he can do that with the bike that KTM has under them now, taking steps forward with electronics, the carbon chassis. I'm sure there'll be an updated version of that they're already testing. They have to step forward. If you don't step forward in racing, then kind of what's the point almost? Jack Miller's a maybe more tricky case because you don't really know what you're going to get with Jack. You know that at some points in the year he's going to have really, really strong rides. But with so many Ducatis now, and also with Marc Marquez coming in, Alex Marquez will without a doubt be better this year, more consistency. Fabio Di Giannantonio has already proven that his incredible end to last year was no fluke, and it wasn't just a thing that he was running on the adrenaline of maybe not having a ride for this year. He looks like he's going to be a top 6 championship contender, really. So all of a sudden you've got Jack Miller looking at kind of, right, a great year for him would be, I think, top 6 in the championship, kind of roughly where we see him usually anyway. But you almost wouldn't be surprised that if he's scrapping and struggling to be in the top 10, So it's tricky. But for sure, KTM constructors, they've got to be second.
Yeah, for sure. That's going to be their target this year. Jack, thank you very much for your time. Great to chat things through.
Yeah, you too.
Enjoy Qatar in a week's time.
Yeah,
see you out there.
I'll actually see you there. Yeah,
you shall.
Yeah.
Very good. Right, Jack.
All right, see you later.
Mate, thank you very
Ciao,
much. Good to be able to get his thoughts after his brilliant insight in Sepang for the Sepang test over those 3 days of running. And as I say, he'll be back for After the Flag this time next week. For Lewis Udderby and Elliot York back in the studio with Jack Gost and Simon Crafar once again on site, bringing you all of the analysis in those final 2 days of testing. MotoGP Authentics, once again, in 2024 we'll be giving you the opportunity to get some of the most exclusive MotoGP merchandise and memorabilia, including your name on the checkered flag to be written on the Austrian Grand Prix checkered flag, which of course was won last year in fine form by Pecco Bagnaia ahead of a certain Brad Binder. So if you want to get involved in that and have an exclusive bit of merchandise and memorabilia, then go and check out MotoGP Authentics to be able to have a look at that, plus lots of other bits as well. I saw in Sepang a couple of days ago, Joan Mir was there signing lots of different merch for you to get your hands on. Right, opportunity now to chat away with some of the key men for the Red Bull KTM factory racing squad. First up, a man it's always good fun to chat to, Jack Miller. Morning, or should I say evening, Jack. How are you? Great to get the chance to chat with you. All good in Australia?
All good down here, mate. It's nice and warm. I feel like I'm still in Sepang, but no, going good, mate. Thank you.
Are you rested up and recovered after Sepang? I'm sure those 3 days certainly gave the body a shock.
Yeah, it always is. But no, feeling good. I felt like I got better and better as the 3 days went on. I was stiff after that first day, a lot of cramps, as you always do get there. But at least the body was pretty acclimatised after being here at home. But no, a couple of days to think about it now, and super keen to get back on the bike again now in Qatar for the 2 day test there.
End of this, I want you to give the answer, not straight away, because this is one for the guys at home, but we've got a quiz question which is based around you. So I hope you do know the answer to it. Which band are you a big fan of? Is it Crowded House or Pink Floyd? We'll let the guys at home guess that one, and then you can let us know in around 5 minutes' time before we say goodbye to you. In terms of Sepang, it looked as though it was 3 very, very busy days. Now that you've had a bit of time to reflect, happy with the work done?
If you're going to tell me I was going to do a 57 and not mention anybody else's times, I would have been, over the moon prior to the test. But obviously, they were rapid. So 57 probably didn't look that great. But no, I'm happy. As you said, a lot of work to be done. A lot of laps done, a lot of different variations of our bike. You saw all different shapes and sizes of it. But no, it was a good test, a really positive test for me. I felt good on the bike. We've been working a lot in terms of electronics and so on. And no, it was a massive improvement to basically hit the ground running. I think all 4 bikes sort of hit the ground running. which is a massive boost for us coming into the season because obviously going to tracks now that we've been to before and sort of knowing where to start ballpark is a big bonus for us coming into a race weekend, especially with MotoGP with how tight it is at the moment.
A few people have mentioned to me that you seem fitter and leaner than ever before. Someone even told me that a lot of riders are going to be jealous with the winter training you're able to do. Have you done something slightly different this year to get ready for the new season?
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing my training myself for the last, 12 years. I think I've been a professional. Sort of going off my gut instinct, how I feel and stuff like that, and decided to switch it up at the end of last year with the help from the guys from Red Bull, and pretty much straight after Valencia, flew to Austria, did a heap of tests, and from that day, just started working with a trainer out there, and then also with a guy back here in Australia as well in terms of using the gym because it's not really Jim and I never really got along before, so. Just try to switch it up a bit this year, kind of leave no stone unturned. I've been busy winter or summer for us, but I've been getting out a lot of early mornings. Ruby's been putting in the double shift because I've been spending that much bloody time on my bicycle, but between that and the gym, I'm feeling good. I feel leaner than I ever have been and definitely highly motivated, and I think I'm going to have to be with all these young blokes coming in and going to be pushing us along, so... no time like the present.
Yeah, you mentioned the young kids coming in. I mean, the level in MotoGP, it definitely never gets any slower. You mentioned the presentation, that you love being written off, you love being told that you can't do something. How much of a fuel and how much does that motivate you? Because it seems to be that whenever anybody in the media, the fans, whoever it may well be, does do that, you always seem to be able to go out and prove them wrong.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way, and I'm really trying to find a way to make that a permanent thing, not get comfy with myself, not try and get content, I guess you could say, be happy with how things are going. The darling, don't come back. So no, just she's checking on the baby. You're on the
She could come and say hello, don't worry.
But no, just trying to understand what that is and try and put it basically in practice throughout the whole year, I think.
We've got some fan questions for you, Jack. A couple of guys got in touch with us on social media to have some questions to fire your way. First one coming from Lautaro, wanting to know what song or songs, plural, that you listen to before a race. Do you have a certain playlist you'll always stick on?
It sort of changes from race to race. There's definitely no set playlist. It's sort of what I'm feeling at that moment. A lot of Alice in Chains, a lot of Tool recently. You can't go wrong with The Offspring, bit of Red Hot Chili Peppers. There's a lot of sort of that era, and then even sometimes throwing it back to some Iron Maiden or some there's definitely a few things that go quite a way back. Some Black Sabbath for sure. So it's a variation of everything.
I like that's right in my wheelhouse as well. So high energy, that I'm sure will get you going. If I'm ever out running, I'll stick to something very similar as well. Your favourite victory meal? So you've jumped on the top step, you've sprayed the champagne. Where are you heading for a victory meal?
We don't generally get to go to your first choice, let's say. I mean, my ultimate victory meal would be going to a fantastic steakhouse and treating myself to a very beautiful piece of steak. But I'll settle for McDonald's, I guess you could say, because we're generally heading to the airport, and that's about the quickest and easiest thing to get. You're pretty knackered as well, so something short and sweet.
Big Mac after success on a Sunday. We asked at the start for the guys at home to try and answer this one. Which band are you a fan of, Crowded House or Pink Floyd? 24% of you have said Pink Floyd. 76 got it wrong. I'm surprised. I thought people would have
I'm a fan of
got that
Crowded
one.
House too. I mean, you've put two great things. I mean, a great Kiwi band like Crowded House. I can understand how everyone is. The wife's got to go back to the baby 1 second.
No,
The little
problem.
one's crying. You'll be right. I'm a fan of both. So depends.
We won't
on the
keep
mood,
you.
I guess.
Absolutely, we won't keep you long, Jack. I can hear Pip in the background. How was first Christmas with the family?
Unreal, mate. The family's been fantastic. Pip, I think she's the only child I know. We cruise around on the motorbike in the afternoon, and I think she's the only child I've ever seen fall asleep on the front of a dirt bike, just putt along on a little 50. So, starting her young. I think she'll be right to go here shortly, but no, she's going mad now, flipping over and carrying on, and she'll be up running around in no time.
Jack, we'll let you go. Daddy duty calls. Great to catch up. We'll see you in Qatar, mate.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. Cheers, guys.
Great to chat away with Jack. A big year ahead, and he looks, as we said, fitter, leaner, readier than before. A slight change in his fitness programme as well to make sure that he is 100% ready to go in 2024. Right, from one side of the box to the other, I think that right on cue, we've got Brad joining us. So, good morning, Brad. How are you?
I'm all good, thanks. And yourself?
Yeah, very good, thank you. Very good. We have a quiz question from the fans before we get stuck into how things went in Sepang for you. Don't tell us just yet, but at the end we need to know whether you're a player of the drums or the guitar. And if we can get a rendition as well, that'd be great. But I imagine you might not have one close. And of course, we were just chatting with Jack there. A big winter for him. It was a pretty big winter for you as well. And this is why, before we get chatting, let's just check this one out, Brad. Now, I don't know if we were able to hear the audio there, unfortunately, but right at the start of it, you got the dates mixed up. I'm not a married man, Brad, but I feel as though it's a pretty important thing to get the date of the wedding right. I'm all about second chances. So, how was the big day? When was it? And how do you reflect on it now, a few months on?
Well, yeah, for sure. For me, December was very cool. It was awesome to get married. And after that moment, I think I'll never forget that it's the 9th of December, not the 8th, because I got warned. But in general, it's been super cool. Everything's been nice. Had an awesome off season, and just been really just waiting to come back to Europe, get back to action.
A few days on from Sepang now. Ask Jack how he reflects on it. What about you? What did you make of the 3 days of running there for you?
For me, Sepang was actually a really positive test. We started off the first day purely just trying to get back up to speed, get my riding back up to where it should be again. And from Saturday morning, when we put in tires, I was able to put in a really good lap time. Or Saturday morning. The second day in the morning, I was able to be a lot faster straight away. And from there, we just started testing, different aero.
In terms of what you're able to do, Brad, I mean, the lap times, the level was ridiculously high. The fact that full riders were able to go into the 156s was mind-boggling, given the fact that we're only in 157s 18 months ago for the very first time. I mean, what's that like, going out and going under the lap records, the pole position time from 3 months ago, and seeing that full riders have broken newer ground?
Yeah, it's insane, because it's clear we made a big step forward ourselves, but it seems so have the other guys. So it's always cool to see how MotoGP is always just stepping up, and the level just keeps rising. And I felt like our bike is working much better than it has previously, and we found some small things which made quite a big difference for me. So now it's just all about really putting all the small finer details together, and I don't think we're far off at all.
It was a big year last year, 4th in the World Championship, podium, sprint victories. How much did you learn fighting at the front on a more regular basis last year?
Well, for me, last year was really a good year for us. We had a lot of good days. We were able to fight for the podium on most weekends. But I personally made a lot of mistakes. I crashed a lot more than I normally would. And I let a lot of opportunities slip. But I think going forward, I'm really excited to see how we can manage the season. With all the experience from last year, I think now we know we're in a much more competitive window, and I think there's room for us to be even stronger this season.
We've got a couple of questions from the fans for you, Brad, which will fire your way. First one comes courtesy of Alex, wanting to know what your favourite sport to follow is outside of MotoGP.
Everything I follow is always related to motorsports. So my favorite thing at the moment, especially, is to watch the Supercross and follow how the boys are getting on that side of the world.
Well, after you gave England a beating in the World Cup last year, I'm extremely pleased that you didn't say rugby there. Next one comes in from Chianvara, wanting to know your favourite victory meal.
To be honest, I don't really have a victory meal. I'm really a chicken and rice kind of guy, and I don't like eating rubbish. So I just like to stick to my same eating routine, and I don't really fade off of it too far.
In terms of the quiz that we put to you at the start, let's take a look at that to make sure that we've got it right. 100%, everyone going with guitar, and that's right as well. I didn't know that. Are you pretty handy on the guitar?
No, I'm absolutely useless. But when I was a kid, I went for a few lessons, and as I've got older, whenever I've got bored, I've tried to pick one up and try to remember my same two little tunes that I could remember from a kid. But I like the look of guitars, so I bought a whole lot of them, and I like collecting them a little bit, but can't play them to save my life.
Acoustic, electric, and what are we playing as well? If you had to pick a song to learn to play, what are we going for?
To be honest, but I know like little sections of a lot of little songs, but nothing. I can't play one full song through. So I've got a bit of work to do in that area. But for me, it's cool just to chill out and do something different.
Yeah, no Johan Zarco just yet, but I feel with work over the year we can maybe get a little duet going between you two. Johan on the piano, on the keys, and then you strumming away on the guitar. I think that'd be a good event.
Definitely not. Definitely not at that level, I can assure you.
Brad, a pleasure as always to get the chance to chat away. Glad to see you looking well and ready for the new year. Catch up in a few days in Qatar.
All the best. Thanks so much, guys, and catch you soon.
Cheers, Brad. Another man that is looking extremely ready to go in 2024, especially now that we've had the Sepang test out of the way. You can just tell that both riders are chomping at the bit to get the opportunity to get back on the bike again, and I'm sure get the season officially underway. Not very good at being patient, MotoGP riders. They want to get out there and race as soon as possible. From one side of the garage to the man in charge of them all, the big boss himself. I believe that joining us live from Italy now, we've got Francesco Guidotti. Francesco, looking well in your office. How are you? Nice and relaxed after what was, I'm sure, a pretty busy 3 days in Malaysia?
Yeah, I mean, more than 3, because I was there also for the shakedown, and it was 10 days, very intense and of testing and interesting days. We kick off somehow the season, so back on track.
Just looking at the timesheets, I mean, we spoke with both Jack and Brad about it, just how fast everybody was. In terms of the levels? Do you feel that you guys, after those 3 days, I know difficult to say, but are you any closer to Ducati this year, do you feel?
Difficult to say. We know where more or less we are, and it's always difficult to know where the contenders are. So it's always the biggest question mark, what you can do, what you have done during the winter, and once back on track, you can see the level. I think we moved forward, but also our contenders look like they didn't rest a lot during the winter. So yeah, there's still 2 days of testing, and then we will see.
Long season coming up, 21 Grand Prix, 21 sprints, a very, very long World Championship. How difficult does that make your job to try and focus, I imagine, on going race by race rather than looking at what is going to be a huge year?
I mean, it's we have to take day by day and race by race. This is, I think, the best way to face the championship. 21 races. Long season, but I think we get used to it. Once you set up the target, then you have to run. There's always a big motivation to when we start, and then always bigger and bigger motivation once we are on the way. So this job is not I mean, you choose this job, so it's not a big sacrifice. I mean, it's a huge motivation, and we have a target very well set, and we are trying to do everything possible to catch it.
Let's talk about both your riders then. Firstly, Brad and what he was able to do in Sepang. He's not known as a tester, is Brad. He likes to go out and race. That's where you feel he's at his very best. So given that, how impressed were you with the fact that he could be so close to that new unofficial lap record?
I mean, we improve. As I said, we improve a lot compared to last year, and this is important. And also the approach of Brad is a little bit different than before. Every time you set a limit. Like last year, he was fourth, best results ever in MotoGP for him. He want to step ahead, and you always have to change a little bit something. The important is the combo. I mean, the riders feeling with the bike we supply. So we have to find the best combo possible to fight constantly on top three.
About a change, is that how you managed the weekend? What is it? Talk us through that slight change that Brad's going to make this year.
But also the mental approach and the self-confidence he can have after last season. Now I think he trusts more on our bike. He trusts more on the people around, and of course he has to trust more on himself. So it's more than the speed. More than the speed, he has to show us that the approach at the test was slightly different.
For Jack, yeah, for sure. I think now into what will it be? His fifth full season in MotoGP. Definitely got the experience to play into that now. For Jack, on the other side, just had the chance to chat with him. From what we heard in Sepang, I'm not sure I've ever seen a more motivated, a fitter, a leaner, a more hungry Jack. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, you never know what expected from Jack. His nickname Thriller is not by chance. I mean, Jack is Jack, and he could be able to do everything and nothing at the same time. So everything is almost in his own hands, and we will try to support him in every way possible. But yeah, Jack is Jack. There's very few words to add.
Already he's sort of fronted in a roundabout way the obvious speculation saying that he's more than happy for people to write him off and he wants to go out and prove everybody wrong. How much does that say about his character, that he loves to have those doubters out there and for him to go out and have that fire in the belly?
I don't know if he really likes or not, because sometimes it's very difficult to understand what he has in his mind. But I think also he's in a phase of life where he has to make a big decision, and as I said, he's on his own hand, and yeah, I mean he's almost 30, and for a rider, he's still pretty young if he wanna continue to ride on a certain level. But as he said, also there's the younger are coming very quickly, and so he has to behave this year, maybe as he never did before.
In terms of that behavioural change, is that sort of playing into the team effort? How do you think he needs to act?
He's the best one on team effort. He's the master. Always been perfect with the team and with the teammate. Yeah, it's always when you reach a level, then it's always a matter of mental approach. So he has to be really brave and really constant and really smart to use the correct mental approach to the season.
Silly
all the speculation about the riders market, it's has to be forgotten.
Absolutely, and well, I'll try my best not to play into that, but it's my job sometimes to ask about it. Just finally, second in the Constructors' Championship last year, fourth in the Riders' Championship with Brad. A simple question, but what is the target this year? What is possible?
Everything is possible. We didn't set any low target. We want to look at the top target and try to get it. So will be even more difficult this year. We always say the same every single years at the beginning and during the season, but the level of MotoGP is getting crazy every year, and the level of the riders and technology and all the efforts from the manufacturer. So we will try, and we will fight for it. We are not alone, and so this is the challenge. But I think we can do something better than last year.
Francesco, pleasure as always to chat away. That cowboy hat over your left shoulder looks pretty good. Hopefully we'll see you in pit lane with it on in Austin in a few months' time.
Thank you.
Rest up. See you in Qatar. Thank you.
See you. Bye.
Great to chat with Francesco Guidotti as ever, one of the big personalities in the paddock. Do have fun chatting to him in pit lane because he's always able to offer a great insight, and you feel as though that with the KTM squad in the position that they're in at the moment, then there'll be lots of opportunity to chat with him this year. Right, before we say goodbye then, let's take a look at some final comments from you guys. From Quattro, is the Gas team getting the same hardware as the factory team this year? Yes, they are. At this current moment anyway, the bikes are, or will be, come Qatar, exactly the same. Of course, they ended last year without the carbon chassis, which both Jack and Brad had, but at the start of this year at the Sepang test, both Augusto Fernandez and Pedro Acosta did have that, the same aero package as well, the new engine which has been slightly refined. So yeah, at this current moment, the Gas guys will start the year with the same spec machinery, the same hardware as the KTM boys. Gilles saying, nice presentation. Well, thank you very much, Gilles. I appreciate that. I'm not sure whether you're speaking to us or to the KTM boys, whoever it was, boys and girls, I should say. Whoever it was, thank you very much indeed. Right, before we leave you then, let's take a quick look at what's to come in MotoGP over the next week. This time next week, Monday, we will be live for After the Flag. You can enjoy that with the MotoGP app. Of course, we'll have our live text, we'll have After the Flag streaming live, you've got live timing, you've got the report at the end of the day, all of the interviews, all of the features at the MotoGP app, the best way to be able to stay fully up to date with the final 2 days of testing, which starts this time next week. In terms of team presentations coming your way, let's take a look what is to come over a very, very busy 6-day period. We're back with you same time tomorrow for the Repsol Honda launch. Then on Thursday, we'll be with you for the LCR Honda launch. The Castrol and Idemitsu squads will be chatting live on the show to Johan Zarco and Takaki Nakagami. And then on Sunday, just ahead of the car test getting underway, as they usually do, Aprilia will be live from the Losail International Circuit to present both Aleix Espargaro and Maverick Vinales. Then we've got the Qatar test, a little bit of a gap before things are rounded off, our 11th and final one for the Prima Pramac Racing Squad, where hopefully we'll have Franco Morbidelli there and we can chat away to him and see how he's doing. And of course, Franco won't be in Qatar for the test, and we wish him all the very best for his recovery. We're not chatting to Francesco, he has left us, but it was a fantastic chat, as was Jack Miller, as was Brad Binder, as was Chris Vermeulen, as was Jack Gorst. A very busy show as the Red Bull KTM Factory Racing Squad get their 2024 underway. They were at a stress to tell us that they were adrenaline, they were top speed, they were cutting edge, but the big question is, will they be world champions? The closest to Ducati last year. Can they go one better this year? Let's find out. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Always nice to hear from the MotoGP lot as well, and the KTM launch. So look at this, Pedro Acosta on his lap time doing a 1:57.492. Then it's Augusto Fernandez, gas 1-2 at the moment then, which is just absolutely fantastic. KTM as well with Brad Binder and Jack Miller in 3 and 4. There's Pirro in 5th position, Bezzecchi, Crutchlow and Bagnaia down in 8th place. So, red lap times are continuing to come up on the board, including that from Jack Miller, which means I'm reluctant to go immediately to the social media update from their Instagram, because I want to see these lap times. And we've got a little bit of time before we have to close off. Just to remind you, coming up next on the channel is audio commentary from the MotoGP 2023 season, the 5th round of the championship, the French Grand Prix, the 1000th MotoGP Grand Prix weekend. This will be the watch-along commentary that me and Megan commentated on last year at France. The sprint race will be first, and then it will be the Grand Prix. Then coming up half an hour before the lunch break, the wonderful Maddie Patterson will be joining us in the commentary box as well. She's trackside in Qatar, so she'll be joining us for a half-hour chat and update from things that she's seen over there in Qatar trackside, and also hearing about her new role as team principal in the FIM Women's Motorcycle World Championship as well. And hopefully we're hearing a lot more of Maddie this year in the commentaries in MotoGP. So Maddie Patterson is coming up at 2:30 GMT. That's 5:30 over there in Qatar. And then at 3 o'clock GMT, 6 o'clock over there in Qatar, it's the MotoGP.com social media day one update with trackside reports during the lunch break. After that, we'll be hearing from the Repsol Honda 2024 launch. That'll take us until the checkered flag, and then we'll have some others look around as well with the day one report as well. Now, hopefully, actually, Grassini keep trying to go live, but we can't seem to see it, which is really annoying because you want to see it and I want to see it, but the live just isn't working for some reason, so that is a disappointment. But it is 40 minutes past and we have got Maddie coming up soon. So let's go over then and listen to what happened at the French Grand Prix as well, as Jack Miller has gone to the top with a 1:57.204 as well. Fantastic stuff. KTM really are looking strong. So let's go over then and join what happened. The French Grand Prix from MotoGP last year. Let's take a listen. First up is the sprint race, and then it's the Grand Prix. This is radio commentary from last year's watch-along. Live timing will continue from the opening day here at the Qatar test. It may be the 1000th Grand Prix, but it's only the 5th ever sprint race in MotoGP history. But we are in for an absolute treat. Welcome to sunny France at the Le Mans Bugatti circuit for round 5 of the season, part 1. Here's your grid then after qualifying earlier on today. Pecco Bagnaia on pole position, Marc Marquez is second, Luca Marini starts in third. Second row sees Jack Miller, Jorge Martin and Maverick Vinales. Third row, Marco Bezzecchi, Alex Marquez and Johan Zarco. Fourth row, Brad Binder, Aleix Espargaro and Augusto Fernandez. Fifth row, Fabio Quartararo, Takiki Nakagami and Fabio Di Giannantonio. Sixth row, Johan Mir, Franco Morbidelli, Alex Rins. Seventh row, Daniel Petrucci, Lorenzo Salvadori and Jonas Folger in 21st position. Green light is on and away we go on the parade lap here. Track temperature 37 degrees, air temperature 21 degrees, humidity at 63% as well. It is hot, 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 hot. A condition that has changed since this morning, thankfully as well, when we were worried that we were going to have a lot of rain in this session. So warm-up lap has begun, as we know. Tension starts to build up. They're already down through turn 4 and 5 at La Chapelle into the museum corner. 13 laps ahead of us then for the sprint race. It's going to be half the distance as well, so just around about 67 kilometres will be completed in total. But it is a hard, abrasive track. Are we going to see what we've been seeing in the previous sprints, which is non-stop action? Everyone's on the soft fronts as well, soft rears. We'll see officially what their tyres will change shortly as they come into action as well. Johan Zarco on the shoulder cam coming in. Marc Marquez, he's only done one sprint race in MotoGP. As you heard from Susie down on the grid, he finished on the podium last time he achieved that. Is he going to do anything here today? Megan's leaving it very late to get to the commentary box, mind. So it looks like she's going to miss the start of the race. Nothing changes there as they come through. Into Recoudermont as well, across the line. So Megan might just walk in as the lights go out. Hey, where's the video? It's a watch-along commentary, I'm afraid. We're not allowed to show the video. You've got audio and timings and all that data, but we're not allowed to show video. It's watch-along commentary. Predictions of the podium of the sprint. I think Jack Miller's going to win it. I think Bagnaia is going to be second. I think Marquez is going to be third. But watch out for Jorge Martin as well. Watch out for Fabio Quartararo. He's 13th on the grid as well. Can he do anything about it? They are lined up on the grid. Grand Prix 1000, and it's the 5th sprint race with a green flag at the back. The red flag will be rescinded. Bagnaia is on the right of the screen, Marquez in the middle, 5 lights come on now, and the French Grand Prix sprint race is go! Good start from Marquez, great start from Jack Miller on the KTM. Exactly as I said, he's going to go toe-to-toe with Marquez through turn 1, and Miller already up into second position. Martin coming through on the inside as well into the braking zone. That Ducati grunts forward, and Martin's even going to try and take the lead. He's gone too deep. He settles in for second position. Maverick Vinales getting a little bit of a cut back to mid-corner as they fly back through down the back straightaway into La Chapelle. Vinales up the inside trying to get through. Hasn't worked out. Marquez stays 5th. Bagnaia leads by 0.4 of a second. Martin second. Miller third. Marini 4th. Marquez in 5th position as they come into the museum corner. Marquez back up past Marini. Miller's up to 3rd. Not a great start I was expecting. Those Ducatis are just too fast.
That they are. Everyone seems to have got a great start.
Into the braking point now as well. No jump starts. They come in. Daniel Petrucci down to 18th position as well as they fly back through out of Garage Vert and down towards the Espus corner as well as they continue attacking. There is Augusto Fernandez being passed by Nakagami and Morbidelli. The two Aprilia side by side. Vinales ahead of Aleix Espargaro as they come into the Cleminex Boutel corner as well. And now booting hard up the straightaway, Megan. It's all looking an okay, reasonable start in my opinion.
Yeah, well, at least no one crashed round the first corner, which is something everyone was a bit concerned about.
Everyone was concerned about it. It luckily hasn't happened, which is even better news as well as they fly back through. Just refresh the OBS Discord for everybody who's watching there as Maverick Vinales. Oh, and that was beautifully done from Marco Bezzecchi getting through on Aleix Espargaro. Just slipped it on the inside line. And now Vinales down to 10th position. Look at Jorge Martin already on the back of Pecco Bagnaia.
Vinales keeps slowly going down.
Yeah, Vinales had a really bad start, which is really annoying because he was my prediction for our winner. So that was really disappointing as they come through.
I think your prediction may be wrong.
My prediction is wrong, yeah. My prediction for the sprint race win is definitely Jack Miller. The lightning starts we saw last time out in the sprint race. By the way, hello, nice to have you back in MotoGP. As they come back through. Now, Bagnaia leads, Martin second, Miller third. Mark,
someone's down.
Who is it? It's Miller! No, where is he? He's just dropped in on the screen. Jack Miller crashes out.
Curse.
No! Jack Miller crashes out on the Tissot sprint here at the French Grand Prix. And there goes Brad Binder almost joining him, sending up the inside of Luca Marini for 4th position. Marquez to 3rd. Oh, Jack, of all the things you had to do, why? Why did you let go?
Because you said his name and said that he'll be the winner.
Oh, curse of the commentators. Morbidelli gets passed by teammate Quartararo. It was just, we won with Marquez. He just dropped the front, coming through the corner, Megs. He just dropped it.
Well, that is unlucky for you.
Oh, I've done it again. Yellow flag is out then in sector 2 for Miller. He is out of the race, so he'll get another shot tomorrow. He will start. He won't win this. He will start 4th tomorrow, so still go for Jack Miller. He had a poor getaway now. He's crashed out in the sprint race, but it's the same grid as it is tomorrow. Bagnaia leading the way. He's being chased by Jorge Martin as they come through turn 1. Up into the Dunlop chicane at the Ford area of the track. Martin looking round the outside, not going to work out. The only challenge Bagnaia is going to have is from a Ducati. And the Prima Pramacs have had a terrible start to the year. And now Martin's closing in. Look at Bagnaia twitching through La Chapelle.
Yellow flag thing.
Yellow's gone, yep, go for it.
They had that yellow out for a very long time.
Yellow was out for too long, in my opinion. I don't like how it was. Yeah, it must have been the debris. As now we're in the museum corner at turn 7, on board with Marc Marquez watching on. Mark's already had 2 big shunts this weekend. I'm surprised he hasn't gone down, to be fair, at the opening of this race. And he's just waiting. Can he take a sprint race win? Is Marquez up there on his return weekend?
I mean, hopefully.
Just by the way, the championship now sees Bagnaia on 99 points, Binder on 68. Bezzecchi as well on 67.
What's he got, a flake or balloons?
I think he's got balloons, 99 red balloons for the big red number 1 of Bezzecchi. That is an Italian on an Italian bike at the French Grand Prix, so maybe not German balloons with 99 Luft balloons or whatever it was.
Maybe they're balloons that have flakes on them.
Could be, although I'll tell you what, Marc Marquez might be the more red alert if he's coming up there. He's slowly improving. His last lap time, he was faster than the pair of them. So Marquez is really closing up. Binder's right there too on the second KTM. Do not discount the KTMs as he goes for a move now on Marc Marquez on the inside for P3. Mark's going to hold it around the outside. Shots to do it to turn 1. Meantime, Martin slips up the inside of the Ford chicane. That's a wonderful move of Bagnaia, and that's brought the top 4 close together once again. Martin leads. I don't know, that was super smooth from Martin, wasn't it? Look at Mark.
That was like when you find a parking space and you somehow manage to just fit your car in.
Derek saying, is Marc Marquez on the Calax? Yes, Marc Marquez is on the Calax bike of Honda now, so that is the chassis this weekend. He's on the Calax setup after they repaired it overnight ahead of the qualifying session this morning. So Mark is riding the Calax, and he's right up there as well. He's done no testing on that bike. The only testing he did was practice as well, and he's been out there on the Calax bike every opportunity he can, and Mark is right on the back of Bagnaia. Aleix Espargaro, hard front, soft rear. Let's just take a quick look, actually. As we see, is Mark going to get passed by Binder into the braking zone for the Cheminox Boots corner? No, he's not. Right, take the battle screen here, guys. Look, soft front for everybody, bar Binder, who's got medium front, soft rear. Aleix Espargaro, hard front, soft rear. Quartararo, Nakagami, Morbidelli, medium front, soft rear. The same as Fernandez, Salvador, and Folger, and Miller, who went out the race. But the majority of the field, everyone's on a soft rear tyre, majority on soft front as well. So those are the mediums are going to have better grip as this race goes on.
Everyone seems to rely on the soft so much recently.
It's the sprint way. It's the fastest way to get to the end. But I think the good mix of medium in the front is going to be something. Why Aleix has gone hard front, soft rear, I've no idea, because that makes...
He should have saved that for the race.
He should have, because that makes no sense in this setup. It should be a hard front, medium rear. Mark's going to go on the inside, coming the Ford chicane, nearly touches Bagnaia, gets the comeback down, and through goes Brad Binder. The pair of them battling out, and Binder goes straight through. That is fantastic, and here comes Luca Marini. Marquez trying to go on the outside of Bagnaia, coming downhill into La Chapelle. seconds. So I think unless Martin makes a mistake, he's got this sprint race win. Bagnaia is falling down the field. Marc Marquez wants to get past no matter what the consequences, and you should be wary of that as he goes very late on the brakes into Garage Viert.
Right, so 9 laps to go now, and no one's fallen since Jack Miller. Sorry, Josh.
Yeah, my fault, sorry. One day I'll get to pick a winner right. One day.
One day you won't curse them.
I seem to have that problem anyway.
I think that's a forever thing for you. You're going to curse whoever you pick. It's like me with Brendan Hartley.
Yeah. Sorry, Brendan. He's still off the Christmas list, by the way, buddy. So, look at that then. On board then, Marc Marquez trying to have a go at Bagnaia, trying to get through on the inside line. I've got something on my sound guard, which isn't great. As they attack back through.
You want to change it anyway.
This is the new one.
No, I mean you change it to a smaller one. You said that
Marquez up the inside, and Bagnaia holds him around the outside. It didn't work out at the foot chicane. Marc Marquez takes third position, and now Bagnaia's really starting to go. Oh, and Salvador's got a track limits warning. Good spot there, Megs. Oh, and that's Marini past him too. Marini's past Bagnaia. Bagnaia's dropped to 5th place. So much for saying the championship's over.
Not a good day for people when they want to get past someone. They always end up losing places instead.
So there's me trying to keep this one clean. I've just gone down exactly to the yellow.
Crashed.
Augusto Fernandez has gone down, and Bagnaia has repassed Luca Marini in the middle half of the track.
Oh, I cursed Fernandez.
Yeah. Yes, you did actually.
So, who else can I curse today?
That's at turn 7 as well. That's at the museum corner, the same part that Jack Miller crashed out on as well.
Right. So, yellow is still at... It's sector 2 again.
Yeah, it's turn 7. It's the same part of the track as well, Megan.
Oh, that's not going to be good for tomorrow, is it?
No, it's not. We'll keep an eye on that one coming through. Look at Bagnaia right on the back of Marc Marquez as well. Still in a position to try and get them mooning on. Oh, well, that was...
Bezzecchi?
Yeah, Bezzecchi going way wide with the track limits warning now as well. Hopefully that's fixed my sound card.
They keep coming up twice.
Yeah, I think so. The attack's still on as they're coming to the braking zone as well, trying to go through.
Speaking of Bezzecchi.
How did Martin pull the gap after Brad Binder passed a second, or is he just faster? I think he's a lot faster at the moment.
Who knows?
Oh, that's a mistake then as well. And that Aprilia going yeehaw of Malaysia Spargo to go right round the outside of Marco Bezzecchi. Bezzecchi's on the inside into La Chapelle, and it's 3 wide as Alex Marquez on the Grenesci Ducati tries to go round the outside. Did he make the move stick? Trying to wait out. No, it's still 3 wide. Bezzecchi's ahead. Oh, and Bagnaia on the inside of Marc Marquez coming into Museum at turn number 7. Bagnaia still behind. Marc stays in 3rd position. And now look, Binder's closing in on Jorge Martin. It's close at the front as Zarco goes to 6th. Bezzecchi to 7th. Alex Marquez to 8th. And Alex Spargo down to 9th. It's changing quicker than we can see it.
Yeah, they're changing so quickly. Pack racing is that's the only negative. Who's down?
Alex Marquez has been passed by Vinales and Nakagami. That's on track. No, he's down. Alex Marquez has crashed down. That brings out the... I've just put the yellow flag button in, and now it's out again.
With all this pack racing, can we be surprised the fact that he crashed?
No, that's really disappointing then for Alex Marquez. Gone down the start of Sector 4, and Takiki Nakagami's having a problem. Yeah, there's confirmation. Alex Marquez has crashed, and it has put out a yellow flag on the circuit, so a good 3-wide battle hasn't changed. Now, look at the front. Battle for 3rd. The bronze medal in this sprint race sees Marquez, Bagnaia and Marini all in a battle. Binder's setting off after Jorge Martin, but yeah, Derek, I'm just the same as you. I do not know how Martin's pulled that gap. It was because everyone was battling together. He was fast on the 3-lap sprint run, but now Binder's got clean air and he's setting after him. The KTM is faster. The KTM should pass him.
Maybe he just crept through. He saw a chance and was just like, ooh, free position.
Yeah, it's going to be right there with it, isn't it? Right there's... Oh, like a Bagnaia again on the inside, trying to get through on Marc Marquez. It's not really working out that much. Bagnaia's taking all the track limits coming through turn 7. into turn 8 at Garage Wurtz. An inside manoeuvre. Yellow flag finally rescinded for Alex Marquez now. Mike's gone wide. Bagnaia trying to get the cut back. They sit up together as they run down. 5th gear. 275 kilometres, over 300 kilometres an hour now into the braking zone. Coming into the Climinox Bruce corner as well. The bank says Martin better start saving tyres. Derek says the KTM found something in testing. I think, yeah, KTM were quick in the Spanish Grand Prix. They did the post-test at Jerez, found more speed, more data, and put it immediately into production on the bike, and they've got it working this weekend. It's such a shame that Jack Miller crashed out. He'll have another go together. Incorrect graphic, number crash for 73. That's for the TV production.
So he didn't crash?
No crash for Alex Marquez, so he didn't crash.
Then where is he?
Marquez has just dropped back to 16th place, so it's an incorrect TV graphic. Marquez did not crash.
Why did he go back to 16th place? He was,
I think he's got
like,
wide.
6 positions higher, and the positions there aren't.
Well, we'll take the driver tracker. He's still circulating down there. He's moving in the first sectors, at least, now into Sector 2, so Alex Marquez is still there. Quartararo in 8th position. Great stuff from Fabio Quartararo, I've got to say. Qualified 13th on the grid. Up to 8th already in the sprint. Exactly how we like to see it. Meantime, Marc Marquez under a lot of pressure from Pecco Bagnaia as they come downhill in towards Garage Wurtz. Mark late on the brakes. Bagnaia wanted to be later. And this is a classic ding-dong between the pair of them. Fantastic. Yellow flag sector 2. So someone's crashed now. And that's... Jonas Zaka's got a track limits warning. And it's Jonas Folger.
Will someone crash?
Jonas Folger has crashed out of the race.
Or is this another graphic error?
No, because do you remember, I don't think Alex Marquez's crash came up on our timing screen. It came up on the TV monitor only.
No, it did.
All right, so there's an incorrect graphic all around. Oh, and Folger, brilliant move from Bagnaia. Look to the inside, coming out of the S Blue chicane at turn 12 into Recudemont at 13 and 14, the double right hairpin as well. Mark's having to push harder, and Bagnaia's going to be on him. Martin's got 2 seconds to Brad Binder. This is a domination for the Prima Pramacs. I've been saying all weekend long they've had a bad start to the season. And through goes Bagnaia. Marquez tries the comeback into the chicane at Ford and Dunlop. Can he go for a move on the inside? No, he can't. Back into third goes Bagnaia.
2 things. One, it was sector 2 again. And another thing... Oh, what is this?
Turn 7 again.
I don't think we actually ever saw a... yellow flag for Marquez.
No, we didn't. Yeah, it came up on our screens, but it didn't come up on the monitor. So, yeah, Alex Marquez has just got off the track and continued. He's down into 16th position now. He's past Petrax.
Computers made assumptions.
Computers make assumptions because the rider falls, and we go with what the TV pictures tell us. They put it in the commentary box. So, meantime, look at that, Jorge Martin. 2 seconds advantage to Brad Binder with 4 laps to go of the MotoGP sprint race at the moment. Binder second, Bagnaia third, and Alicia Spargo has passed Fabio Quartararo as well. And there's moves going on. What's happening on board? Quartararo, both him, he's gone down, he's dropped it! Quartararo, you can hear the crash. It's a big one down at the S Blues corner. And Fabio Quartararo crashes out of his home race in the sprint. A terrible weekend gets even worse, and the airbag's gone off as well. He turns in.
That's the first.
Front buckles. He drifts, and the bike. You heard the bike crashing in the gravel. That's a write-off as well. Wow.
That's the first for the airbag to go off.
Marini's past Marquez. Marini, there he is on the inside line. Marquez breaks later. Oh, Marquez back ahead of him. Marini does the cutback. Nice on the inside. Nice and tight, and he's got him. Woohoo! Well done, but Marquez isn't over yet. He's going to fight this one into La Chapelle. Vinales passes Nakagami, so he's back up into 9th position.
Quartararo should just be glad that he didn't crash out during the race.
Yeah, this is the sprint. It's still big points, though. 12 for a win. Still big. A lot of points along the board. So Bagnaia really wants to win it and extend his championship advantage, but he's only going to get a few points. There is Quartararo. Another crash. That's his 2nd crash of the weekend, if I'm not mistaken, for Fabio Quartararo.
A good weekend for him, though.
This is how he did it on board. Look, we're riding with him. Look, he just drops it, Megs.
Maybe he has a curse like Leclerc does. Never win his own race.
Yeah, possibly. One French, one Monegasque as well. Marc Marquez wants 4th position back. Whoa, Binder may not be going on for much longer with that tank slapper he had into the Ox Booth chicane at 9 and 10. The Bugatti circuit is basically 2 hairpins and 3 chicanes. And it somehow is a great track for MotoGP.
And somehow they don't fall or hurt their... I wonder if they ever hurt their shoulder blades from having to turn so quickly.
At this circuit, they do have a little bit of soreness in their shoulders afterwards, but let's not forget, Miguel Oliveira's not racing this weekend, replaced by Lorenzo Salvadori after that horrible crash at the Spanish Grand Prix 2 weeks ago. You weren't in the box for that one, Megs, but a big crash with Fabio Quartararo and dislocated his shoulder. I said in commentary, actually, with Tom Dillon, the way he landed on his shoulder, I said, he's done his shoulder there. Something's wrong with his shoulder, the way he landed.
Because I always miss for ones where people actually get injured.
You actually weren't in the commentary box when the red flag came out. How about that? You didn't cause it. Either of them, because although you did commentate, you commentated at the end of the sprint race though, because I had to leave.
Yeah.
2 to go then, and Martin is on for his first win of the season, and it'll be a sprint race victory as well. Our 3rd sprint winner. Binder's got 2, Bagnaia's got 2, so the podium is going to be completely. The podium is going to be all the sprint winners for this year.
Yeah.
Alex Marquez has got a track limits warning on the 73 as he comes through. Riding now with Marc Marquez on the back. Is he going to make an attempt?
No.
No, he's too far back, isn't he? Way too far back.
Going in the reds.
On the lean angle as well, taking a lot of it. 306 kilometres down to 107 in 5.5 seconds.
Damn.
That is 200 kilometres an hour on the stop. I don't think I could do that. What about you?
No.
No.
I'd probably throw myself from the bike.
Over 200 miles an hour just to go to 80. Not good at all.
That must be like a really big thing for the heart, just to say, and slow down. Oh, that's going to give me indigestion later.
Worse on a motorcycle, I would say, as well, than in a Formula car or a touring car as well.
At least then you have something to hold on to.
Is Mia on the Kalex chassis too? Yes, both of the Repsols are on the Kalex bikes for the sprint race as well. Actually, I understand that Mia might not be on the Kalex bike tomorrow because they want to do a comparison in the race for data. So I think Mia might be taking the normal bike tomorrow. What's happened there? That is a very wide moment for... Is that Marco Bezzecchi? Because I think it's let Zarco through, yeah. Bezzecchi's made a little bit of a wide movement there on the 72, but he crashed this morning in free practice. And sat the rest of it out.
Looked a bit too happy.
Yeah. By the way, Bezzecchi is on bike number 2, the spare bike as well. Mia lost season. Yeah. Mia's lost basically every season since he became world champion. He was Mr. Consistent in 2020 and then lost it later. Morbidelli, track limits warning as well.
COVID did something to him.
Well, he won the championship in COVID, but then lost
Precisely.
after. Yeah, only because Fabio Quartararo kept making mistakes that year, and then 21 he won it. In the last sector then as well, for Jorge Martin, he is going to win, and it'll be a very popular first win of the season for the 89. Who's going to come out last couple of corners? The 25-year-old from Madrid in Spain exits for Kudamon. The 5th sprint race of the year to kick off 1,000 Grand Prix. Prima Pramac finally win, and they take a sprint. Binder 2nd, Bagnaia 3rd. The sprint podium completed out by sprint winners. Marini is 4th, Marquez 5th, Zarco 6th. Great result for Prima Pramac today. Bezzecchi 7th, Aleix Espargaro 8th, Maverick Vinales 9th, and 10th for Takiki Nakagami. Bagnaia now leads the title by 23 points to Binder. If anything, Binder's just closed up that gap from 25 to 23, so it's a 2-point difference. That's going to be more exciting tomorrow. Rins 11th, Di Giannantonio 12th, Morbidelli's 13th, Mia 14th, Marquez 15th, Petrucci 16th, Salvador 17th. Out goes Quartararo, Folger, Fernandez, and Miller. Both Gasgas failing to finish after such a good performance in qualifying for Augusto Fernandez getting through to Q2.
Well, one of them was cursed and the other one just lost it.
They will have another shot tomorrow, though, with Bagnaia on pole, Marquez 2nd, Marini 3rd, Miller 4th, Martin 5th, Vinales 6th. That's the grid for tomorrow, of course. It's the same one as it is for the sprint race to limit any change. The sprint is like Formula 1 now, a separate entity, but we use the same qualifying results for grids on both races. So, off the line tomorrow, KTM have got a big day because Binder can score. Binder's now in the hunt for the title, but Jack Miller's got to, once again, pay for the damages he woos in the sprint.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, I know. Repsol Honda hasn't been great at all. Mark is out driving it, says SHT. Absolutely. Out riding it. Well, yeah, same thing, yeah. He's
Yeah.
driving a motorcycle, riding a motorcycle, yeah. It's just similar. Yeah, you're right. He's
It's just
absolutely.
different terminology.
Mark's bringing something out of that new Calax machine because it's a machine he wanted. It's designed to his specification. He wanted this bike, so ideally it's like a handmade coat or a handmade suit. It fits you like
Designer bike.
Yeah, it fits you perfectly. So it's just going to require a little bit of teething, but Marquez, good performance there to go up into 5th position as well. Derek says, thanks for the commentary. Pleasure as always. Moto E coming up at 3 o'clock UK time, so in around about 35 minutes. They're their second race and final of the weekend. Look at that. Bagnaia, Megan, putting his hand up to Marc Marquez's dive bomb manoeuvre overtake. So if Bagnaia didn't like that, why did he get a rider's penalty for it last time out? So it's all right for him to do it, but it's not all right for Mark to do it.
I think we've seen that happen somewhere in F1.
Yeah. Well, the safety commission. Oh, look, Mark's back in the chair. I think he'll be happy with 5th place, don't you?
He should be.
More to do tomorrow as well. Onto the grid they come then. Big stoppie for Jorge Martin. We'll now get ready and do the medal ceremony and hear from the top 3 before we sign off and get ready for Moto E. IndyCar is later on this evening. Please do not forget we are on air at 8:30 British Summer Time. Later on tonight as well. Green flag is at 8:45 British Summer Time. Myself, Josh, Synthel on the call with Richie as well. So please do not forget that. The IndyCar race is this evening. You can go onto JB Motorsports YouTube page and you can see all the upcoming live streams for this weekend. Let's take a look at Fabio Quartararo's crash from off-board on a different angle, Megan. Turned in, he's quite lucky not to get collected by one of the Aprilias.
Yeah, he almost got decapitated by one of the Aprilias.
Let's take a listen. So this is him in the braking zone. Turns in. Front jumps away, and he was in the middle of the track. Look, he skated around, he wasn't a sudden stop.
That was very lucky.
And the little French fan there, he's not happy with that one bit. But he will have another go. Quartararo there's got it all to do again tomorrow. He'll still start 13th for the main race tomorrow, so it's not all plain sailing, unfortunately. But Prima Pramac have their first win of the season, and it comes in the sprint race. Can Jorge Martin repeat that fact tomorrow? He likes this circuit. He's won here before, of course, at Le Mans. And Pramac needed it, absolutely needed that. A difficult start of the year, put right now in the French Grand Prix. It's a month break, of course. Megan will be back with us in Mugello, the next race for MotoGP. You yourself take a month off, but we'll see with Monaco and the 500. But yeah, when MotoGP returns, it will be the same weekend as the Le Mans 24 Hours. So Megan will be commentating on the sprint race, and then I will be commentating on the main Grand Prix. We won't actually cross paths because we'll be swapping with Le Mans. So, yeah, that's how that weekend's going to go. And then we're back together for the next race after that, I believe, at, I want to say Germany, maybe, coming up as well. Not sure where round 7 of the season actually is for MotoGP. I think we could be in Catalonia. Not too sure as well. But that's after you finish college and your A-levels. That's why you're not here.
Yes. Yeah. Such fun.
Such fun indeed. Okay, right, let's go down to the top 3 then. My voice is hurting on today. God knows what's coming out tomorrow.
Probably gonna have no voice on Monday.
I hope not. I've got things to do. Incident involving Alicia Spargo and Marc Marquez to be reviewed after the race, Megan. Here we go. This is down at Garage Vier, and Marquez touches the side of Alicia Spargo. Aleix drops back and Marquez goes through, so that's just rubbing his racing. That's not. Oh, hang on a minute. What did Aleix do to Mark? No, Mark goes on the outside, and there's Alex going off the side and just goes off the track. Okay, weird one there. Take a look at what that's going to mean then, going forward. The Tissot Sprint being won by Jorge Martin. We're waiting for the medals, I believe, but we should be having an interview first. And Megan, I'm not liking this. Do you know why? Because they've got Prosecco, they're about to spray it, but we've got a race straight after this with Moto E.
Oh, that's going to be drying.
Yeah.
Track. Oh. They're probably going to get those, like, blowers or something and try and dry it quickly.
Carbo has just said Brad Binder from 10th to 5th just on the starts. Yeah, here's Bagnaia talking
needed more laps
with the media.
to warm in, but it was okay. Then Mark have done a really aggressive overtake to me, have touched me, and I lost 2 positions, so it was a bit a tension moment, but then was everything okay. I worked to close the gap, and finally it was okay.
Congratulations. Sorry for the sound. We don't have control over those interviews that we get back from the riders, but seemed happy enough with that one. If a little bit disappointed that Martin's taken 2.5 seconds out of him there in half a race distance.
It was clear to see there was some issue going on at the start of that race. So Bagnaia he'll be one, annoyed at that, but two, if you've got a reason, then it's as in it's I won't be overthinking it. See, Mark's ahead there, right? So that's the first time. So Bagnaia is super aggressive, and he's every right to do that. That's okay. But then I'm assuming that this is going to be the second one where Bagnaia is complaining. So it's like once bitten, twice shy. So what's going to happen? Oh, I never see it.
Best laid plans and all that.
But essentially what I was going to say is if you know it's coming, then you know how to let's say, act in that situation.
Brad Binder served up a few from 10th to 2nd today.
The man on Saturdays so far this year. Truly awesome from 10th. Tell us about your race, your sprint.
Well, today's sprint, I knew the start was everything. If I could get a decent launch off the line, cut my way through and just hang with the boys at the beginning, I knew I could probably bring it home in a decent spot. So I gave my best out there today. I need to say thank you to my team. They did an incredible job again. It's clear what we can improve for tomorrow, so I'm really looking forward to it. I think we can do a much better job in the long race.
Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, let's see what he can do in the long race. He showed us how to back it up in Jerez. This was the move. Took full advantage of the battle going on ahead of him between Bagnaia and Marquez.
And squares them both off. It's so nice when you see it happen in front of you, because what you do as two riders are battling like that so hard, you just ease off a little bit to create the room for yourself, because you know they're going to go extremely wide at the end of the that flip-flop section. Squared them off. Classic racing manoeuvre. Hey, this man was absolutely phenomenal.
First time he's ever scored points here in Le Mans. Jorge Martin, sprint winner.
That is the Jorge we've been waiting all 23 for. How does it feel?
Yeah, well, finally made. I'm super proud of my team, proud of myself, because finally coming back to the first position, it's been a long time, and it's only a sprint race, but at least I got that feeling of the leading, of don't make mistakes, keep the hammer down, and making that gap with Brad wasn't easy, but finally I could make those 2 laps a bit relaxed, and yeah, enjoy a lot those last corners to finish in first position.
Awesome job, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Only a sprint race? You've taken victory in it. You've got 12 points to your championship account, Jorge. I think that's pretty worthwhile the way it's gone, having, as we said, never scored points here in Le Mans before, and he is turning in. There are certain people now, their names keep reappearing in the sprint. No podiums in Grand Prix this year, but now 3 in the sprints, and including victory here today. His braking at turn 1, look at how deep he was to bring it back round. You thought there Binder might be able to come back round and square him off, but no, and he hung on, and then he pulled the gap.
So good through this section. He brakes later than everybody. Takes I mean, the fastest way through it is Bagnaia's line, so you're setting up the exit essentially as you enter the corner, believe it or not, and that does leave the opportunity for someone to dive bomb you, which Jorge Martin did so well. But it was that first lap, as soon as he got past, when he got the clear track, he set a superb lap time, full attack, and yeah, no one could lay a glove on him.
Jorge Martin will get the gold medal for victory today after a wait of nearly 2 years, I suppose, since the Styrian Grand Prix back in 2021. And there's so much promise there. That was, of course, you know, when he stepped up into MotoGP class, and you're thinking, here we go, you know, Martin's the man of the future. A year where he promised so much last year never materialised. He lost the chance to go into the factory team, got a little bit grumpy about it, but he's certainly showing why it was a difficult decision for Ducati to make.
He's super talented. Just the odd unforced error with Jorge Martin that he needs to eradicate for him to become one of the best in the world.
Also
Trophies now taking place. Third place trophy is presented to Pecco Bagnaia. Extends his lead in the Riders' Championship as well. We'll go through those permutations shortly as well to get the full analysis of where things stand. Second place in the sprint race then goes to Brad Binder. Once again, another amazing ride. 10th to second place in the just 13 laps. Jackie Ickx, the two-time F1 runner-up, 6-time Le Mans 24-hour champion as well. Wonderful to see Jackie Ickx here. Presented to Brad Binder. KTM on a roll at the moment as well. Jorge Martin, though, gets his first sprint race win in MotoGP and his first win of the season. And he will get the coveted gold medal to take home as well. Absolutely fantastic. Gives it a kiss. Holds it up. Thumbs up. Prima Pramac delighted with what they've got. And now, a little bit earlier than expected, let the celebrations begin. On the grid, just before a live Moto E race, by the way, that's coming up at 3 o'clock. Let the celebrations and parties begin here at Le Mans. Right, let's confirm the results to you as well, how it all stands. It's Jorge Martin the fastest with Binder second, Bagnaia third, Marini fourth, Marquez fifth, Zarco is sixth, seventh for Bezzecchi, eighth Aleix Espargaro, ninth on the board. Also comes Maverick Vinales, 10th Nakagami, 11th for Rins, Digitonio is 12th, Morbidelli 13th, Mia 14th. Alex Marquez is in 15th place as well, 16th for Daniel Petrucci, 17th for Lorenzo Savadori. Out of this race was Fabio Quartararo, Jonas Folger, Augusto Fernandez and Jack Miller. Right, let's take a look then at the championship if the mouse wants to work. Live World Championship standings sees this. Pecco Bagnaia on top with Brad Binder second, Marco Bezzecchi is third, Jorge Martin is fourth, so the gap at the moment for Bagnaia is 23 points. Bezzecchi's 26 back, he can't take the championship lead going into tomorrow. So Binder's got an opportunity. If Bagnaia crashes and Binder wins, it could be a championship changeover. Exactly what we need coming up as well. So we've got Moto E coming up shortly as well. All the action is going to be gearing up towards that. You can join us in 25 minutes for the action, 3 p.m. as well, British Summer Time. If you're watching in the UK and have Sky, Virgin or BT Sport, it will be on BT Sport 7. You can access that via your red buttons here in the UK. If you're watching around the world, then the MotoGP video pass as well. But do tune in if you can't hear to our commentary of it as well. So, quick thing, do you think that KTM had the fastest bike? I think it's a tie at the moment between KTM and Ducati. I really do. KTM seems mega fast this weekend. Surprised Ducati took it, and it wasn't Bagnaia, it was Jorge Martin in this sprint race. We'll be back then for Moto E. That's underway in 20 minutes' time. Then we'll be back at 4:15 for IndyCar and their warm session. 8:30 will be the Grand Prix of Indianapolis. Tomorrow morning, you can join us at 8:45 for the MotoGP warm-up, 10 a.m. for Moto 3, 11 a.m. for Moto 2, and 12:30 for all the action for MotoGP's main race as well. Thanks for your company. We'll see you here shortly for Moto E. And if you're not staying for that, we'll see you tomorrow for MotoGP, the 1000th Grand Prix. Bye-bye. Making history since 1949, it's time for the 1000th MotoGP Grand Prix. Here's your starting grid. It's Pecco Bagnaia on pole position. Alongside him is Marc Marquez and Luca Marini third. Jack Miller's in fourth. Then it's Jorge Martin fifth. Maverick Vinales sixth. Marco Bezzecchi, Alex Marquez, Johan Zarco. Then it's Brad Binder, Aleix Espargaro and Augusto Fernandez. Then Fabio Quartararo going from 13th on the grid. Takaki Nakagami and Fabio Di Giannantonio. Johan Mir, Franco Morbidelli, Alex Rins, Daniel Petrucci, Lorenzo Salvador, and then alongside will be Jonas Folger as well, who's been declared fit after a crash yesterday in the sprint race. The warm-up lap is underway for race number 1000. It's been here since the Isle of Man TT in 1949 all the way to here. Who will make history? Well, someone has been standing alongside me in the commentary box for 153 Grand Prix of MotoGP, but she doesn't know it's been that long, is Megan Birch. Megan, Bagnaia leads the championship by 23 points now to yesterday's sprint. To Binder on 71, Bezecchi's on 68, Martin's on 60, Marini's on 54. They all start inside the top 10. Are you looking forward to race 1000?
I certainly hope there'll be a lot of crashing.
That was Moto 2. Red flag came out there.
Could still happen.
That is true, yeah.
I'm currently looking at a cyclone. I am fascinated by tropical storms and hurricanes.
Okay, well, let's have a look. Adam says, hi friends, enjoy the MotoGP race, have a blessed day. You too, my friend. Hello to SHT. It's race time. What's your predictions of the podium in this race? I still think it's going to be Miller winning, Bagnaia second, Marquez third. Mohammed says, I'm ready for the 1000 GP. Someone who is ready is someone who's down in the pit lane for us today, is Omi. Hello, Omi. First MotoGP as you're watching live to the sprint yesterday. You looking forward to the race 1000? You've picked your moments to watch them live.
Yeah, I am. Also, please do not curse Miller today, because I think we'll all be mad, and
I think
please don't curse him. Just don't curse him.
I won't curse.
Number one, let's just get that out of the way. Let's just get that out of the way. But yeah, looking forward to this race. I'm hoping for an interesting one. Let's have a good race 1000.
Absolutely. Look at that. 278,805. The biggest MotoGP attendance ever on the historic weekend of GP 1000. The bikes are out of Recruitamon and are lined up on the grid then. So, 27 laps, double the distance we had in the sprint yesterday. Bagnaia versus Marquez. Binder, can he come from 10th again? Can Miller get through from 4th on the grid? What will happen with Johan Zarco? He starts 9th on the grid. The other French hero, Fabio Quartararo, starts 13th. We've done this 999 times. It's time for Grand Prix 1000 with the red flag rescinded. Here we go for the 1000th time. We're under starters' orders. Lights out from Grand Prix 1000. Great start from Marc Marquez. Bagnaia comes across turn 1. Marc Marquez leads, but here comes for the second row. That's an Aprilia as Jack Miller trying to come through as well on the inside. And now Miller on the KTM taking the lead. He's done it. Marc cuts him off. Marc leads. Marc leads. He's done it. Gets the best getaway. Bagnaia drops from 1st to 5th, Megan, by the time we hit Recruitamon. But it is Marc leading with Miller second and a few going wide there. That's Brad Binder. Binder's had a horrible start. He's dropped down to 18th.
Quartararo certainly had a horrible start. He went right down the order. He's slowly making his way back up the field, though I honestly don't think he's going to last, to be honest.
No jump starts as we enter Garage Vieux for the first time. That was brilliant from Miller, just cut across the front of the track. Bagnaia, though, had a horrible start. He too cut a front across of Marc Marquez. It didn't work out for him as he tried to have the attempt. Down now into the Ox Boots corner as well for the first time. And there's the Aprilia from the back of Maverick Vinales having a bit of a go. Alex Marquez as well trying to get the order. Clean start though. Marc Marquez leads the way and he's returned to MotoGP racing after 3 races out.
Right, so yeah, the Aprilia really haven't had a great day, have they?
No.
They're just, I mean, Vinales may be in 7th, though, honestly, in terms of this, 7th is like...
It's right back at the turn 2,
all
yeah.
right down there. You're a corner behind.
Yeah, you are. Marquez leads the opening lap by 3/10 to Miller. Marini 3rd, Bagnaia 4th. Martin 5th, Bezecchi 6th, Vinales 7th, Alex Marquez 8th, Augusto Fernandez 9th, Johan Zarco rounds out the top 10 then as they scream in towards the Dunlop chicane at turns 2 and 3 through the forward part under the bridge. Maverick Vinales getting the move done on Alex Marquez after a little bit of an attack from him, and now Marquez is going to be on for full attack. Is he back to full health? It's a question we seem to be asking all the time as Nakagami gets up, as well as Marini passing Bagnaia and Miller taking the lead of the race, but going too deep. Marquez getting the cut back, side by side. Repsol KTM as well on that Honda, and now battling together. Not going to work out. Miller's got the inside line. Listen to the crowd, and he leads. And going straight on. That's one of the Prima Primax. Is that Jorge Martin, the sprint winner from yesterday? It is.
So.
But what a move! And now look, here comes Bagnaia ahead of Marini. They're all attacking Marquez. He's holding them up.
Good day for the Marquez brothers, I guess, because Alex just went into, what is it, 6th?
Really, it's too hot in this box. It's making me like I can't breathe to get the energy in. As well as making me lightheaded.
Breathe.
Yeah, as they come through, I'm just unbuckling my shirt cuffs. That might do something as well to get some oxygen up the arm. Right, Marquez then leads this race from Miller in second as we enter Recudemont. This is where Marquez dropped it a couple of years ago. Do you remember in mixed conditions when it was a dry race? Then it turned wet. Yeah, and he dropped it as well. Look at that, all setting sector times. Marquez, Miller, Bagnaia, but Vinales was the fastest lap of the race on a 1:32.430. Here comes Jack Attack again on the inside of the chicane, and Miller takes the lead. Marquez can do nothing about that.
Don't look at this one.
Yeah, Jack Miller takes the lead of the race. No, that's behind on this screen, look. Yeah, this is the screen we need to look at. So Miller leads, Marquez second, Bagnaia third at the moment on the timings. As that's very delayed on that screen, isn't it? As they try to cut through. But good start, Megan, and good attack here. Miller leads again. Now can Marquez hold off the attack from Bagnaia and Marini? It's pack racing. We didn't expect this.
Honestly, I thought they would be a lot more separated in the field right now, though clearly they are scared of this track and want to stick together.
Oh, and that is Johan Mir who has crashed.
No.
Johan Mir has crashed down at Garage Vieux. That's on the Calex machine.
I wonder if we get to see it in the back.
Yeah, I can't see it just yet. Bezecchi's past Alex Marquez. There we go. Mir going down the order as well and tumbling down.
This is running on that one.
Yeah, so that's in sync. So we need to look at this one then.
Yeah.
As well with Miller, Marquez, Bagnaia, Marini, Vinales, Bezecchi at the moment on the top. Another crash for Mir today. Yep, crashed this morning in the warm-up session as well. So Mir's...
Good day.
That Calex bike suits Marc Marquez. It does not suit Mir. So Mir's having problems because he's actually going well on the old chassis.
I want to see his crash.
Yeah, I do actually. I wonder if it'll come out. And we've gone back to green.
Isn't it annoying when they don't show the crash?
Mir's continued. That's why. Mir's got back up and he's back into 21st position. So Mir's just dropped back to 21st. We're riding with Marc Marquez. He's on the Repsol Honda, but it's the Calex bike he's on. So it's a different machinery to what he was used to as he comes forward. Miller coming through as well as it comes through. Just leave that door open for a bit. We need to get some oxygen in here. As Marquez again. Omi, what have you made at the start of this race?
Yeah, very close together.
Sorry.
Oh, they've got contact.
Yeah, that's the back. It's Maverick Vinales making contact with the back of Luca Marini, and the Aprilia almost losing out. 9 times out of 10, you touch front wheel to rear wheel, you go down. So Vinales got extremely lucky there. Extremely lucky. Marquez now on the back. Back to you, Omi.
Yeah, very close together, so easy to just hit each other. So they're all surviving at the front pack at least, but yeah, Miller leads, Marquez second. An interesting scrap between these drivers it's going to be, but yeah, a bit more calm than I expected. I thought there was going to be a bit more crashing, but here we go. At least we're getting more action rather than crashing.
That is true. We will have more of it throughout this race as well as they cut through. Marquez again trying to have an attack on the back of Miller. It's not paying off at the moment as we come into Recudemont. Maverick Vinales now on the back of Luca Marini. The entire field, as Megan said, it's very unusual right now. They are extremely close together. We don't usually see this in MotoGP, but we're Race 1000. Looks like we're going to have an absolute classic. Lap 5 of 27, 23 laps to go. Top speed then as they come across the line, 200 miles an hour for Luca Marini on that Ducati. There's a winglet that's been flown off from somewhere as we see the Aprilia Vinales going around the outside of Marini. Gets the cutback on the inside as we come down to La Chapelle, past the Dunlop Bridge. Did he make the move? He did. Vinales has passed Marini up into 4th position. He goes. So good job there from Maverick Vinales as our timing screens are just nearly updating to time as it's Miller, Marquez, Bagnaia, Vinales, Marini, Bezecchi as well as Bagnaia having the look on the inside of Marc Marquez. Not making the move. Got a medical update for you on Manuel Gonzalez. He's decided to go to the medical centre as well. But we have another update for you as well. So Gonzalez decided to go to the medical centre for a checkup, but we've got another update that came through on Aaron Canat. He has been declared fit. So if you're with us last time out, he has been declared fit, which is great news. Back we go then on lap 5 of 27. And look how close Vinales is. Vinales might be on for a race win here. Hasn't won a race since the 2021 Qatar Grand Prix. He's looking at the inside now to the chicane at S Blues, and he gets ahead of Pecco Bagnaia.
Down, someone's down.
It's Vinales and Bagnaia who made contact in the gravel. The World Championship leader is out of the race. He's out of the race. The World Championship leader has crashed out. He's been made contact. Vinales is furious. They've made contact.
He hit his head kind of. There's a fight, basically.
There is now a fight going on, and Vinales hitting the side. Bagnaia's punching. There's a fight. There is a fight. There's a full-on fight. Bagnaia and Vinales in a heated row. They've crashed out. And Bezzecchi inside of Marini.
Someone else.
It's Marquez. Marquez has crashed delirious.
Alex.
Oh, contact. Red flag. Race is stopped for sure.
Whoa.
We've got riders in the middle of the track. Where's the red flag? Vinales is out of the race too. They're all going down.
Alex almost got decapitated.
Alex Marquez and Luca Marini are out of the race. Riders everywhere. And where's the red flags? Unbelievable couple of corners in MotoGP.
Oh my. I come into the commentary box after getting a drink for 1 moment.
Miller leads for Marquez. Bezzecchi now third. Out of the race. And Bezzecchi's crashed out too. So it's all going off now. Bezzecchi's out. Bezzecchi's out. Is that right? Surely, no, he's third. I can see him.
He's right there. I think it's a glitch. It means Marini.
It's Marini. Marini has crashed out. Fazaka's past Fernandez. What a crazy. So, where's the red flag? We've got riders still on the track.
I'm concerned for Bagnaia because
the bike hit him.
He hit his head on the bike wheel.
Look, that's Bagnaia's fault. Bagnaia turned in onto Vinales. And Bagnaia got as you say, making a big whack to the head. Watch. So Vinales goes to the inside of Les Blues. Great move on Bagnaia. That's clean. But then Bagnaia tries to go around the outside and just turns it on Vinales. That is completely Bagnaia's fault. And then we had another scary accident at the top of the hill.
Which was, honestly, I think, scarier.
Yeah, that was between Marini and Marquez. They high-sided each other, coming at a blind part of the track. Lucky no one hit them.
Alex almost got hit.
Yellow flags have been rescinded. The amazing marshals have cleaned up the track. But now it's Miller, Marquez and Bezzecchi. KTM, Honda, Ducati, 1, 2, 3, and running together.
Alex looked terrified because a bike almost hit his head.
Well, he was scrambling away.
He was just like, please don't hit me, please don't hit me, please don't hit me. And he was just like, he even said, it's like, are you okay?
That was unbelievable. And then there was a fight break. Well, Race 1000 is really having the classics, isn't it? A fight breaking out between riders. Near-death experiences for Alex Marquez. Luckily, everyone's okay. I was sure with a bike in the middle of the track, someone would hit it. I thought they'd had to throw the red flag.
Yeah.
They've managed to avoid it. And now look at this. With Bagnaia not finishing, again, another crash this season. That's his fault. Bezzecchi, where he is at the moment in third, moves up into 10. Marquez and Marini to be reviewed after the race. So now,
they're the ones who almost done.
The 1000th Grand Prix has turned the championship on its head. Let's take a look at Alex Marquez. So that's Bezzecchi passing Marini. And
there they are.
What? That's Marini passing Bezzecchi. Marini got no drive at the chicane. He just completely stopped. Yeah, look. He fell. He fell.
So he started to fall.
Marini dropped it, and Mark's going to catch his arm as he comes up.
When he was trying to recover. I think that's why he said, are you okay? Because if you look, Marini was landed on the thing, and then Alex almost got run over and decapitated because his head was out.
When you said Marquez, I thought it was Marc Marquez.
No.
Because he was in a battle with Jack Miller.
Well, I didn't know which Marquez it was because all I saw was Marquez and dropping the thing. And I was just like, okay, which Marquez?
They've come back together. Hang on. They've come back together, and Vinales and Bagnaia are now friends. They at the moment, as you just heard Neil Hodgson say, they were fighting. They've come back on the same scooter, and they just handshook.
These marshals must be the best therapists.
I want these French marshals as my therapist. Look at that from Bezzecchi. He's dive-bombed Marquez, and he sent them both off the track. Through goes Martin into second place. What is going on?
I think we've had enough of VR46s and Marquez's for now.
What is going on in this French Grand Prix? We're 8 laps in, and it's being turned up into everything. So look at this. Bezzecchi, Megan, comes in way too late, and Marquez, it's into investigation by the stewards.
They almost dropped it too.
Oh, and they're not happy. Omi, what are you making of this?
Well, absolute chaos. It started off, well, they're all closed, but it started off calm. Now we're getting chaos everywhere. And, well, maybe the chaos is coming because I'm here. Because Moto2 also had chaos as well. And now this is having chaos, so, yeah, well, we kind of needed to calm down a bit. But come on, guys, just race. Let's not keep crashing.
I'll tell you what, Omi, you are in every race as Bezzecchi passes the inside and gets ahead of Jack Martin. And now Jack Miller's under pressure. This race is changing. Bezzecchi has been told to drop one position. He's just passed Martin. So Bezzecchi's got to get that place back. But Marquez is right there as well. So he might end up losing 2 places due to irresponsible riding. So he's got to drop it. He's got to be told. Let's take a look at the chat quickly. And let's take a look. Nakagami down to 16th. He lost a number of places. Bagnaia Vinales. SHT said Bagnaia would crash early before the race started. You did. As well, ANA says 93. Digitally in 8th. Adam, I don't think Pecco will win the championship this year. And what drama says Monu as well. Absolutely. This race is definitely living up to a 1,000 celebration. We've got Jack Miller leading on the KTM. Marco Bezzecchi has got a penalty to give, which is going to give Miller a little bit of a breathing room. Here comes Martin round the outside. So he's dropped the position. Martin now goes into the 2nd position. Bezzecchi down to 3rd. But here comes Marquez on the back of him.
Uh-oh, revenge.
Into Rakudamon, the last 2 corners on the track. 18 laps to go. We're only 9 in. Now that 10. Wow. This is unbelievable racing. Unbelievable. So we've in the space of 1 lap we lost Marini, Marquez, Bagnaia, and Vinales.
Yep.
The championship leader scores no points. And now Bezzecchi nearly getting taken out by Martin, having a bit of a moment at the chicane in the top before the Dunlop Hill. Miller's only got 2 tenths. Mark's still in this, you know. Mark might get through as Martin makes another error at La Chapelle and opens the door to Marco Bezzecchi to take 2nd position. And Marquez down in Museum takes 3rd away from Martin. So now the championship moves to within 6 points by Nair and Bezzecchi. Once again, Bindua as Miller up in now with 20 into the points. Up. So Miller now within 20, Binder within 16.
Where's Miller?
This is Miller's leading the race. That's why you can't find him, Megan. Yeah, Miller's in the lead. He had a deep start. I'm not saying anything because he's my pick a winner, so I'm not saying anything. 10th between him and Bezzecchi into the Ox Blues corner as well. Something I saw earlier on as well about where is it? Fabio, not a lot of progress. Absolutely. And the bank says our favourite commentator at the game. Great job. Oh, thank you very much. That means a lot.
Is Quartararo back where he started?
I think Quartararo started this race in 13th. He's made up to 10th. That's it.
He's made 3 positions.
It's Morbidelli who's flipped around. Morbidelli started 10th. It's swapped over.
They're just do you know what? Just flip you both.
Look at Bezzecchi. Bezzecchi's going for the lead in turn 1. And Marco Bezzecchi leads. Miller's trying to get the comeback. Not working into the chicane. And Marco Bezzecchi leads. Marquez going on Jack Miller. That's going to be super tight. Into the chicane. They don't make contact. And Miller stays ahead. And now look at Jorge Martin. Martin closing in on this little battle.
Close.
4 separated by 4 tenths. And now joining is Zarco. And surprisingly, Augusto Fernandez.
He's having a great day.
Augusto Fernandez on the gas is up into 6th position. His best result of the season so far. And could be on contention for a podium.
Ducatis are having a great day.
When don't Ducatis have a great day? Well, apart from Bagnaia, but
at a Yamaha circuit.
Yes. Yeah, well, that's it's surprising, isn't it? I'm losing breath here. And Marquez is on the attack. Miller's had to sit out. He lifted the rear tyre into S Blues, and Marquez takes 2nd. And Miller's now losing positions. Mark makes a small error. And Miller's coming back on the inside at S Blues. It doesn't work.
Don't fall, don't fall, don't fall, don't fall.
I think everyone's saying don't fall. What a Grand Prix of France this is turning into. Miller trying now to get the cutback. He's towing, doing the doctor's dangle, coming into Vermeulen as well. Marc Marquez up to second position, can now set off after Marco Bezzecchi. The gap now 7/10 between the leader and Marc Marquez as they come down again. Let's do a race restock, shall we? Because it's going to change again. Out of the race, Vinales, Bagnaia, Marquez. That's Alex, and then Marini. 17th for Folger. Mia is 16th. 15th Salvador. 14th Petrucci. 13th is Morbidelli. 12th Nakagami. 11th is Rins. 10th Quartararo. 9th Di Antonio. 8th is Binder. 7th Aleix Espargaro. And then in the lead battle, Augusto Fernandez is 6th. Johan Zarco is 5th. Jorge Martin 4th. Jack Miller 3rd. Marc Marquez 2nd. And Marco Bezzecchi leading a race. Can he get his second ever career win after he won in Argentina earlier on this year? This is insanity. If you're not a fan of MotoGP, you might be now. Omi, let's check in with you. What are you making of it?
Yeah, so, well, I'm definitely loving it. I'm definitely loving it for my first race. So, yeah, I'll definitely be joining the voice call more for this. So, yeah, great action. Now we're getting less crashing and hopefully more racing. So we're gonna have a battle hopefully out in front as well. It's 9/10 though, so looking forward to see what happens with that. But yeah, we've had a lot of dramatic twists in the championship today, haven't we?
Yeah, Pedro Costa falling in Moto 2 and a 25-point lead going to Tony Alberino as well in the race just before this. And the French Grand Prix has been absolutely chaotic as well. Just a quick update for you. Bagnaia at the moment will be on 94 points. Bezzecchi will be on 93. So at the moment, Bezzecchi has the advantage in the championship. Oh, Martin on the inside of Miller for 3rd position. Lovely little move on the inside line to get through as well. And the MotoGP admin just put a tweet out of a cat frantically typing on her laptop as well, because I think we can all agree that's how we all feel right now in this race. You cannot keep an eye out on what's going on. Quartararo and Rins past Di Antonio. Yep, spot that. So they're up into 9th and 10th position. Di Antonio down to 11th place as well. Surprised here at the moment. Fernandez 6th and Di Antonio is 8th. Yeah, but that's swapped over. But the big surprise, Augusto Fernandez in there too. And now Aleix Espargaro's joined the little battle here, Megan. So a 7-way. This is turning into Moto 3 with 15 to go.
It is, and I told you it'd be as exciting as Moto 2.
And do you know what I'm just looking at here? Let's just take a look at the battles quickly for a second, because if you take a look, as Fernandez comes under attack from Aleix Espargaro, look at the tyres. Soft front, soft rear for everybody. Bar Marquez has got hard front, Aleix Espargaro, Brad Binder, Lorenzo Salvador, they've all got hard front tyres. Medium front tyres for Rins. Oh, Mia's out! Hang on a minute, is he going down again this time? Hang on, turn 6 involving Zarco, Alex Marquez, Binder and Aleix Espargaro. That's when they all went wide at Vermeulen. No, that's down at La Chapelle on the first lap. Mia's crashed out. Mia is out of the race, so he's okay, but this time Mia has actually crashed as well. But yeah, so Mia is down, and there's a yellow flag in the 3rd sector. Yep, so Mia has crashed out there on the circuit, so that's another one. So down to 16 then. So Mia, who went off earlier on, is crashed this time again, and this time he's actually down, Megs.
You okay?
Turn 8.
I think his airbag actually went off.
That's at Garage Vier, so either it's front wheels dropped or it's a high side.
I think his airbag's actually deployed, for once.
Well, we saw Vinales and Bagnaia, their airbag deployed. That's why they were puffed up.
And yet when Nakagami literally slammed to the floor, he had nothing.
No, and in what do you call it, 3 crashes today for Says SSG. Yeah, Mia's had a horrible weekend, actually, as well. Also, Megs, in the Moto 2 in the red flag, we had a huge accident and the airbag didn't go off for Aaron Canet, but he's now been declared fit.
Seriously, what is the point of these airbags if they don't even deploy when they're needed?
Gas are happy with that as well, as they come through
Yellow,
into the braking zone.
back in.
Yep, yellow's been retrieved. Thank you, Megan. More of a director than me at the moment on this one as well. So 14 laps to go. We are halfway there in the MotoGP Grand Prix. Halfway there.
Let's see.
There you go.
No.
It's guess the song lyric. You can still play that. So out of the last corner.
Can't sing it, can you?
No, I say we're halfway there, and then you can just say.
Song lyric?
Yeah. So we're halfway there in the race.
Song lyric.
Living on a prayer.
Living on a prayer.
Jesus, man.
I don't know what you want. haven't played Guess the Song Lyric in ages.
We haven't done it for a long time, actually, with Guess the Song Lyric, I suppose that's right.
Don't know why you stopped that.
Like a bat out of hell is going Marco Bezzecchi, and he took the words out of my mouth. Look at Augusto Fernandez under attack. That is Augusto Fernandez trying to go right round the outside of Johan Zarco. Fernandez is pushing like crazy. Jack Miller, however, Megan, has dropped back into 6th position. That's disappointing as well. Brinder's in 8th, so they're not getting a cutback. Bezzecchi's 1.6 seconds back, and this is why. Great move for that's Zarco, and he forced out Miller. Go on.
I wonder if Fernandez can keep up this pace and get more confidence. Could he win?
Not this race. Another race, yes.
But he could.
He could win a race, yeah.
If the upper lot take themselves out.
It's not unusual, is it?
Yeah, exactly. Then he does have to pass.
Rins is down. Rins is down to 13th. He's dropped 3 places as he crashed.
Probably out.
I think Rins is not moving. Rins has crashed out. So the winner in Kota has crashed. Rins has crashed. Ryder okay. You can see it on your timing screens as well at the bottom of the picture.
3 and 4.
There it is.
Going to try and rejoin the race, it looks like.
It's died, I think. Can he restart it? He's trying to drop the clutch to get it restarted. This is down this is S Blues, so front drops into the gravel.
It looked like he was sliding down a slide.
It's downhill section of the track. Bezzecchi with the fastest lap of the race on a 131.855 at the moment as well.
I'd love to crash like that there.
It is. We've seen that a lot this weekend. Quartararo did it yesterday in the sprint.
I wonder if any of the riders just sometimes go down to that section and just take a big run up and then just fall on their back and just slide down. It's
Not
like,
deliberately, but probably with a buggy board or something like that. I know they had scooters, I think, and they did a free fall thing with bikes the other day where they didn't accelerate on pedals or anything. They just
must be fun.
Let gravity take it as well.
Like gravity. Thank you, Sir Isaac Newton.
I tell you what, I love that as well. Going downhill on a bike as well. It's one of the best feelings in the world because you don't.
But then you get to near the bottom and just like, do I brake or do I accelerate?
Well, actually, what I do is you know near Morrison's.
I just wait until it runs out.
You know that big field near Morrison's and the dramatic uphill bit. You can go down there, and because it's got a bit of gravel, it gives you some traction that you can just take the corner at full speed, so you don't have to be in the ditch. But still, that's on a push bike, by the way.
I just usually let it run out its acceleration.
That's what I do, but honestly, you go so fast, it's great. Right, there is Alex Marquez's bike recovered from the track and is back in. Let's take a look at how he retired from the race. So he has crashes with me, but look at that. Fernandez nearly hits him. Zarco nearly hits him.
3 of them.
Yeah, and that is just, it's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Nothing Alex could do there either. Complete passenger. And, that's his dad in a Repsol Honda garage complaining about his son on the Ducati crashing out the race. Yeah.
Pick a son.
Well, there is Pecco Bagnaia, 94 points. Marco Bezzecchi, with winning this race here, will take it to 93 points. So, close to the championship. Yes, going into Italy next month.
I think the Marquezes should be on the same team.
They tried that a couple of years ago, do you remember, when they were on the Repsols? No. It lasted a race because Mark was out with injury. But Mark and Alex were in the same team for once on the Repsol Hondas. It didn't work.
Why?
It just didn't work.
It's like, I'm the older brother, I get to go first. No, you don't.
It was exactly that. I'm surprised you don't remember it. You're right. Bagnaia got a massive whack to the head by the bike
on a
arms.
Spinning wheel.
Let's take a look at it, yeah. So one more with Bagnaia. There goes Vinales through. Good move. Bagnaia's going to get the cutback. Oh, he gets whacked on the side with the thing, doesn't he? And then, Bagnaia started the fight. Vinales went to check he was okay, and then they started the fight.
He was just like, no, get off me. Just like, and then Vinales was just like, you're the one who started
this. He's watching it. And now they've cut to him in the TV pane.
He's just like, oh.
Did you see him shake his head? Bagnaia shook his head. He didn't look so soon happy. He's got to go to the stewards after the race.
Not surprised. He literally started pushing him.
Marini has been taken to the medical centre for checkup. That's standard, as I presume Alex will be there too. Now look at this. Miller 7th, Binder 8th with 10 laps to go here at Le Mans. Beautiful conditions. Track temperature 42 degrees, air temperature 21. It's beautiful in here.
That track temperature was the temperature here last year.
21? 42.
No, 42.
Yeah, well, it feels 42 in this commentary box. Now they've got the soundproofing in here.
No, do you remember what 42 degrees feels like?
Yes, we couldn't breathe in the commentary box. We had to have the door open and ice packs as well on the chairs.
Those ice sellers we had were really nice.
They broke the freezer though. And the hottest day of the year, the hottest month of the year, we had no freezer because they broke it. It broke the fan. Do you remember?
That's because you and Mum accidentally got the stick cords.
Yes.
Our new one's actually better anyway. It's the same brand. It's just it's colder.
I'm just looking forward to when it's nice and hot and it's cold. But I need to not wear thick jeans in the commentary box and a thick
miss
shirt.
your shorts, don't you?
Yeah, I should have put shorts on for this weekend.
I just don't change my outfits. Most people have a winter wardrobe and a summer wardrobe. I just have a wardrobe.
I'm surprised you don't bake alive during the summer.
I really don't. It took me ages to actually get warm during that heat wave.
Yeah, okay, 10 to go, about to start 9 to go. Omi, let's check in with you. How do you find the MotoGP Grand Prix? It's quieting down a bit now, but it will rise up like in the Moto2 and Moto3.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to get anything else dramatic. I'm surprised we haven't seen any crashes for a while, because I was expecting more, but it's fine now. It's calmed down a tiny bit, but I think we want some more action, so hopefully we get something else. But yeah, we are getting some action here, as we can currently see, but I want more action. I just want more, so hopefully we get a bit more. And yeah, but still surprised no one's actually crashed after that.
You say that, and then someone will go down. It's the way it always happens. Megan does the same thing. Now, we're seeing a battle between Binder in 8th position and Miller in 7th as they come into Garage Vier at turn 8. And that is Marquez under attack from Jorge Martin. The gap between Marquez and Bezzecchi is 2.4 seconds, Megan. So it is closing down an awful lot. In fact, sorry, it's increasing an awful lot. Not
it's not enough for us.
Oh, mapping 3. Mapping 3 for Marquez.
What a master drop.
That's go for it, isn't it? Mapping 3.
Yeah.
So Mark's been told go. 9 to go. You've saved your tyres. Marquez might actually win this, and do you want to know why? Hard front tyre. That's going to keep him in this race.
Bezzecchi's only got soft and he's been wearing them down
a lot. So look, the gap already decreasing across the line. So Martin's going to get past. No, look at that, in the braking zone. Look how much earlier Martin has to lift to save the tyres. Mark can just take a normal braking line. So that's why he's keeping ahead.
He's just like, do you know what, I'm comfortable here. I think Bezzecchi's going to drop it anyway.
And this is why Marquez lost all that time. He went off at Rakudama. So he went off at Garage Vier and almost chopped the front of Jorge Martin.
He kept his position, nearly lost a lot though, since he almost slammed into him, and I think the Marquez have had enough of that today.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, aren't you, as well? They've had enough of hitting the deck. 2.4 seconds now. Marquez has got to catch up to Bezzecchi. Hard front tyre though. Tyre temperature's up there. Binder has been given a long lap penalty. Brad Binder on the KTM, a long lap penalty. And we'll get the reason why in a second. They started telling us why he's got the penalties now after the riders asked for it. Shortcut at turn 9 is the reason. So a penalty for Brad Binder will drop him behind Quartararo at least.
Do you know both the Red Bull KTMs have the same amount of letters in their name?
Brad Binder, Jack Miller. Yeah, all right. 4 and 5, isn't it?
4 and 6.
4 and 6, 4 and 6. There's confirmation from the race direction. Long lap penalty for Brad Binder. As we're with 7 to go. Bezzecchi on course for his second win of the year. Kind of wanted to win as well, not even Mark, because the title fight goes down so much. Just 1 point as it stands. Binder's going to lose out to Martin in points here, and this is why, Megan, he got the inside of Jack Miller to make a move and then cut the track. Oh, no, come on. He lost a position. Why is that a penalty? Binder,
he didn't gain anything from it.
No, he lost it. That should not be a penalty. That's ridiculous. Neil Hodson.
And it looked like you'd have to say that he did, but he obviously didn't, because as you go over the line, they'll know with the splits. Yeah,
they calculate it.
Well, that shouldn't have been a penalty in my eyes, and I don't think they agree with it either.
How is he taking a shortcut if he goes on there longer?
And lost a position.
Yeah.
Now, the rules... Well, for those of you who've been watching, I remember what happened last time out. Freddie Spencer is hated by everybody, who's the chief steward.
That's a good reason.
For the first time, met Binder's long lap complete, and he's now going to be passed by Fabio Di Gianantonio as well. No, it doesn't do it.
Great.
So basically, Freddie Spencer, for the first time this weekend, met with the riders as Jorge Martin on the inside for second position on Marc Marquez. Marc going to get the cut back, coming through the S Blues corner as well, and Marc retakes it. Hard tyre is the better compound. That's all I'm saying. But they can't waste time racing each other. They've got to get off out to Bezzecchi. 3 seconds now the gap with 6 to go.
Continue.
What?
What are you saying?
So Freddie Spencer met with the Freddie Spencer for the first time met with the riders across all categories, and with the FIM stewards as well. And the riders argued amongst themselves. They argued with Freddie Spencer and the stewards. They argued with the FIM. The FIM argued with Freddie Spencer. Freddie Spencer argued with the FIM and the riders. Everybody argued with each other, and no compromise for the new rules was actually done. So basically, it's status quo with these ridiculous penalties we've got. Like last time out in the Spanish Grand Prix, Quartararo getting a long lap penalty for cutting the green when trying to rejoin safely. No, yeah, maybe you saw the race, but yeah.
I saw that bit.
Yeah, so it's that basically what's going on right now.
I saw bits and bobs.
Yeah. So it's status quo really. 3.2 seconds. Do you know, I would rather take Bezzecchi getting this race win, because the championship will go down massively to just 1 point.
Yeah.
Jorge Martin at Garage Veer on the inside of Marc Marquez, goes too deep. Marc with the cutback. Marc is back, and he likes this new Calex bike.
And Martin is just contemplating why he raced today.
He's on the inside, coming to Oxboots, corner the Chemin Oxboots at turn 9 and 10. Marc's still ahead of him though. Bezzecchi leading the way on the Mooney VR46 team. Martin comes back to the inside line. Marquez goes late at the S Blues, turn 11. Cut back for the left-hander at 12. Second gear, 95 kilometres an hour. Back up into Racudemont. The last 2 corners. Martin thinking about a move. Not going to work out there, I'm afraid. So backs out of it. 5 laps to go in the French Grand Prix. Gap is 3.1 seconds to Bezzecchi and Marquez. But Martin is going for it on the inside of turn 1, but Marquez brakes later. You start braking an awful lot in towards that chicane as well to get a sudden stop, because you're turning and braking at the same time. And that's what's happening there on the circuit. Just again, more drama, a little bit more action as they drop down into La Chapelle. Hard front tyres, soft rear tyres for Marquez, soft for Martin, front and rear. Same as Bezzecchi. I'm surprised the tyres haven't given up, Megan. They were giving up yesterday in the sprint race, but they've managed them incredibly well for 27 laps. Another distance.
Yeah, I don't know how they've managed that.
It's surprising me massively. Genuinely thought there would be a bigger gap. Into Garage Vier. Marc Marquez ahead by Jorge Martin. Just about. Gets a nice square off there as we ride now with Marc. 3rd gear. 4th gear. Up into 5th as we come into turn 9. Brakes down. From all the way down to 18 miles an hour, yep, 80 miles an hour. Flying through once again. This race getting very exciting and extremely dramatic. Exactly what we need in this series as they come through. My Siri keeps going off and it's getting a bit ridiculous now as they come through. 4 to go. So, Megan, would you take this race? It's been fantastic. Let's look at it. This race has been absolutely fantastic. But Bezzecchi now winning will put him on a points difference to Bagnaia. And really, who better than Marco Bezzecchi, who's a protege to Valentino Rossi on that VR46 bike, to win? Luca Marini, yeah, would have been a better option with his brother, but still, Marco Bezzecchi is a protege.
This is just perfect for the thing.
Born in Rimini, remember, the 72, the same place as Valentino Rossi. It's a local team, the VR46, both riders from Rimini. Of course, Luca Marini's his brother, Valentino's brother.
Now,
Marco
he races with them.
Yeah. So, well, it's only fitting, really, that at the 1000th Grand Prix we hear the Italian national anthem. It's been an Italian-dominated sport, and then came as well the Spaniards coming in as well. The Brits dominated for a short time with the late, great Barry Sheene. Of course, John Surtees back in the 50s and 60s before he changed over to Formula 1. John Surtees, by the way, the only man in history to be a world champion on both 2 and 4 wheels. Valentino Rossi attempted it. He wanted to do it, but never got a seat in F1 to do it. Rumours he was going to be at Ferrari as well in 04, alongside Schumacher, replacing Barrichello. Didn't surface. 3 to go. Bezzecchi may be out front, but the battle is on for second and third. Cross the line. Marquez versus Martin. On Marquez's return to racing, and he's gone for it. Martin to the inside line towards turn number 1. Marquez going to try and lay brake. Gets the cutback, not going to work. Martin takes it. Marquez goes hell leather and takes it back at the chicane, and Martin backed up massively. He knows the rider Marc Marquez is. It's do or die.
Thing is, I think...
Yellow! Miller!
No!
Miller's down! Miller has crashed out, and that's not my fault.
None of us mentioned his name.
And it's at the Ford chicane. My picker winner's
Bad
gone.
day for him.
Marquez back ahead. Look at Zarco. He's coming in now. So Jack Miller crashes out of both the sprint and the Grand Prix. And that is just beyond bad luck, isn't it, Megan, for Miller? 2 crashes in a weekend.
It is really bad luck, and...
My picker winner's gone. Yeah. I'll tell you what...
I never had a picker winner because no one asked me.
That's fine. Oh, me. It's not my fault. Swear.
But you still chose him as your picker winner, so I can still give you about 1% of the blame.
Yeah, yesterday it was my fault. Today it's not really, but it's my fault. Of course, this weekend. I'll stay quiet. Now, battle for second still breaking. Look at 4.5 seconds for Bezzecchi and Marquez. That's insane. Amazing. And the French fans cheering Bezzecchi as well to the line. 2 to go here at Le Mans. 5.2 miles to decide who's going to win race 1000 for MotoGP. Into the braking zone. Nicely done as well. Oh, Aleix Espargaro's up to 5th, Megan. He's passed Augusto Fernandez.
Finally.
That's been brewing all race.
It has.
There's your race leader.
Surprised he didn't pass him sooner, actually.
He's got a K9 symbol on the side of his bike there from Marco Bezzecchi, if you've noticed. I definitely want him to win now. K9. Look at that. Honda looking nervous, Megs. They know they need a race. They need a podium. Never mind. Martin on the inside. And he's down! Oh, no! Marquez has done it again! It's do or die! And he's crashed out!
He's going to try and get back on the bike. So that was a very good landing. He's finally perfected the landings of his crashes.
Lost the podium.
Yeah, it's do or die. That's Marquez, win it or bin it. And he's crashed out at turn 7 at Museum.
And now his father's thinking, I should have had a third son.
Oh, that's
Maybe
both of them out.
Yeah.
That's both Marquez's out, and both Repsol's out with Yoromir crashing, and both the Kalex machines destroyed. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. His return was going so well. And Johan Zarco and his home race is on the podium. Zarco's going to be 3rd again. Marquez was already unstable coming into the corner, Megan, though, and he's just going to drop it on his own, though. Turns in, the front dips away.
I knew one of them was going to drop it.
You can't win. Marquez walks away. Last lap, the call. It's Marco Bezzecchi to do it. Aleix up into 5th, yep. Mark, man. No, says Mark, says Salford, you're my favourite commentator of the greatest energy. Thank you very much. That's a very nice compliment. Thank you very much for that. Yellow flag's been rescinded, by the way.
Oh, that helicopter we saw yesterday wasn't the one that's been decommissioned. It's a new one, just with the same design.
Right. So it's going to be Marco Bezzecchi, a Spaniard. Jorge Martin. Sorry, it's going to be Marco Bezzecchi, an Italian. Jorge Martin, a Spaniard. And Johan Zarco, a Frenchman, on the podium. 3 of the most successful countries in MotoGP history.
Fitting.
Very fitting. Extremely fitting. But who was your favourite commentator? Murray Walker. Hands down, Murray Walker. SHT says, though he is still very good, but his injury is not helping him. It's not. Fernandez up to 4th. He's past Aleix Espargaro.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Brilliant. Well done, Augusto.
Woohoo.
But Marco Bezzecchi will take the championship down to just 1 point. Grand Prix 1000 belongs as across the line. Agostini waves Bezzecchi to win the French Grand Prix. Jorge Martin second. The Frenchman Johan Zarco is third. Prima Pramac win the sprint. Podium double in the main race. Quartararo fights back for seventh. Aleix Espargaro fifth. Augusto Fernandez is fourth.
I also find it fitting that Rossi's team won.
Yeah. Agostini waves the flag for Marco Bezzecchi to take his second win of the year. Bagnaia now on 94 points, Bezzecchi on 93. A points difference between them. Binder is on 81, he's 13 back. Martin on 80, 14 back. The top four are right there already. Your 1,000th Grand Prix winner is Marco Bezzecchi. Fantastic race. Folger finishes 13th. Jonas Folger gets points for the first time since 2017 when he had to leave with his illness. Amazing race. Absolutely, I can't believe it. What a race, 1,000, Megan.
It was a very good race, and every single person who finished got points.
We'll go through the results in a moment. Omi, what did you make of Grand Prix 1000?
Dramatic. Well, we can start with that. A lot of crashes, and even though, and it did have its little quiet moments, but a lot of dramatic ones here and there, right till the end. But also, it's going to be great here. It's been great hearing the Italian national anthem a lot this week, because usually in F1 it would be Ferrari or AlphaTauri. So you're happy because I kind of like it, and Ferrari don't really win in F1, so a bit unfortunate, but at least I get to hear it here.
Augusto Fernandez now 14th in the championship with 30 points. His best ever result. And Gas, their best ever result in their first season in MotoGP. And on home soil, it is, oh look at that, Marco Bezzecchi has given the MotoGP 1000 flag to Johan Zarco, who finishes on the podium at his home Grand Prix. That is sporting.
That's sweet.
That's wonderful. Listen to the crowd. Massive applause there. A great race and a great commentator. What more would you want? Thank you very much, Alfred, for that. Well, join us next week, or next week. IndyCar practice, we're doing every day live for that. Qualifying, Formula 1, Formula 2, Formula 3. All the action, everything you could want, all on the channel. And thank you for your very kind comments as well. Thank you to everybody, by the way, this weekend who stuck with us. We usually do qualifying, the sprint and the race live for MotoGP. This weekend we've done it all live. It's worked really well, so we'll probably do some more practice sessions live throughout the year as well. Get Megan to help because she's going to be busy. She's going to be free for, well, actually, when we return next month, you'll be free, so we'll get you to do some.
When do we return?
Mugello, exactly a month's time after you finish everything.
What day?
Le Mans weekend.
What day is that?
12th, 13th, 14th of June?
Can't be the 12th.
No, that's a Friday.
Yeah, because I have a test that day.
Yeah, but then you finished for Le Mans.
It's a day.
So basically, so it's after that we'll get you on. Saturday, Sunday we'll do some practice.
I don't even get a day's rest, do I?
No, you don't. You're going to be very busy over this summer. 3 months, basically. Look at these four walls. This is what you're going to see.
No!
You will be seeing a lot. Round of applause, though, for Marc Marquez as we get loads of energy in the background. We'll hear from our winners as well, the top three, shortly. Mark, he doesn't look happy, does he, actually? He knows what he threw away there. But a remarkable... That's, again, 4 crashes.
Good thing he did throw it away for Zarco.
4 crashes, really good. Ciao. See you later, Salvia. See you later. 4 crashes this weekend for Marc Marquez. 2 on Friday, 1 on Saturday, 1 on Sunday. He's throwing it away too much. Mia again crashing all the time. Really bizarre situations coming on. As this is where Mark went down at the front. So the last note from me, you'll be redirected shortly to, as soon as we're over here, you'll be redirected to the Formula Sim racing event, the Academy Series. Myself and Edward Hunter will be commentating on that race as well. The first race in Bahrain underway at around about 2:30. You'll be redirected to that stream after we're concluded here on JB Motorsports. And then later on tonight, you can join me and Matthew Owens on the Mixlr app of USRN. If you search that channel, I'll be tweeting it out as well at Joshua Birch 99 on Twitter. And I'll be tweeting out the link there as well as we commentate on the Darlington Throwback Weekend.
Oh, he's literally just thrown himself into the
Marquez, Bezecchi throws himself over the fence there into his team. Second win of the season. Mooney VR46's second win. His first win, we had to go off air, didn't we, in Argentina? Because we had to cover... Where were we?
F1.
Somewhere. Yeah, F1, yeah. Or was it Long Beach?
No, it was F1.
Yeah. Don't have to go off air now. We'll hear from them all as well. And get nice and calm. Are you leaving?
I kind of need to because I've got revising to do.
Oh, well, Megan's leaving, so what did you make of Race 1000?
I thought it was very good. A race that I would find dramatic.
Yeah, I thought you might.
With all the crashing and the near-death experiences. It's a race I'd like.
Thought so, you crash freak. Okay, Megs, thank you very much. We will see you at Monaco in 2 weeks' time for the race only and the Indy 500, because you've got no exams the day after. But we will see you for MotoGP in a month's time, because that's when Italy is. So see you later, Megan. Bye-bye. Augusto Fernandez coming into the pit lane then, and Gas giving him a major thump on the back, and well done, boys. Everyone going well. Fantastic achievement out there too. You know what? We have all this manufacturers in the top 10. We do. Ducati, we've got Ducati, KTM, Aprilia, Yamaha, Honda, all inside the top 10. Race 1000 couldn't have gone any better. A charming weekend. Let's hand over to BT Sports as we hear Simon Crowfar interviewing the drivers.
Free contract.
But if he was to switch to Yamaha, he'd probably get paid. I'd say rough guess, not that figure as in, but he'll probably get paid 3 times.
I was about to say 4 times.
Yeah, 3 or 4 times what he's earning. Yeah. But
Ducati are notoriously not great payers for a lot of these riders.
They sort of learn from paying Valentino and Jorge Lorenzo, so the big money's gone. As in, they'll pay Bagnaia decent money, but now they've 8 motorcycles out there. It's
most of them get a contract through Ducati.
Yeah.
Aleix Espargaro, decent ride. Bearing in mind, yesterday he had a crash at about 180 miles an hour.
Oh, yeah, that was fun. Forgot about that one. I bet he hasn't. That'll be one of them that'll be...
playing back in his mind.
Yeah, when he's sound asleep. One of those horrible moments. Which every motorcycle racer still... You have even when you retire, you sort of have high sides or you lose the front.
Right, let's hear from a home hero today, Johann Zarco, on the podium. He's talking to Simon.
Johann, you showed your speed yesterday. Today, you had time to storm through to the podium. How sweet does this one feel?
Feeling good. Feeling good because it was tough. At the end, I was a bit limit. I wanted to catch Mark and Jorge, but was too limit. I didn't want to do any mistake. Fortunately, Mark did this mistake. And I was thinking maybe to put some pressure on my teammate, but he was quite strong, so 3rd place was good. Start was good too, but on turn 6, Alex Marquez came pretty fast into the corner. So I avoid him, and the gain, what I won at the beginning, what I gained at the beginning, I've lost it in turn 6. So then I had to fight a bit on the back, was so many crashes. Wow, was tough. And also with Fernandez, he was pretty fast, and it was tough to overtake him. I could not stay very close, so I had to wait a bit that the lap goes down, and then I could find a good pace, so pretty happy. A podium here for French Grand Prix, and then the 1000 GP. Of all the World Championship area, it's a big honor, and I'm really proud today.
Big congratulations.
Yeah, félicitations to Johann Zarco on the podium in front of a record crowd for the weekend. 278,000 fans, over 250,000 passing through the gates over the weekend, and they've been treated to races today. Drama in every single class, and a Frenchman on the podium in the Premier class. He's been having some fun down there all weekend, popping up on our screens. Look at that. It looks absolutely brilliant. What a day for it, 2-0.
Yeah, perfect weather. Not too hot. About 20 degrees, is it? There'll be some sunburnt Frenchmen and
there was some already yesterday
in there, yeah.
I saw one young lady who looked like she'd been painted pink.
Yeah.
With that sunburn. I was like, oh my God, you should really cover up a little bit tomorrow. Hopefully she's okay. She'll be having a party anyway with the rest of the crowd. The drones are looking really good, aren't they?
Yeah,
there was
really
one when they were leaving pit lane, I thought it was beautiful. And just to see all the banks of fans off into the campsite. Right, Jorge Martin, second place after a win in the sprint.
Yeah, a winner yesterday, second today. The fight with Mark, today you diving out of the way. Brilliant job.
Yeah, it was a really tough race for me. At the beginning of the race, I went straight, almost crashed with Marini, so yeah, I was in 10th position, I think. And then I did my comeback slowly, coming in a good way. I saw a lot of crashes, so I was really relaxed. And then I knew when I arrived to market, it was going to be a great battle. We tried each other for like 10 times, I don't know, but finally I did my move in a good way. I closed a really good the way. And then I hear his crash, so then I just tried to keep the distance with Johan. Anyway, it was a hard race. I enjoy a lot finishing second, my first podium of the season. It's been super, super good, and yeah, really focused for the next one.
Big congratulations.
Vamos, joder.
Crash 5th, crash 4th, and now finally, as he said, the first podium of Jorge Martin's season on the Pramac Ducati. Did everything he could. Struggled a little bit, didn't need to get through on Miller. Then had Marquez, was a tough nut to crack, but he did that. He cracked it open. It's one of those that will lodge in the back of his mind now, give him hope for the future. But no doubt about your winner by a full 4 seconds. It's Bez who's done it again.
Marco, what a ride coming through. How does it feel to be the fastest man on the planet today?
Yeah, it's fantastic. You know, first of all, because I can finally cut my mustache that I don't really like, and the bet is over. So for this, I'm very happy. But for the race, it was fantastic. I started very well, so it was much easier than yesterday to, in the group, have a good battle, and then I just tried to put my rhythm on, and I felt very good on the bike, and this is all for the guys and for all my fans.
Big congratulations.
Down to you, Susie.
Superb today from Bezzecchi, taking nothing away from him at all. He just went away at the front. An incredible, dramatic race here in Le Mans. Incident strewn. Let's get straight in. Pecco Bagnaia down, now leading by just 1 point. What did you make of this with Vinales?
Complete racing incident, really. If you were going to push and blame, it goes slightly on Pecco because he was behind. He had the choice not to lean in on top of Vinales. Vinales made the move. He sort of had a little bit of room to actually control the corner. Pecco squirted it a little bit up the inside, trying to lean over on the top. When we seen Mark execute it, he squirted enough past to let the other rider know. So Pecco stays on the line. You've got to know Vinales is going to drift back out there. What do you reckon, Sylvain?
Yeah, 100% agree with you. I think it was Pecco's fault. Race incident, so yeah, just two guys going for the same line, but because Maverick was on the line, was on the inside, Pecco should have just let a little bit more room. We saw a similar situation later on with, I think it was Mark and Jorge Martin, and they did leave room for each other. So yeah, this was unfortunately for Pecco another blow in the race and another blow for the championship.
Yeah, Bezzecchi really wanted it today, didn't it? At one point running Marc Marquez wide, had to drop a place, which I know, Michael, you're not a big fan of this penalty.
But actually, in this instance, it was a good call by the stewards. I don't like in-race penalties, but he compromised Mark. He was going to get penalised when Mark got, or if Mark got close again to him. But in this instance, that was a fair penalty, and I'm sure Marco Bezzecchi would agree.
And then he got Miller for the lead, and he was off.
Yeah, Bezzecchi he just had so much pace. So even with taking his penalty, he could just impose his rhythm, and lap after lap after lap, he was staying in the high 31s and making no mistakes and just pulling away. You know, he just had extra pace for Bezzecchi today, and it's very impressive. I mean, who could have predicted that at the start of the season?
Well, no one did.
No, and we didn't see him as a threat at all, and he's just so consistent, and he delivers weekend after weekend, and yeah, he's a championship contender.
He's come back from a bit of an off weekend, you could say, in Jerez, but yeah, here he is now, 1 point off the championship, 2 wins this year, phenomenally well. I mean, Uccio now going, can you imagine now going into Mugello, 2 Italians, just 1 point between them, and you couldn't script it, could you? It is really fantastic, but Augusto Fernandez today, what a ride. I mean, that is arguably the most heroic ride of the day.
Yeah, to be the top KTM, albeit a red gas one. He was so strong, consistent throughout, setting the fastest laps early in the race, chasing Zarco. And yeah, for Hervé, it's been a fantastic day. Real good performance in Moto3, then just off the podium, but Augusto was a rookie, 4th place. His confidence will grow so much, because you think back to the riders, Remy Gardner in there last year, Ralph Fernandez never really got results. Yes, Augusto's got a better bike under him this year. KTM have got a package for everyone. So, yeah, he'll take a lot of confidence from this result today.
I mean, yeah, there were a lot of crashes today, but that's the race. One of them being Marc Marquez. I mean, what a return for Marc here.
Yeah, Marc was on the limit again, and just like for his qualifying lap, you could see every single lap was a qualifying lap for him, and he got overtaken there in Musée Corner by Jorge Martin, and you can see just his look, he's trying to do the undercut. He's going to try and come back at him straight away and put his bike back in the inside of that really long corner. At the moment he does that, he loses the front, so it was just a small mistake, easy to do. He was right on the limit, but a great race for Marc. You know, I think for Honda and Marc, this is a positive step. Obviously, they got a new Calyx chassis this weekend. He was looking quite good, and I think they will learn from that, and they're going to carry on progressing now. So Honda is on the way to recovery with Marc Marquez.
Yeah, and a great qualifying from him as well, and the only rider on a Japanese manufacturer in qualifying to get in the top 12. I mean, it is really extraordinary. I'm anticipating the biggest roar when Johann Zarco walks out into this podium. It feels like the calm before the storm, doesn't it? Because this crowd are going to absolutely love this.
Yeah, they're going to go nuts for it. They've been treated in such a great race. Marc Marquez in any race makes it more exciting. But yeah, Johann, I thought it might be the fairy tale at one point whenever he got the gap down from 3 seconds inside 2, if he could have kept it rolling, but just to stand on the podium in front of the French crowd, they're going to absolutely tear the roof off this place.
I mean, this really is almost like a win for Johann Zarco at home, isn't it?
Yeah, great recovery as well. You know, he started from far, he fought his way back, great race rhythm, made the passes. I'm just so happy for him that he can do that in front of the French crowd. But for Fabio, you know, was struggling as well. So, you know, for the French, that's really important. And for Johann as well, he's been working super extra hard this year. So it's so important. I think he's about to come out now, and this place is about to explode.
Let's take a listen then as the podium ceremony gets underway. We'll return to the world standings and go through all the results shortly as well. After the podium ceremony has been completed here, the 1000th Grand Prix for MotoGP, it is Johann Zarco who gets his 17th MotoGP podium, his 58th podium in his career as well, with 3rd place at his home event here at Le Mans. 2nd place in the race as well, Jorge Martin, his 9th MotoGP podium, his 37th of his career after his sprint win yesterday as well. A 2nd here today is brilliant. Prima Pramac having their best weekend of the year. But it's Marco Bezzecchi with his 2nd ever victory in MotoGP, his 2nd win of the season, his 4th ever podium in the series, 8th win of his career, 28th podium of his career across all 3 classes. It's the Mooney VR46 teams as well, their 2nd win of their careers as well, and they take full honours at the 1000th Grand Prix of MotoGP. The Constructors' Championship trophy going to Mooney VR46. Valentino Rossi, the team owner, very, very happy, I would assume, about this. He has a win, technically, in the 1000th race. That is France erupting, all 120,000 that are here today for Johann Zarco on home soil, making it to the podium as well. 2nd place to Jorge Martin. He got the gold medal in the sprint yesterday. He settles for 2nd place's trophy today. Prima Pramac, who had one of the most difficult starts of the season, now have the weekend of dreams here as well on Sunday. And now it's Marco Bezzecchi, the young Italian from Rimini on a VR46 machine. Who else would win the 1000th Grand Prix? And so many times in history we've heard it. It's fitting at the 1000th Grand Prix. It's the Italian national anthem. And now, as ever, here, it's champagne time! It all started at Le Mans, the champagne tradition. Denny Hulme in Le Mans in '67. What a way to celebrate! 1,000 races complete. The championship just 1 point between them. Bring on the rest of the year. Chaos has been restored. The MotoGP French Grand Prix number 1000 brings chaos back to order. Right, let's go through the results then of this Grand Prix. Marco Bezzecchi is victorious. Jorge Martin is second. Third for Johan Zarco. Augusto Fernandez gets his best ever result in fourth. Aleix Espargaro is fifth. Brad Binder sixth. Fabio Quartararo seventh. Fabio Di Antonio is eighth. Takiki Nakagami in 9th, and Franco Morbidelli rounding out the top 10. Daniel Petrucci 11th, Lorenzo Salvador is 12th, the last of the runners, 13th for Jonas Folger as well. Out of the race, Marc Marquez, Jack Miller, Alex Rins, Johan Mir, Luca Marini, Alex Marquez, Pecco Bagnaia, and Maverick Vinales. In terms of the world standings, look at that. Checo Bagnaia 94, Marco Bezzecchi 93, just 1 point between them as well coming up into this one. Binder's on 81, one clear of Jorge Martin as well. The top four separated by 14 points. It's going to be mighty, mighty close coming into the rest of the season. Okay, let's come up to the box and ask Omi one last time. Omi, what did you make of this 1000th Grand Prix and your first weekend in the MotoGP box and pit lane as well? What did you make of it?
Enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. I think we came a bit into it thinking that, well, first of all about Moto2, that it might be a bit less exciting, but no, that delivered. It had a lot of dramatic moments there. And then we get to this, and another dramatic race with a lot of moments. So it was really, really exciting. Can Formula One even do half as good next week? The question is, what will the weather do? Which as I keep saying, I'm not going to believe anything until I see Josh on the formation lap shouting rain, rain, rain.
Yep, pretty much it. Whether that's me or Josh T, we both end up doing that. Omi, thank you very much for joining us in the box this weekend for MotoGP and as well in IndyCar. That's it done then. All done and dusted. Go and enjoy your Sunday. Don't forget, type in on YouTube Formula Sim Racing. Get in touch as well with that because we're going to be racing there in Bahrain Esports shortly as well. And tonight on USON, myself and Matthew Owens calling the Darlington race at NASCAR. Well, thank you to Omi. My thanks to Megan as well. That's it then. All done and dusted. 1,000 MotoGP races in the books. And this has been a fantastic weekend. Action everywhere you look. The championship leader crashing out. The gap now down to just 1 point. Definitely, one thing Le Mans has done has brought order to chaos. We'll see you next time out in a month's time for MotoGP at Mugello, the biggest party of the lot. We'll see you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. So we've got another half an hour to go until the lunch break here for the first day of the Qatar test in 2024. In that break for the last 2 hours, when you've been hearing the French Grand Prix, Maverick Vinales has jumped to the top at 1:53.685. He's back in the pit lane as well. And I know the timing screen is getting a little bit glitchy for people watching on as well. That is mainly because half the people are in the pit lane and it's not registering they've gone in the pit lane. So if they're moving out on the track, they're out on the track. If they're stationary, they haven't crashed. The only person who's crashed so far is Marco Bezzecchi down at turn 14. Acosta did stop at turn 1 with a technical issue, but he is okay. But one person who's going to know absolutely everything about what's going on trackside is Maddie Patterson, who's joining us now. Hello, Maddie. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. And yeah, I'm delighted that you've finally been able to get on a call. As you said, you've been, just before we came on air, was it 16 different time zones as well? And first of all, got to say, massive respect for you and Simon's work last year. Absolutely fantastic. And absolutely cannot believe that we get to work together for a couple of races, fingers crossed, this year when your schedule allows it, because you've announced so much. So how are you, and how's it over there in Qatar?
I'm good. I mean, I'm like jet lagged, as you can imagine. I got here this morning at 4:30, but we've only just sort of started to go out on track. And this is my first test in Qatar, so I just realised that I'm not going to be out of the circuit until midnight, so that'll be fun. But yeah, it's looking really good. I think off the back of Malaysia, there'll be some interesting things out of this test as well. Track conditions look quite good. I know that the sweepers were out this morning, and then Michele Piro and a couple of the other Ducati guys headed out just to sort of, you know, find the racing line, I suppose you could say. So we should have a big night ahead of us.
First test. You were at Sepang, though, weren't you, as well, 2 weeks ago? Long nights.
Yeah.
But what did you see there out on track? Because we had the shakedown, then we had the actual test, and not every factory decided to run the full-on 2024 bike. Ducati ran 3 different versions, I think, of what their bike was going to be. So could you spot the differences between the bikes outside there?
I think testing is always interesting because it's always a game of spot the difference, but actually while they're out on track, it's quite hard to. We know that Aprilia went out with some funky looking material as well. Here at the moment, I haven't been out on track, but I plan on getting the lens out in a little while and just sort of having a peek and seeing what's what. Shakedown is always hard because we're not technically allowed to be there, but that doesn't stop us from having a little look. But I think at this test, you'll start to see a more refined bike for the season ahead. And I think a lot of it comes down to the test riders as well, what they're thinking, and their job is to think about the future. So a lot of what they're testing now actually won't matter until mid-season, believe it or not, because a lot of it is sort of carryover from last year. So this test, we should start to see that finalised bike come together.
It's absolutely fantastic what we've been seeing this season as well. Ducati, yeah, they were top 4 back in Sepang, but Aprilia were right there with it as well. Vinales top at the moment, but all these times that we've got at the moment sort of mean nothing, do they? Because it's still light out. Has the sun set over there yet, actually, as well? It's 5:30.
It's just beginning to set down. So the light should be on soon, I imagine. It's very cold here, believe it or not. I was just outside, I'm freezing. It's very windy, which is interesting because, you know, by the time we race here, the conditions won't be too different. But testing for the season ahead, I mean, this is just a logical place to test because logistically it means only one trip for the bikes, but it doesn't actually mean that it has the longevity for the season ahead. It doesn't do much in terms of the season.
Yeah, because 2 weeks' time is the first race in Qatar. As I said earlier on, in between, we've got the World Endurance Championship having their prologue and first race as well, so the bikes have to sort of move around in-house, but not too bad. Just going in then, let's get into this, because this was, I think, the best-kept secret as well, because the people I've been talking to, Julia, for one, as well, known for months as well. You kept it pretty quiet as well when we were talking about everything, but you said less nervous now the press release has gone out. You've decided to become a team principal in the new FIM Women's Motorcycle World Championship. The Sekhmet Racing Team, which I do know my Egyptian mythology, thank you very much, and as well. Daughter of the sun god Ra as well, wasn't it, as well? But also, she who is powerful, and that's brilliant for a women's championship, but it's a personal story to you as well. Because goddess of the sun as well in the hot desert, your own story that's happened a couple of years ago as well, which as I said to you in a tweet, I don't know you well enough yet to have your experience of it, so I'm always a bit on eggshells. But just talk to me about it as well, because it's a wonderful initiative, this Women's Championship as well. It's designed to get more female racers in motorsport as well, similar to F1 Academy W Series, but finally motorcycles had it as well. But the only question I've got, why? I know it's a stupid one, but why did you decide to get involved? Because it's a huge
not a
take.
stupid question. It's a great question, and I think that my why was very clear from the beginning, and that is I care deeply about my friends. I care deeply about, the people that are important in my life. And I was looking around in the industry and just thinking, this is wrong. The way that this industry works is wrong. And I decided, if there's not enough opportunities and we're not getting paid for them, why don't I make some? And this is a business, and I've turned the current business model on its head and gone, okay, I pay my riders in a world championship. And I think this is something that we have to lead with. This is a class of racing. It's a world championship. So I have a world championship where my riders are getting paid to do a service for me. And a happy rider is a fast rider. And a happy rider is one that's getting paid to do their job that they love doing. And it's not just the riders. That extends to my mechanics, my marketing, my press officers, my assistants, everyone. Everyone's getting paid to be here because we're a business and we should operate like one. And motorsport, at the end of the day, is sports entertainment. It's a huge industry, so why are we not making this better? And as for the name, it all comes back to that. She is powerful. I mean, if you know anything about my story, I was in a fire, so it was very much a relaying it back to where I've come from and where I am, and taking that power for ourselves, and in terms of being capable and competitive athletes on track and off track, a strong business led by strong people. So I'm very excited. It's going to be a hell of a year ahead. A lot of work's gone into it, and it has been like 9 months of just nobody knew. And then I sent the press release, and I was like, well, you all know now.
I know, it was like, when I've read it on Twitter as well, I messaged Julia immediately as well. Julia Chusevich, by the way, everybody who's been on the coverage before, and he's going to be on the team as well this year for some MotoGP races as well. I did actually say, just quickly, to Julia, if there is a race where you two are on the commentary together, which I'm really hoping there is, and there's a red flag, I've been warned that it's going to be absolutely fantastic comedy. So I'm looking forward to that. Brilliant.
It'll be carnage.
She said the same thing, which is great. On with the team as well. 6 rounds, partnered with the World Superbike Championship, which kicks off next week as well. But it's going to be Misano, Donington, Portugal at the Algarve, Hungary, which is interesting in that circuit as well, Italy and Jerez as well to round out the season. So alongside that, you're also managing director as well with PHNX, and I know I've been looking at your LinkedIn as well. I saw that you sent the follow as well, but I just wanted to get my facts right before everything as well. But you're non-stop. It's funny. I thought everybody with motorsport, at least had a week's break. You have not stopped since I first messaged you a couple of months ago.
No, and I feel really bad about that, actually. People, it's so funny. The older you get, the more valuable you realize your time is, and actually that you can really spread yourself so thin. But the last couple of months have just been a crazy, crazy ride for me in terms of starting 2 businesses from scratch, going and seeking investment, and people actually going, yeah, I see legs in this. I see the business. I see the model. I see the numbers. Let's go. And it's just been an incredible ride, and it's taken 10 years to get to this point. This is 10 years of work, and I think people assume that, I work in motorsport, therefore it was easy, when actually everything that I've been able to achieve here has been based on my career up until this point, because I came with a completely external view and was able to turn this industry around for myself the way that I envisioned it. And I get a lot of people asking me all the time for advice, how do I get into motorsport? And the reality is, red car theory. If every car that you see that is red is worth £20, you would look for every red car. And every opportunity is worth exploring until you find the right one.
That's a wonderful outlook as well. I've not heard of the red car one before. That's brilliant. I'm going to use that myself, actually. You've taken an interesting approach. I want to start with Mallory Dobbs to begin with as well, because huge in Moto America. And she's one of your riders as well this year in the championship as well. And the press coverage you've got in America is unbelievable. If you look at it, for those of you who haven't looked that closely at it, as well as everybody who's been involved in the media has been seeing the press releases go out, if you look at it as well, there hasn't been that much talk about the Women's Championship from the American side until Mallory came in, and now it's gone bang, and your team is right there at the centre. It's right at the heart of it as well. So you definitely have turned heads on that. But what was the process of picking your riders? Because you've got Mallory and you've got Lizzie Whitmore as well coming in, the young British rider. So what was the process of picking the riders as well to make sure everything's sort of the best? Because that's something I asked Mark Preston last year in the Formula E Techeetah boss, now Lola. How do you pick the drivers / riders? How do you pick who's best for the team? And it's a complicated business, so I've got no idea. So I'm always fascinated to learn.
I think when you're trying to pick riders for a team, and what can often go amiss specifically in motorcycling is a lot of the time we ask riders to bring cash. Not me personally, but this industry will ask riders to bring money. And that's never been my outlook, because my outlook is I am the employer. I am the one that builds this brand. I want you should be adding to my brand, and we should be marketing you and selling you, and you should have the opportunity to win. That's my methodology. That's what will make me money in the long run. That's my reputation. Everything is involved in that. Mallory was just, timing is everything. And it's Mallory and I sort of, I know who Mallory was, but we'd never had an interaction. And as this process went on, she kind of entered my sphere a little bit. And by way of a friend, jumped on the phone with her one day. And you know, when you talk to someone and you just go, yes, everything that she didn't say anything that was spectacular or anything that was just out of the blue. But her as a person and a human being fit our values as a team, as a brand, as an initiative so well that if I had said no to her, I would have been an idiot. Really. And aside of all of that, she's talented as hell. She's fast. She's a very intelligent human being. And it's actually a joy for me to know that she's working in my team. That brings me a lot of pleasure. She's just such a smart, good person and talented. And I think that's very rare to come by. And I think also being able to give the opportunity to racers to go and do what they want to do well. And she's done the work. She's another one that's done a lot of work to be here. And that can't go uncredited, because like anyone in this sport of any job, you'll work for a long time for free until it works. And she's done that. She's paved her own way. And I wanted to be able to sort of take her into the fold. And she just fits what we're doing so well. And I'm so proud to have her. I really am.
I can't wait for that first race as well. And we still know, I don't know if you've got any news on TV rights and deals, because I've got nothing on my side as well.
Yeah, it's fully broadcast. So the TV schedule, we race on Saturdays and Sundays. We're ahead of World Superbike in the schedule. So that means if you're already watching, it's there. It's all broadcast. It's on the Dorna World feed as well. So you'll never miss a beat.
Brilliant.
And it's great. Honestly, it's not a repeat of Moto E. This has actually been done correctly. This is somewhere in the schedule that you'll watch it.
I know, because I'm always like with Moto E, so some races it's like, okay, is this one live? Is it not live? Am I doing this later? Yeah. And it's like it's sort of not one after practice, then one in qualifying, and it doesn't work in my opinion. It should be one on the Saturday in between the sprint, after qualifying in between the two MotoGPs, and then put it on Sunday before the Moto3 race as well, because I still don't think we need a warm-up session. I'm still against how many practice sessions we've got, and I know many people are. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that as well, with the championships coming in, and I can't wait to see it. And now we know it's going to be on the Dorna World feed as well, which is perfect, because it'll be on the Superbikes package as well from them. So let's get into the test. I've just noticed Maverick has gone fastest sector 2 on a 58.409 with a red sector. So yeah, he's not going to start pushing too much. But let's talk about, I want to get your opinion, because I know Simon Patterson yesterday, he interviewed Marc Marquez. He had the one-on-one. That podcast is out on the race as well. What's been the reaction from inside the paddock with Marc leaving Honda and going to Cassini as well? I can't understand how much of the bombshell that it was sort of it was slow, wasn't it? We knew it was coming. We knew he was leaving, but to go to Cassini, I didn't expect that.
I think this has been the most wonderful thing to happen in MotoGP for a very, very, very long time, if not the most newsworthy story we've had in a decade. I know to some people they say, whatever, it doesn't matter. It does matter, because what it's done has changed the perception of satellite teams entirely, because what it shows you is that people will go where they're happy. It's not just about being on a factory bike, it's about being happy. And what it's also done for Honda has changed how their management structure works, because you cannot be running a team with 2 world champions and neither of them are happy. Neither of them are getting the development needs that they need to do their job. Neither of them, the money wasn't the issue. And that's what this proves. There's no doubt that he's getting paid less to be at Gresini, but he's a happier rider. And you can see that in his demeanour. He walks around the paddock and smiles. It's not like he's just saying that pre-recorded answer to every question. That Honda image has been shed quite quickly, and he's quite proud to be a Gresini, specifically a Gresini rider now. And I think for Honda, on the flip side, there's been a change in management, which has been great for them. The press team is so easy to work with. I can't sing their credit enough, because for the last couple of years, it has been hard work, and that's a legacy thing that's been left behind in management. So with the management restructure, we're just seeing the team that we're able to approach with questions. They want to bring their riders to us. They're not keeping anything from us anymore. I say us, I won't be here much longer, but the idea that we can go and talk to them and ask real questions and work together, that is a great change in this paddock, and it was necessary. I think it was getting to the point now where if that didn't change, Honda wouldn't be here much longer. And Honda has a big amount of work ahead of them to making that bike successful, but I think they've got the right team to do it now with, that one world champion in their seat, Luca Marini, who is on that same road. He's not far away from that in the future. They're the right riders for those bikes, same as Zarco on the LCR Honda as well. These are the right people to change this outlook with Honda. And as for Mark, I mean, happy rider's a fast rider, and he said in that podcast himself, coming back's really hard. His arm is stuffed, for lack of a better word. But the fact that he's happy to go to a team that's supporting this and wants to see the best outcomes. And I think the biggest pressure he puts on himself is him being Marc Marquez. And that's one that he struggles with now, and he's actually leaning into again. He's getting comfortable with being Marc Marquez again.
Something that it was lost pretty much in that crash, wasn't it, in Jerez when we came back from COVID. And it was sort of like the documentary as well, and the book. It was like, I don't want to give up. I don't want to stop racing. He was emotional. He didn't want to stop. And it's sort of, I think that, as everybody, I hope you agree, it sort of impacted massively on the recovery. We could see it as well, because he wasn't taking the time to heal. But what I got from sitting here in the box, watching the timing screens and getting all the information, was that he was a cautious rider at Sepang. He didn't throw it all out to begin with. He was pretty much a Marc Marquez of old, in terms of, okay, let's gently roll into the weekend. Let's see what this bike's like. But he had one crash, and then again, it looked like he changed. One crash on day 2, and he changed. And it was like, okay, I now know where the limit is. Was that evident? Is that evident when you were out there seeing him on the track, that he's cautious?
I think yes and no. I think the cautious that we're talking about is actually something that just comes with age. Right? He's not a young gun anymore. He doesn't have to go out and show. He's not a Pedro Acosta anymore, right? He's long past being a rookie. Actually him approaching him approaching his work is more about methodology now, like the methodology behind it. And I think the confidence that he has when he walks in the paddock, it's all a smile. It sounds ridiculous, but seeing a happy rider means that they're in a good headspace. Means that they're prepared to come to work. They're smiling. I can tell you now, walking around the paddock today, there's a couple of riders who are not there yet. They're not back in the groove yet. They're not excited to be at work. They're not excited about their bike. They're still recovering from the losses of last year, quite public ones as well. And that'll take time to get comfortable again. Whereas Mark is ready for this challenge. He's embracing the challenge, and Mark is someone who feeds off of challenge. That's why he's a world champion to the extent that he is, because he loves a challenge.
He's got 1 year at the moment with Gresini, isn't he? Because you can't. The whole reason he's gone there is because you can't jump from satellite to satellite. It's not in the rules. You can't do that. So, factory to factory. He's gone factory to satellite. So, is it possible that this is only a 1 year deal, and then he goes over to the main Ducati team alongside either Bagnaia or Bastianini, because Bastianini in the second half last year I thought did amazingly well. And Bagnaia did have a couple of moments towards the end of last season where I thought, really, it's showing the old Bagnaia from 2022, was it 21 when he crashed consistently from races. He did it twice, actually, think about it. He crashed out in 21 and 22, and then he sort of got his act together the second half of 22. I see I'm contradicting myself already. But is Mark happy to stay on a year-old bike? Or would he have a go like, okay, let's see what I can learn, and then jump over?
I think we'll see what happens, to be honest. I think, if he can make that 1-year-old bike work, which Marc Marquez probably can, I don't see why he wouldn't be. In saying that, there's so much that will shake up this season. I think it's quite possible that Jack Miller might end up at World Superbikes next year. Pedro is going to slide right up into that KTM factory seat. That means that there's going to be a seat at Gas. More than likely, we're probably going to see Jorge go there, which opens up a seat at Pramac as well. And if we're talking about the level of satellite teams, Pramac is sort of the highest Ducati satellite team. You get factory support, etc., etc. So I think more logically that might be the answer. I don't actually think Enea's had the best start to his factory career. And I don't see him being shifted out of that spot anytime soon either. And that's just my opinion. Look, things might change. They always do. This is motorsport. It's constantly changing. But I think the likely, God, if Marc Marquez ended up on a factory Ducati bike, like, wow, what a story that would be. But it remains to be seen. I think there's so much in between that has to happen before we get there. And I really believe that Mark's focus is actually his head and heart. If those two things are lining up, nothing else matters right now.
I can't wait to see what happens in race one. I mean, I think the beauty of not having any TV pictures is that everyone's been guessing what's going on, seeing it with their own eyes. And it's like, okay, the hype is now up for Qatar in a couple of weeks' time. Want to talk quickly about Yamaha. Because you're the only guest that's been on throughout testing as well, because it's been Sepang was right in the middle of the night, and then here today and tomorrow there's nobody around because everyone's busy covering NASCAR and Formula One testing as well. And luckily, as I said to you, we had a half an hour gap in the schedules, and I really wanted somebody to hop in. Yamaha, don't know what to make of Quartararo and Alex Rins. That lineup, it's going to take a while for me to gel. I thought Rins, they're both world champions, 2020 for Rins, 2021. Hang on now, that's wrong. That's Mia who's world champion. Rins race winner last year, Quartararo not. And I think as well, Rins got his win. I keep doing that with Suzuki as well. That's because Davide Brivio has been blowing around my head with Trackhouse. Rins got that win in Kota last year. On Marc Marquez's bike, wasn't it? If I'm right.
Yeah.
He got that. So that Honda is a winner. So we'll get onto that in a second. But he's now hopping onto a bike that was so bad last year that it was not only visible, it was audible how bad it was. Everybody knew, everybody could hear it. I don't know, what did you get from Sepang? Because day 1 and 2 was like, this isn't that good. Then day 3 it was like, actually, Yamaha are quite okay. We've made some progress. So. And then here today at the moment, they're 10th and 16th. I can't work them out. They're having another yin-yang season, up and down, up and down, up and down.
I think Yamaha is a really interesting case study in itself, believe it or not. Look, the reality is that Frankie Morbidelli was really unhappy there for a multitude of reasons. When there's so much change going on in your life on and off track, it really does impact how you work and how you perform. We know that Rins and Fabio get along really well as well. I imagine to some degree there'll be information sharing, not enough to help the other win the championship, but definitely enough to help Yamaha get somewhere, which is really important for Yamaha right now. Yamaha is also going through a similar thing that Honda has been going through, which is they've been great for so long. They've had many years of success and they've never failed before, not in the modern era. And when you start failing for the first time, you've never had anyone on that team that's experienced failure. And that's the hardest thing to get through. So as a brand, as a company in this paddock, they've got a lot of work to do. That comes to management, the riders, the health, the well-being. Everything plays a role in getting it good on track. Rins, I think, after his accident last year, which was horrific, I remember him telling me like he had nerve pain, and as someone who's had nerve pain, it's horrendous. and it's extended because your nerves have to grow back. Your nerves don't fully grow back for 3 or 4 years. So you have to live with this pain, and you have to be a top level athlete and overcome this pain. So it's a lot to be going through psychologically. So if he's got good feedback about that bike and he's feeling comfortable at that factory, all that tells me off track is that, again, there's been some kind of change internally, and there would have to be, because to leave in the state that Frankie did, it just goes to show you, what management can do to actually make that a better workplace. And again, I think Frankie and Fabio probably have Rins and Fabio probably have a far better relationship than Rins and Mir did, believe it or not. So I think we'll start to see Yamaha come back with little wins, bit by bit. It will take time. Yamaha also have taken the approach this year to change their approach to engineering, because what they're trying to do is get the bike to fit the bike that they already have. And actually what they need to do is design a bike around the tyres based on the information that they have, not the other way around. So this will be an interesting year ahead for them as well.
Michelin have, I think, not yet 100% confirmed the new tyre pressures, are they? Because that was the big controversy last year. And the second half of the season was like, okay, now we're going to change everything for tyre pressures. If you're below this amount, you're going to get disqualified. Well, you get warnings, don't you? Was it 2 warnings and
Yeah.
It's not. Is that going to play a factor this year? Is there any teams that have sort of been practicing that? Because I did notice in the sprint simulation at Sepang, in terms of the lap times, they were about 2 seconds a lap slower than when they were pushing for the qualifying tyres. So they were just easing off a little bit on race pace to make sure the tyres didn't go down a bit much. But is Michelin going to get sort of stable regulations for the tyres, because it changed everything?
I know. Well, it changed everything. It changed the outcomes of races. I mean, Fabio Di Gio got his trophy and then was told, oh, tough titties, you've come fourth. Like, that's not, how this works either. And it isn't fair to him. It's not fair to the championship, and it's certainly not fair to the fans. There is a rumour sort of running around that the front pressure will be reduced from 1.88 to 1.80, which doubles the working window. So we will see what happens. It will help riders sort of not have disqualifications, hopefully. And again, I think a lot of the pressure comes back on Michelin, but the fact of the matter is Michelin invented the tyre before the teams invented the bike. And then Ducati went and did a wonderful thing like the whole shot, which changed the speed at which Michelin needed to now create new tyres and new effective tools to make this championship work. So, the mechanics and the tyres are not working hand in hand anymore. And that's where a lot of these problems are arising from. And we've seen people like Jorge Martin turn around and go, it was the tyre's fault, when in actual fact, he's too fast for the circuit that he's on and the bike's not being built for the tyres. So it's really hard at the moment. So I hope that rule does sort of change and progress with what needs to be right. And I say this all the time, we're progressing at a speed where we're going to be too fast for half the circuits that we race at.
I've been
and
saying
the question
Jerez.
that we as Jerez and Mugello is another great example, and we love Mugello, but we need to ask ourselves as race fans, as an organisation, Dorna and the FIM need to ask themselves as well, what's more important, good racing or world records?
I think,
you can still have a prototype bike, but where do you deem the cutoff for development per year?
I still remember Pirro just with his ragdoll at turn 1 at Mugello as well. As like that then they still don't make the right changes to it as well. And I know at Mugello they've moved the wall back a little bit, a couple of meters. I did see some work going on there, but Jerez hasn't been changed in 20 odd years, top of my knowledge. So hang on a minute. Yeah, they added the chicane.
They changed the what do you call it? The runoff out of turn 1 to the right. They've added some extra grip. I can't remember what it's called. Excuse me. There on the runoff, but that's about it. There's not been a lot of change, and even in terms of building circuits that are purpose-built, not every circuit is Qatar, where the government can just step in and spend the money to change what needs to be changed. So, and in saying that, there's not a new race circuit built every year. And if we're living in this society and this economy where we're trying to be effective with money, how can we have circuits that are safe for FIM and FIA approval? the fact that those two organisations don't talk to each other is a big problem in our industry.
I've been saying it as well because Silverstone, that 2018, we had, was it 3 races in a row, the F1 and WEC and then MotoGP, and I went to the WEC race right in the centre, and I talked with Michelin and Dunlop tyre suppliers in between, during the race actually. I said to them, what's the track surface like? Is it okay? Because in F1 we were seeing the bumps and we were seeing the tyres having some problems, and Dunlop said it's all good, tyres are fine, handling it. Michelin said, well, there's a couple of problems. They're wearing a bit too much, and it's actually the tyres are not getting the right absorption right, and it's all going a bit wrong. And then I thought, okay, what's it like in the wet? And then they all said, no, it's no good in the wet. And then a week later, it floods for MotoGP with no drainage, and that was because the FIA requested to have a different type of surface, and it didn't work for the bikes, and it didn't work for everyone else, and then it got resurfaced again. It's mad.
Exactly, and the difference here in Qatar is we have WEC this coming week, and the majority of the WEC cars use Michelin tyres, which actually means when we come back to race here, there's going to be grip. Might not be a lot. There'll be rain, there'll be dust, there'll be all sorts of things, but there'll be grip on the track. The track's getting use. So that will actually play out in the race in 2 weeks' time, which people don't realise will have an immense effect on what we're going to see unfold here.
I can't wait, because we had rain a couple of years ago, didn't we? And it delayed the start a little bit, and it was a fantastic race. I cursed Andrea Iannone, I'm sorry, in the commentary. They were packed racing, and I said, one of these, if they're not careful, is going to fall down with Iannone. I was like, oh, brilliant. Yeah. I did that, my fault.
Commentator's curse. It happens. It happens.
Hopefully you'll find out that during the year as well. There's a couple, just quickly, we're talking about Digi. He's gone up to second, 1:53.732. Mark's gone third. They're all now just getting their race runs in. We have actually passed the lunch breaks, but I'm not seeing anything yet from where we need to go into the midday social update as well with the timings. So just going to wrap up slowly while we wait for that news. Who do you think is going to be in contention for the first race? I know it's way too early, but have you got a gut feeling about who's going to be sort of hit the ground running in Qatar?
I think Digia and Bastianini have a lot to prove here for multiple reasons. Bastianini needs a win like last week. He needs that win. He needs to open this season with a really good result. Equally, I feel like Acosta might just be in contention. I know everybody thinks, oh, rookie, we'll see. He is a demon, and he's so old school. He says what he thinks. He loves his job. He wants to do well, and if he can take a win on a gas bike, I mean, who wouldn't want that as a rookie as well? Obviously, Marquez will have a lot to prove. This historically is not a bad track for him either. But my head tells me that Bagnaia is going to put on a show the opening round. Bagnaia has been quite relaxed throughout testing. He's not saying anything extreme. He's learnt and grown and changed so much after the last couple of years that he never says too much, which can make for a really hard interview, but makes for great racing. So I think they're sort of the people that I would be looking at. And I really want to see Mir have a good result. Really good result for Mir would be nice to open the season with.
It's 2 weeks away, and Vinales just done a 1:53.472, gone fastest. Binder was on a quick lap, but has not set a sector 3 time. Oh, now they've all changed away again, which I can't tell. Yeah, Binder's gone yellow sector 3, so he's not too far off the pace, but I don't think he's going to jump to top spot. He might go up into top 4, waiting that sector, but the midday's on. One final question. Are you at Silverstone for the British Grand Prix?
I should be at Silverstone this year.
Interesting, because it's actually and Binder goes second, 1:53.695, so he does actually go up there. Because I was going to say, that's the team found out that's the one MotoGP race this year that doesn't clash with anything, and it's the British Grand Prix. So we're all looking at trying to do that Grand Prix at the track, and then with people here as well doing it. So yeah, hopefully
that would be fantastic.
I was hoping that you'd be the British Grand Prix as well, and I did tell Julia about it, but she's got Speedway. She's got Speedway and Taylor Swift tickets. So.
Well, I mean, honestly, I'd ditch everything for Taylor Swift, and I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but I totally would.
I would.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing.
No, I would too. Quite often on this channel, I spot the Taylor Swift lyric that we get to drop in. It's fantastic. So you'll love
that. That's good.
Right, I'm gonna have
Excellent.
I'm gonna have to let you go, Maddie, because I'm now being shouted at because the midday repeat, whatever it is on, where people who at the track talk and have horrible camera angles compared to what we would do. I'm being critical. That's not nice. Maddie, thank you very much. What have you got up to rest of the day then? Because as you say, you don't get out until midnight, and it's 6 o'clock there, so you've got another 6 hours.
Honestly, just checking the testing, and then we'll do some debriefs this evening, write a couple of stories, and then I'm off to bed. I don't have to write the story anymore, but I have to get them. So as soon as I get the stories, I'm in bed. That's it.
That is going to be hopefully a very quick thing, and you can get some sleep because you, as you said, you've been up since was it 4:30? You said?
Yes, 4:30
Yeah,
this
4:30.
morning. I landed, so I'm so ready for bed.
Well, enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you, Maddie, as well for coming on, and pleasure to finally talk to you.
Me too. Thank you. Have fun.
Thank you. See you later.
Yeah.
Bye bye. Amazing Maddie Patterson there as well. Thank you very much to Maddie for joining us for the last 40 minutes as well during the morning session here. Hopefully we'll be hearing from Maddie throughout the season as well. She said that was fun. I like Discord. I like Discord too. Thank you, Maddie, for joining us. It is just with 3 hours to go then here for MotoGP and the opening day of the Qatar test in 2024. We're waiting for the midday report, which hasn't actually come on yet, which means it gives me a bit of time to run through the timing screen as well. Maverick Vinales is fastest, 1:53.276. Brad Binder is second, 1:53.695. Fabio Di Giannantonio is third, 1:53.732. And then we go over with Marc Marquez, moved up to fourth now, 1:53.778. Anea Bastianini goes P5, a 1:54.029. Anea Bastianini is in fifth. Sorry, that was with a 1:54.029. Then we get Pecco Bagnaia, followed by Marco Bezzecchi, Jack Miller, Aleix Espargaro. Jorge Martin rounds out the top 10. Fantastic run around there on the board, and fingers crossed it's going to be a lot of good stuff for the end of this test, because now they're going back out full time as well. What about Jorge Martin? Will he be a contender? Oh, for sure. He's now on the 23 bike, so will be up there as a contender. We're just waiting for the socials to begin and we can hand over, but yeah, I didn't want to hold Maddie up for longer than we had on the board. We could talk all day, I know, because it is 6 o'clock over there and it is the lunch break, which means riders are off the bike and starting to scurry around, and Maddie can go and get the interviews as well for everything that she needs to do. So we are waiting for it to go through. Why are the riders off the pace? Is it because of the track being cold? Yeah, there's as Maddie said, it's very cold and very windy out there on the circuit as well. So there's a lot of less fast time out there. And as Maddie said, with WEC being there running Michelin tyres, when we come back here for the first race, time should be faster and there'll be a lot more grip put down. As she said, not a lot, but a lot to make the racing a bit more interesting as well. So it is 6:07 over in Qatar, and we are waiting for the midday report, and it has not come on. So that's the problem at the moment. As you see, Aleix Espargaro is P5 on the board, but riders will now start coming in and will start taking their lunch breaks. The only ones out there at the moment are Marc Marquez, Aleix Espargaro, Ralph Fernandez and Carl Crutchlow. They are the only ones out there on the circuit. What do you think about Yamaha this year? Are they strong enough for the championship or not? Me and Mandy did touch on that earlier on as well. It's just got to be a lot of improvements to Yamaha as well. It's too early to tell if they've made a championship level improvement compared to last year, but they do have more successions compared to every other team, so there is an option they could be faster as well. So we are waiting. Maddie's messaging, I can't message you back because we're on air. So Maddie, if you're listening to us, I'll get back to you in just a second as well. It was fun. As we're waiting now for the launch. I don't know why they're not going on. I mean, they told us it's 6 o'clock, midday recap live from the sale. That is track time. It's 6:08. So I don't know what's happened there. But I haven't had an upgrade as well for an hour on the update from the Qatar Test blog. So we'll keep an eye on, see what's happening there. Marc Marquez coming into play as well. Brad Binder, second fastest time was great. Let's do the bottom half, actually, because then it's Jorge Martin in 11th, Alex Marquez 12th, Pedro Acosta in 13th, Fabio Quartararo goes 14th as well. 15th, Takiki Nakagami. 16th, Luca Marini. 17th, Miguel Oliveira. 18th, Alex Rins. 19th, Augusto Fernandez. 20th, Johan Zarco. 21st is Johan Mir. 22nd, Carl Crutchlow. Michele Pira in 23rd place. Yeah, I keep getting Rins mixed up with Mir for the championship in 2020. I don't know why I keep doing that. I did that back in Sepang as well, didn't I? I think it's because Davide Brivia, because he's in blue, my mind's going, oh, he's on the Suzuki. But yeah, he's Davide Brivio back at Trackhouse as well. Never even got, didn't mention Trackhouse as well coming in. Looking great. Yeah, Julia's just messaged as well that she's going to catch up later on having Maddie in on the commentary. Honda are looking quite good so far. Where are they on the board? We've got Marini in 16th, Mia in 21st, but they haven't run many consecutive laps. They've done individual runs around the circuit, so we're waiting on them. Where is this update from day one? I mean, it's very inconsistent, isn't it? Don't know what where they're going. Is anyone doing sprint simulation? Too early for sprint simulation. That'll be in the evening. As Maddie said, the sun was beginning to set, so it would have possibly set by now, so they could be out there doing sprint simulations. Ideally, this is the asterisk lunch break. The track is still open, so you can still go out there, but normally everyone has their lunch around about now. But it's not the same as what it was in Sepang, where we started at 10. We started at 3 over here as well, so it was different across the board. And no sign just yet of this midday report. Coming up next, though, we have the Repsol Honda 2024 launch as well. That'll take us throughout the remainder of the afternoon, and that'll take us actually to the checkered flag as well. And then we'll have a report just after, because it's only a 7-hour test, we can go longer, so we'll have an update and everything and a report going through. Do you guys think there's going to be more time attacks for the end of the test? 100% there will be. Tomorrow afternoon, I think we'll have a lot of on-action stuff going in and a lot more on power, so that's going to be a lot of fun to see the updates when the riders do actually start pushing and attacking. I'm hoping in the next few moments the live will pop on for MotoGP, but they're not, so I'm covering at the moment because we've got it's a 2-hour 24-minute launch for Repsol Honda. As I said, that'll take us to the checkered flag in the afternoon. And by the way, again, massive thank you to Maddie, because we did have half an hour in the schedule where there was nothing. Because of the launches and everything was so different and the layout to Qatar is different, we had a half an hour gap. So Maddie very thankfully stepping in and saying, yeah, I'll come on and talk about it. And I really wanted to talk to Maddie on the stream because she is trackside in Qatar. And all the new teams, and she's got hired with Sekhmet as well coming in. And it's so important, and I can't wait to see the racing as well. And hopefully we might even cover it. I'm fingers crossed on that one. I'm still working on trying to get the organisation run, because if we can add another women's championship, because we've got F1 Academy, we had W Series. If we can get the motorcycle women's championship in, that's brilliant. I'd much rather have that than, say, a Moto E or Moto 3 or Moto 2. So we'll double check on that. Top speed for Maverick looks good so far. He is fastest on a 1:53.276 at the current time. So just waiting on the MotoGP socials. Still nothing. In fact, I think the last time they were on air was an hour ago. The last time they pushed this thing was an hour ago when we were just started talking. So really strange. Should we take a look at socials actually? Because we have Instagram and we've got not a lot of track action on, and we haven't had a look through of the social media content we've had on today. So just getting it all prepared and we can go through. And yesterday, of course, in Qatar was media day. So everybody was out there and having a run around. So yeah, let's take a look at the Instagrams and the socials. There's the Aprilia squad with their 2024 colours as well. And this is the Aprilia Racing presents. This is the naked bike, of course, that we had on. Have we heard from Aprilia? No, that's tomorrow. So you'll hear the Aprilia launch tomorrow morning here on JB Motorsports, the last of the tests to open up. And we'll also have After the Flag on as well, and all the other informations. There we go. We have one mission at the Qatar test, says Maverick Vinales as well. Maverick is ready to win. I hope so. He hasn't won since he left Yamaha a couple of years ago. It's in my hands now as well on Aleix Espargaro on retirement movements. Yeah, he's not going to retire. He's definitely all there. And then this was the socials. Oh, and that's Pecco and Bastianini on the MotoGP green screen for all their graphics that they've got coming up this year as well. A few new timing towers we've noticed coming into play. There is the Qatar test. This was early on in the day, 8 hours ago.
My
when
next
it came
question is, would you swim with sharks?
So hi Maverick, thank you for the question, and yes, I would swim with sharks, and I do it in in a controlled environment, maybe inside a cage or something, but I do it. Why not?
And Pedro makes his official debut for the MotoGP filming. That happened. Aprilia shooting in as well for the green screen. The VR46 racing team coming in as well. This is on there. Yesterday was also filming day for everything as well. So it was proper all go for the World Championships. And the new MotoGP intro you can see getting filmed there. This is when the test began a couple of hours ago. The green flag and the bike's getting revved up. That's the VR46, Marco Bezzecchi's bike. What's next up? There's a Ducati coming down. 20 days to go until the Qatar Grand Prix. 10th of March. Does seem weird, doesn't it? In a couple of weeks' time, we'll be lights out in Qatar. The Qatar test is go. And a big thumbs up there as well. What's Jack Miller looking at as well? On the Repsol. Definitely eyeing something up, wasn't he? I think this is Fab. Who is this? Oh, it's Digi. Fabio Di Giannantonio, his way to the office. I was wondering who it was actually on the board. I had to sort of stop and have a look and see who was it. There's the live text updates. That's what we've been looking at. Anything else? There is Aleix Espargaro's Aprilia. Nice new fairings on that front there, actually. Pedro Acosta. He did some laps early on in the session, if you remember correctly, 3 hours ago. Cal Crutchlow. And here is the Rins Cup coming in. What? Marco Bezzecchi and Alex Rins, 2-2. I think it's when they were jumping over the timing screens at the start of the day. Bastianini. Out he goes. 2 hours ago. And here's the sun and the eyes down the turn. Oh, always nice hearing the bikes. Bagnard's got a red sector 1, by the way, but yellow sector 2 and 3. We'll change over in just a second. Ready for 2024, blah, blah, blah. Sun's going down. 48 minutes ago, we were on with Maggie. Love the sound of those bikes. It is good. It's addictive. And there's that as well. So we can go back now to the full timing screens. Bagnard's jumped up to second place, a 153.373, 97 thousandths off the pace on the board as well. So not too bad to lose a little bit of time there on the session. So no sign of the midday report from MotoGP, which is bizarre. I'm checking Twitter to see what they're saying about it, and they're not saying anything. So here we go. Is this the French... Oh, hang on a minute. Sorry, my fault. I should have been on-pinned that a couple of hours ago. No, this is the lunch break. Thanks, Brad. I should have been on-pinned that a couple of... about an hour ago, actually. But we've all been busy. Now it's just waiting. Oh, look at that. First sector for Martin and second sector. And compare that to Pecco Bagnaia. Martin is faster than anybody at the moment. He's even a tenth faster than Pecco Bagnaia. So this is going to be strong. Now, I think Martin is ahead and Bagnaia is towing him. He is on the timing screen. So that's being a bit cheeky. They are towing each other. Boss, you are right. And again, Sector 3, Bagnaia was quicker. Slower, actually, was Jorge Martin. So they've come back up towards each other. Bagnaia will get that tow down that long back straight of Sector 4. And that's where they're going to be right now as they approach the timing line. So is it fastest lap for Bagnaia? He's 97 thousandths off of Maverick Vinales. Can Martin jump into the top 10? Martin goes third, 153.619. What can Bagnaia do? 153.372. He takes exactly 1,000th of a second off the pace of Maverick Vinales' time. So he's better by 1,000th on his own time. Really, really bizarre situation, that one going on. And now we've got Marco Bezzecchi faster than that first sector with a 27.698. So Bezzecchi on the VR46 is looking very quick. Martin does a 27.852, matches his first sector from the previous lap as well, and is a 10th at 0.115 quicker than Marco Bezzecchi in the last sector. So now Martin's following him. And who just jumped? Mia jumps up into 4th position. Augusto Fernandez jumps up to 12th. Mia 4th with a 153.669. So great job there across the board. Second sector for Bezzecchi is a 58.432. But Martin's backed off. Look, he's a 1 minute. So no, he's not going to do it. Fabio Quartararo, we were talking about him a few moments ago. He's 16th on a 27.992. Look at Vinales, he's come out to play. 27.966 on the board. So Vinales is up there. He's now starting to set faster times. So this will be the fast run simulations as the night begins to fall here at Losail. This is the big one. And this is exactly when MotoGP need to be on air to give us some information from trackside. What's the time for Marco Bezzecchi then? He's in 10th position. Is he quick? Only goes up to 8th place, 153.932. So not bad, 342.8. No, actually, Mia was faster than the speed trap last time around. 343.9 miles per hour. Now, what's the sector times? Quartararo, second sector, 58.6. Augusto Fernandez, 58.5. And then Vinales and Martins have just sort of started dropping away between the two of them. 2-minute lap time there for Martin. Wouldn't be surprised if he's come back into the pit lane with that lap time as well. 2:05 for Bagnaia. He might have done the same thing as we approach sort of the asterisk lunch break as well at the midway through. And I'm not seeing anybody else setting red sector times across the board. And there goes, look at that, Fabio Quartararo up into 13th position, 154.168 on that 34th lap time of his. So already, times beginning to come through and get quicker and more exciting. Well, we've now done 22 minutes without a MotoGP midday report that was promised at 6. I can only assume they are having some severe problems with their coverage that they can't seem to bring it through. So that is disappointing, but I suppose Maddie has sort of helped us again with her being trackside. She's given us a midday report with everything that's been going on. So Maddie Patterson again saving the coverage without having to have a trackside report because there isn't one from MotoGP. It's just disappeared. They haven't bothered to go on air as well. No information on tyres, unfortunately, at the moment. That's been taken away from us. Quartararo did a 28.001 in that first sector. I wish I didn't let Maddie go now, but Maddie had to go. She's got work to do as well. But here tonight, we're going to be on, don't forget this evening, it's the Daytona 500. All action starts. We are going to be on air for all of the action. 9:30 is green flag. We're on air at 9 for all of the coverage. 9 p.m. GMT, of course, for the NASCAR Daytona 500. That's coming up later on today. So it's going to be fun, but delayed from yesterday, and even Xfinity's been moved to after the Cup, so they still can't drive the track. So it's interesting. As they go through. Hello, Upstonks. Hello. Nice to see you again. As we wait. Now we've got 2 hours 24, 36. Right, there's no sign of this MotoGP update as well, unfortunately, which is a disappointment. But I'm not going to wait around for it to come on and then it not come on when we've got a 2 hour, 24-minute program with 2 hours 36 to go. So what would that give us? I want to get it down to where there's 10 minutes of track action to go. So we can get into it. So I'm just going to leave that for a second, because then that gives us 10 minutes at the end of the day to go through everything, hear hopefully from a bit of After the Flag, and really hit the ground running with the analysis on the first day of the test. Yes, hello, welcome back as I come into it. So let's go over. We've got 2 hours 35 minutes to go. Let's go over and then listen, because as Maddie Patterson was saying as well, Repsol Honda, a brand new outlook they've got now for their team. Fingers crossed they're going to be a lot faster this year compared to more others, and we'll have a better partnership with Luca Marini on board alongside that of Johan Mir. Mir's gone up to 4th place now as well, so looks good. Let's go over then and take a look at Repsol Honda's 2024 launch of their bike.
Good morning and welcome along. It's time for another MotoGP team launch, 2 in the space of 24 hours, and we're keeping the orange theme as well as we go from the Red Bull KTM factory racing squad to the Repsol Honda team launch today. It's a new look, a new chapter, a clean slate for the Repsol Honda squad as they go into life without Marc Marquez. Now Johan Mir and Luca Marini about to walk out in about half an hour's time live in Madrid to kick off this 2024 adventure. Of course, now alongside Yamaha having that concession status, meaning that it is a very, very busy year ahead for not only Luca Marini and Johan Mir, but Stefan Bradl and all of the Repsol Honda testing squad. Lots for us to talk about, especially after the 6 days that they had testing in Malaysia last week, to see if progress has been made and if Honda are on the ascendancy and on the climb back up to the summit of MotoGP. This is halfway through a very, very busy week indeed for MotoGP team launches. As I said, yesterday KTM, today Repsol Honda, and this is what is coming up as we go throughout the rest of the week as well. Only a little bit to wait, 48 hours time on Thursday. LCR Honda will be officially getting their campaign underway. A new look lineup there as well, as Johan Zarco comes on board alongside Taka Nakagami. Then on Sunday, just ahead of the Qatar test, time for Aleix Espargaro and Maverick Vinales to kick off Aprilia's new season. Once we've got the Qatar test over and done with, then on the 28th of February, a very, very special team launch as well to finish off team presentation season, as Jorge Martin and Franco Morbidelli pull the covers off their GP24s in the Bahrain Formula One paddock. They will be alongside the stars of Four Wheels there to officially round off what has been a very busy, a very interesting, a very diverse all 11 MotoGP team presentations. A big show in store for you once again. Lots of people to chat to, lots of people to get their opinion on, because Honda are, of course, a hot talking point in the MotoGP paddock. We'll be crossing live to Madrid very shortly to hear from Liam Hodgins, who's our man on site today. Then we'll be hearing from Neil Morrison, the man who joins me in commentary for Moto3, also the voice of Moto2 as well, and may not well be the voice, but he's certainly the scribe for plenty of MotoGP newspapers, websites, podcasts around the world, so no better man to speak to get the inside line on Honda there. Then we'll be crossing to Madrid for the live presentation at 10 o'clock local time here in Spain. Before then, once that finishes off at around 11 o'clock, and not only will we be hearing live from the likes of Luca Marini, Johan Mir and Alberto Puig, but Simon Crafar is going to join us as well, fresh from his trip to Sepang, to give us all of the insight, all of the analysis from everything that went down in Sepang to officially get us warmed up for the start of the season, which is now, I believe, 25 days away. The Trackhouse Racing Squad informing us this morning that it is Ralph Fernandez days away from the season officially starting. As ever, we want to hear from you guys, whether you're watching us on Twitch, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, whatever it may well be. Make sure that you comment in the chat, in the stream. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know what your thoughts, your hopes, your predictions are ahead of the season. And if you do have any questions for either Neil Morrison or for Simon Crayford, then do put them in the chat and we'll throw them the direction of our resident experts as we go throughout today's show. As I said, 25 days away from the MotoGP season starting under the lights in Qatar, so no better time. I tell you, every show, and I'm going to do it again, make sure you head to motogp.tickets.com to secure your seat ahead of the new season getting underway. 21 rounds coming your way from March through to the end of November, and make sure you're there to witness what is undoubtedly going to be one of the most fascinating MotoGP seasons in recent memory. Right, shall we get the show started? Let's officially get going and switch our attention to Repsol Honda then, because there is so much to talk about with Repsol Honda. Can they get back to the top of MotoGP? You feel as though it may well be a challenge in 2024, but there's definitely been a change in mindset, a change in attitude there, given the departure of Marc Marquez. Normally we ask you guys, can they win the World Championship? But we think it's a little bit premature for that. So our first poll to kick us off is a very interesting, a very fascinating inter-team duel. Who do you think will be top between Joan Mir and Luca Marini come the end of the 2024 MotoGP World Championship? Of course, Mir has got an extra 12 months experience on the bike, but Marini has certainly stepped across and has adapted pretty well so far. Mir moving across to work with Santi Hernandez and Marc Marquez's old crew, whereas Marini steps in for a little bit of an Italian team-up with Giacomo Guidotti, brother, of course, to Francesco, who we spoke to yesterday. Let's get a little bit of a flavour then, a little bit of a sampling of the atmosphere over in Madrid ahead of the Repsol Honda team launch. Delighted to say that our very own Liam Hodgins is there live on site at quite the glamorous location as well. Tell us all about it, Liam. First of all, good morning, and how are things looking there?
Hola, Jack. Buenos dias, everyone. I would love to say, Jack, it was a very beautiful morning when we got here, but it's not. It's very cold, and within the last minute, it just started raining. So I must admit, it's not looking too great. The grey skies have descended upon us. However, that has not disbarred anyone's spirits because everyone is still loving it here. Everyone is pumped up to see the new Repsol Honda. Now, there's a bit of chat that it could look a little bit different this year. We're not sure just yet, but it could potentially have a small hint of a difference. We're all looking forward to seeing it. So as everyone is flooding through the gates behind us that are looking forward to seeing it. And on display, just behind our camera operator here, Oscar, we have a display of some beautiful Repsol Honda, starting with Mick Doohan's NSR 500 from all the way back in 1995, then Nicky Hayden's 2006 RC211V, then Danny Pedrosa's, as you can see now, from 2010, and then the final one, Marc Marquez's 2020 bike. The less said about that one, the better, I must admit, but we've got some beautiful bikes in the past. And I must admit, Jack, I think we're going to get a beautiful bike on display today.
Yeah, great to see so much history there. Of course, it's difficult not to speak about the past and speak about the history with Repsol Honda. Despite their recent struggles, Liam, still the most successful team, arguably the most iconic team on the MotoGP grid. But with their recent struggles, what kind of an atmosphere is there at the moment? Is it one of cautious optimism ahead of the new year?
I think so. There seems to be a bit of a buzz. There seems to be people walking in with smiles on their faces. I've seen some of the engineers, Ken Kawuchi, Kawata-san as well. He's been walked in. He's had a bit of a smile on his face coming into the presentation. So there seems to be quite a bit of a buzz, which is great to see because the last couple of years, Jack, as we know, haven't been too great for Repsol Honda, have they?
No, absolutely not. Well, the setting looks absolutely fantastic, Liam. I'll let you make your way inside and take your seat, and then we'll come across and chat to you just before things get underway in just over 20 minutes' time. And yeah, I've heard the same. Some rumours filtering through, even on Twitter, the Repsol Honda team themselves, saying that we promise that you'll be surprised. So normally, this time of year, we can say with real confidence that the Repsol Honda bike doesn't change from year to year, but with the departure of Marc Marquez, potentially some slight movement in the sponsorship of Repsol, maybe this will be quite a bit different to what we're used to. We'll have to wait and see, though. 20 minutes before we'll find out exactly what the new machine is going to look like. Right, from a Scotsman to a Northern Irishman, from Liam to Neil. Delighted to say that Neil Morrison joins us live now. A man who, I don't believe you were on site in Sepang, Neil, but I'm sure you were across it as ever, setting your alarm at 3 a.m. in the morning like I was. It was a fascinating test for many reasons. For Honda in particular, 6 days, of course, the opportunity to ride at the shakedown with the new concessions. Does it look as though they are on the right path and on the ascendancy, shall we say?
It was actually a 3:30 a.m. alarm, Jack, but not quite as eager as you. But yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, you could look at it two ways. The timesheets weren't massively flattering for Honda. You know, Joan Mir in 10th was still some distance away, but there were definitely signs that Honda has kind of changed its course from last year when it really did seem to be a bit rudderless, a bit lost, not really sure which direction to take. There at least seems to be an idea now of which way they're going. Yeah, the time sheets weren't overly flattering, but if you kind of dug a little bit deeper, I mean, Joan Mir, I think, was 1.1 seconds faster than he went in the Grand Prix just a couple of months previously, last November. So, you know, there's been big progress there. It's just the only problem is everyone else has made big progress as well.
For both Japanese factories, it feels as though, given the recent struggles that they've had, they've been forced into pretty radical action, whether it be on Yamaha's side, the arrival of 2 engineers from Ducati, even Honda, the signing of Alex Baumgartel from Kalex. It's not something that we've been used to in the past. The Japanese factories often very proud and like to keep things in-house, but I guess they've been left with no option but to turn to brains elsewhere.
Yeah, I think that that has proved to be true. They've really been faced with no other option because they were so far away last year. I mean, it was difficult to think what was the biggest, most disastrous moment of kind of Honda's 2023. There were so many to choose from, but the fact that they were just so far away really did show that they needed to look maybe outside of their usual kind of area of expertise to try and get themselves back on track. And bringing in someone like Alex Baumgartel, we already saw that they were utilizing his kind of know-how with their chassis and their swing arm, which they were running at certain points last year and the year before. But having someone like him as a kind of advisor, I think is a really good move. The guy has basically made the Moto2 class his own in the last decade. And, you know, comes from, I think, a DTM background, has a wonderful kind of array of experience, and is just able to kind of put it in very plain layman's terms, which I think is kind of needed. So, yeah, that's definitely a good canny bit of signing, I would say, from Honda. And yeah, I don't think we're expecting too much from them this year, but it is, I think, a relief for everyone to see that they are at least kind of on the right track again.
You can see the fans at home are split exactly down the middle in terms of who they think will top the inter-team duel. We talk about canny signings. You'd have to say that Luca Marini is another one of them as well. When the news started filtering through, it took many by surprise, but in the end, when you get into the details of it and think about just how intelligent a rider Luca Marini is, it does feel like it was a very, very canny signing indeed to bring the Italian on board.
Yeah, absolutely. He's maybe not the fastest rider in the world. We didn't see him win a race, for example, on Ducati. I think he was the only Ducati rider that didn't win either a sprint race or a feature-length race last year. But he's pretty consistent, and what he does bring is just a kind of unbelievable technical know-how. You know, we always say that since Andrea Dovizioso retired, Luca Marini is basically the go-to guy to get someone to explain a very complicated technical thing in layman's terms to someone as kind of simple-minded as myself or other journalists that I work with. I guess like yourself as well, Jack. Yeah, he's been very, very canny, and listening to some of his comments in the shakedown test, he was saying that already he's been able to say to certain Honda engineers, look, the aerodynamics are okay, but this is what the Ducati did, and this is what I think you should do with this package because this will help us in this kind of direction. So I think Honda really have a wonderful kind of tool there that they could utilize to try and get some information, because we know that Ducati kind of lead the way in so many aspects, and being able to tap into just how they do things differently, to understand that a bit better. I think, Marini and Johan Zarco, I think to a lesser extent in the LCR team, those are two great resources that they can call upon this year.
A couple of fans have been getting in touch, Neil, including Luke Miller, who says he loves your commentary of Moto E. This, a little bit off topic, but still, thanks, Luke, for the question. A championship favourite, are we talking Moto E or MotoGP there? I mean, we'll get both anyway, since Luke asks.
MotoGP, I think, Jack, I would be hard-pressed to look outside Pecco Bagnaia. I think he's going to be run close. I think I think Marc Marquez will be definitely in the mix. It'll be really interesting to see if someone like Bastianini can reproduce the form from 2022. Brad Binder as well. There's a bit of a question mark. Can he step up and become a proper championship contender this year? I think of what we saw of KTM at the Sepang test, probably, because it looks as though they're definitely a bit closer to Ducati this year. But I don't know, just the way Bagnaia was carrying himself throughout the test. Also, what we saw throughout last year, he's just such an expert at handling pressure. And I think that's really going to stand him in good stead when someone like Marquez, who's really going to try and get under his skin right the way through this year, is going to be kind of, trying to unsettle him pretty much every weekend. So yeah, I'm going to go with Pecco. And for Moto E, difficult one to say at this stage. We haven't had any testing just yet, but maybe I'll plump with Eric Granado. I think it should be his year because he's been so close for so many years and not quite got the job done. I think Eric could be the man for this year.
Yeah, I don't think we have the full entry list out for Moto E just yet as well. I believe that may well be coming potentially tomorrow, so keep your eyes peeled for that, fans of Moto E. Another one for you here, Neil. We touched on it there with the signing of Luca Marini to the Repsol Honda squad. This from Rizal, asking what expectations should be for the Repsol Honda squads this year. What do you think would be a good year for them?
It's a tough one. I think a good year would be showing steady improvements from the start until the end, almost like what you would say of a rookie. You kind of just want to see that week by week improvement. I don't think they'll be tearing up any trees. I don't think they'll be fighting for race wins. It could be some time until they're fighting for the podium, but I do think there will be tracks this year that the Honda will kind of suit, will click with. We saw last year, even in one of their darkest years, at Kota and in India, the guys were still competitive. Rins obviously won in Kota, and both Mark and Joan Mir were fighting for the podium in India. I think there will be tracks where the Honda will just click straight away. But generally speaking, I think if Marini can become, a consistent top 10 finisher, and maybe towards the end of the year, pushing towards becoming a top 8 or top 6 finisher consistently, then I think that would represent a really strong start to his Honda career.
We've touched on Luca Marini. Let's just speak about this man in shot here, Joan Mir. Easy to forget that he was world champion in 2020, but halfway through 2022, when the news about Suzuki came out, it seemed as though his form fell off the edge of a cliff, lost all confidence with a few big crashes in there as well, and things definitely didn't get any easier for him in 2023. How much is this year just about rebuilding Joan Mir back up to being the rider that we all know that he is?
Yeah, I mean, it's a massive year for Mir, isn't it, really? You had to kind of pinch yourself at some points throughout last year and remind yourself that this guy was the MotoGP world champion in 2020. He was third in the world championship in 2021. And sadly, there just wasn't that much evidence of that rider last year. We know the Honda was a very difficult bike and that it bit him quite often. But I think it was clear that Mir just lost a bit of motivation because Honda was so far off. And I think that's understandable. Even Marc Marquez said at certain points last year that his motivation had taken a bit of a battering just because the Honda was so far away. But certainly the signs in Sepang were promising. He was, I think, 1.1 seconds faster on the final day of testing than he was at the GP last year, which is a massive amount of time to improve if you think about it. I think even Luca Marini was saying Mir really was on it for that lap. It does seem that their problem, though, is whenever the tyres kind of drop away. We saw a couple of longer runs from some of the Honda guys, and they certainly weren't anywhere near as competitive as the guys on the Aprilias, Ducatis, and even the KTM. So it's a massive year for Mir. He has to be top Honda, I think, right the way through the year to kind of prove that he's capable of leading the factory now. Also, of course, he's changed garage or changed side of the garage. He's moved across to work with Marc Marquez's old crew. So that's a vast kind of level of experience he's walking into as well. Yeah, huge year for him. And yeah, I think it's pretty important for him to be the kind of top Honda for the most part of it.
Just finally, Neil, impossible to speak about Repsol Honda, and I imagine this will be the last time before we go into the new year and not mention the name Marc Marquez. Every year for the past 30 years, this is the 30th year of Repsol Honda, whether it be Doohan, whether it be Pedrosa, whether it be Marc Marquez, it has always been one of the big events of the pre-season. But given the fact that Marc is no longer with them, doesn't seem to have the same sort of glitz and glamour around it. In a certain way, as silly as it might sound, is it the best thing that could happen to Repsol Honda, that they can go about their work this year without the spotlight being so intensely on them?
It could well be, Jack. You know, it's obviously giving up someone as brilliant as Marc is a massive blow, and Honda will have definitely felt that. I think the whole Repsol team will have felt that as well. But maybe it could be a really good thing for them. Just in what you said there, they're able to do their work diligently away from the spotlight. There's not this kind of rolling coverage of like Honda in crisis, Honda in disaster every time they're not fighting for competitive results, every time they're having a difficult weekend. And there's no doubt there will be difficult weekends ahead this year. There won't be that same kind of like klaxon, which is always ringing whenever things go wrong for them. So, I mean, it's difficult to say at this point whether it's a blessing that Marc has gone, but it certainly seems to have given them a bit of a hurry up, that's for sure. Reports in the Spanish press, even from the end of last year, the test that they did at Valencia, you know, I think from the Misano test to Valencia at the end of last year, they made a completely different bike. And that was kind of almost in reaction to what happened at Misano. And it did show you that Honda still has the kind of might. We're talking about the biggest motorcycle manufacturer in the world here. And if they do get serious, you know, there's no reason to think that they cannot get back to MotoGP in a few years' time. That's the only thing. I think it is going to take a few years. And, you know, whether Mir, Marini, Zarco, Nakagami are the level of Marc Marquez, I don't think anyone would really argue that they are. But they're certainly a capable rider lineup. So I think time will tell, Jack. Time will tell. I don't want to say right now that it's a good thing that he's gone, but certainly it seems they have reacted to the news that he's leaving in the right way. Let me put it like that.
And it does seem, given the manner in which Marc departed, that door is certainly not closed. Already speculation that if Honda are able to make enough strides, that Marc, of course, on a one-year deal, could have that dream come back for 25. But as you say, we shall have to wait and see. Neil, thank you for your time as ever. Really appreciate it.
Thanks very much, Jack. Always a pleasure.
Cheers, Neil. Good to be able to chat away with him, my commentary partner. Do enjoy being sat in the commentary box with him. Slightly weird to not have him alongside me and instead be doing it via Zoom, but looking forward to getting back underway with him once the season gets started. As ever, you guys have been sending your questions in, whether it be for Neil or for Simon. Of course, now a good opportunity to put your questions in for when Simon joins us later on in around about an hour's time. Also, you guys at home have sent your questions in that we shall be posing to Joan Mir and Luca Marini later on as well. And here are the three that got selected.
My question is to Luca and Joan. Out of all the riders to wear these colors in this historic team, who inspires you the most?
Hi, Joan. I was wondering what it's like to work with Santi Hernandez, your new crew chief, and good luck this season.
Ragazzi, this is Matias from Santiago, Chile. My question is, if you have one word to describe your brand new bike, which one would be? Grazie, ciao.
Well, Matthias has quickly jumped in to top spot for my favourite fan question of the season so far. That is the bar, ladies and gentlemen. When you're sending your questions in, if you're not on board your bike and giving it some revs, then I'm going to be disappointed. Well done, Matthias from Chile, for that great question. Looking forward to hearing what both Luca and Joanne have to say when we put that to them after the presentation. Around about 5 minutes away from it getting underway, under the lights in Madrid, and our man Liam Hodgins is there sampling the atmosphere. I imagine that it is filling up quite nicely now. Look at that. Looking lovely under those blue lights, Liam, and maybe that's an indication of a potential change in colour. Of course, in years previous, Honda has had an affiliation with blue, may well see a return in 2024. What do you think?
Well, Jack, I wouldn't put it past you to maybe have hit that nail on the head, but we still do not know. We've had some blue in the past with Mick Doohan, of course, the first MotoGP bike, Valentino Rossi, the RC211V of 2002 had a bit of navy blue on it. It looked gorgeous, so could be a return to form for the Repsol Honda. But as you can see behind me now, it really is starting to fill up. There are lots of people here, and it's incredible venue, which is actually part of an old train station which was built in 1861, the Madrid North train station, which had been left dormant for 4 decades, and in the last few years they've converted it, renovated it into what is just an incredible venue. And what better place to host this Repsol Honda team launch, the 30 years of Repsol Honda, dating all the way back to 1995, than here at the music station. It's got a great name, it's got a great atmosphere, and Jack, I must admit, I don't know about you and all of you back home, but I am really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a venue it is as well. We've been treated to some good ones in the team presentation season so far, and that may well jump right into top spot. Liam, thanks for your time. Go get your seats, get ready to enjoy what's to come. The music station, I must say, I've not been across to Madrid yet to enjoy any concerts, but that does look quite the venue. I may well have to put that on the bucket list. Right, before we head across and join, I believe it's DAZN's very own Izaskun Ruiz, who will be presenting the team presentation alongside Luca Marini and Joanne Mia. A good opportunity to tell you what's to come in MotoGP in 2024 and to get yourself fully booked in with plenty of opportunities, whether it be through MotoGP.tickets.com or other avenues, to be fully ready to go for the new season, which of course kicks off on the 9th and 10th of March. If you haven't got that one in your diaries yet, then make sure you have right now. After that, of course, we'll be heading across to Portimao, where it will be, you would imagine, quite the atmosphere, because lots of you were there enjoying MotoGP's finest hospitality options in Portimao last year, and it was always a raucous atmosphere whenever Miguel Oliveira rolls out of pit lane, especially given the fact of just how competitive he was as well. In the end, that infamous coming together with Marc Marquez kind of put a curse on the weekend, and there weren't many happy smiling faces walking out of Portimao. But now with a fully factory Aprilia underneath him, let's hope that Miguel Oliveira can send the Portuguese fans home happy at round 2. Lots of you getting in touch, including Kanishk, watching from India. Great to have you on board, Kanishk. Looking forward to getting back to the Bud International Circuit later on in the year for the second time. Lalo in touch as well. Joan Mir, lots of thumbs up. Champion. Well, it'll be some result if he's able to be champion this year, but as we were saying with Neil, easy to forget, he is of course one of our world champions on the grid. 4 of them this year: Marc Marquez, Joan Mir, Fabio Quartararo and Pecco Bagnaia. Will we have a 5th one this year? Potentially Jorge Martin. Let's wait and see. Catty in touch as well. It's been nice to hear all of the positive things that the team have been saying, wishing them all the luck. Yes, a lot of positivity coming out of the Honda camp. Looks as though they have turned a corner. It's cautious. They're not wanting to sort of get carried away, but Johan Zarco saying that they feel that this new machine is potentially 6, maybe even 7 times faster than what they had to live with in 2023. And as I was saying earlier as well, the perfect opportunity to get unrivaled views, rider meet and greets, premium hospitality, paddock access, and much, much more as well. MotoGPpremier.motogp.com, the best place to secure access, all area passes. There is no better way to enjoy MotoGP this year, so make sure you go and check those deals out now, including, I do have to recommend, Portimao. It is a great venue, a great atmosphere, as I was saying, with everyone raucously cheering on Miguel Oliveira. Lots of other ones to come up as well, whether it be Austin, whether it be Jerez, of course, looking forward to getting back there in the Jerez de la Frontera circuit. It should be good fun to get there in what I believe will be late April, if my memory serves right. But instead of focusing on what's to come in a couple of months' time, let's focus on what's to come here with the Repsol Honda team launch. 30 years, 30 seasons that they've been in the Premier class. So much success as well. They've dominated for so much of those 30 years, whether it be Mick Doohan and those 5 consecutive World Championships, of course, the incredible partnership that they had with Marc Marquez and Dani Pedrosa in between that as well. So unlucky not to have won a Premier Class World Championship, but now a slight change in atmosphere. It's all about rebuilding. It's all about getting themselves back to the summit of MotoGP. And you do feel as though that they are on the path to do so. A change in mentality, a change in attitude should hopefully do them the world of good. Their 2024 campaign is just under 30 seconds away. Let's cross live to Madrid then and enjoy the Repsol Honda team launch for the new year.
Well, that's always annoying, isn't it, when we wait for the stream and then MotoGP don't actually do it correctly. So that's always great. But we have got, we're just waiting for the Repsol Honda, the part of the program to start with the launch. But look at Jorge Martin in that first sector. 27.760 and then a 58.008. So a lot of good run around there at the moment. The grey sectors, by the way, some of them are in the pit lane if they're not moving. Just to give you an update on that. But Martin is beginning to push and is beginning to hopefully have I don't want to say quicker, but a better run through what needs to happen. So it's all looking quite quick. Personally honest, it's taken a while, that launch, it sounds like. And they're not actually doing it. So we're just, I'll show you quickly actually. Look, it says Repsol Honda waiting to launch. Oh, and Marquez has crashed! Alex Marquez has crashed at turn 14. He says rider is okay, but Alex Marquez has crashed as Martin goes up into 4th place with a 1:53.158. Alex Marquez crashing. It says rider okay, but that's the second one at turn 14. Marco Bezzecchi went down earlier on today at the same part. It's a triple right-hander, that part of the track, and it tightened up on itself on the apex as well. Martin, 27.785 in that first sector as well. He's going well. Yellows are out, but it should be okay. Let's get ready for the Honda launch. So, it's going to be a long one. We've still got another hour 52 left on this launch. So let's just see what it's like, shall we? Apparently a load of birds. I mean, the Royal Grey sector stands at the moment. If you take a look, that's all we see at the moment. If I never watch this live, let me know what on earth was happening. Do not get it in the slightest. I suppose we'll wait until they actually start talking. So, Martin then in 4th position. And is he going to improve? Grey sectors. Not really that much improvement from what I can see, actually. Is he going to go faster? Across the line now. And it is a no. 3/10 off the pace of Raul Fernandez has gone to the top. So it's all changed, actually, in the past 32 minutes since we last spoke to you. Raul Fernandez on top for Aprilia, 152.814. Throwing in with Brad Binder, Aleix Espargaro in 9th, Jorge Martin 4th, Fabio Di Antonio in 5th. Pirro is down in 23rd position, but I believe is circulating now. Yes, he is. So he's starting to go back through and getting back into the action, as we desperately try and wait for Honda to make some sort of sense of their launch. Because this is just a black screen on one end with some music, techno music in the background, which is very annoying for what is supposed to be radio with the timing screens over the back of it. Oh well, here we go. There's the new bikes, everyone. They are the Repsol 2024 bikes.
Muy buenos días, espectacular. Estaréis conmigo este inicio de la presentación del equipo Repsol Honda para este 2024. Bienvenidos, soy Izaskun Ruiz.
So please welcome me, Izaskun Ruiz is my name, and I will be welcoming you today, and I'll be with you today discovering all the new things of this new season that is about to start. It's going to be a very special season, a very special event, because it is now the 30th anniversary of this alliance of Repsol and Honda for the MotoGP. It's been 30 years, but we've been enjoying great moments with amazing people who were competing with us. So the biggest fans, that is you. You are a key element for this team, and that is why you have to be here with us today. So that is why we opened the doors for you. So a big round of applause for all of you in the audience.
Y para agradeceros que habéis querido venir a compartir esta presentación este martes por la mañana, el equipo Repsol Honda ha preparado también unas cuantas sorpresas.
Repsol team has prepared a few surprises for you that will be revealing to you during the day, but I cannot tell you more right now. Just one more thing. Also, I want to thank all the people who are connected online, following our streaming. Unfortunately, we will not be able to listen to you here on the stage, but we want you to follow us through our hashtag Repsol Honda 2024, and there you can ask your questions, your comments, and also we want to know how you prepare for this great season 2024. And of course, all of you who are here, I hope you're already sharing content through your social media profiles. It's been 30 years with a great passion shared by Repsol and Honda, aiming at success. So we've gained some magic moments and a lot of and a great passion. A couple of days ago, we saw these bikes riding, but today they look even more astonishing. It's a great design to start the new season that will start in less than a month. So we're about to start a year that will be a very promising year, and our Repsol Honda team has great passion, and we're convinced that we will continue in this constant evolution, leadership and innovation, which is the key feature of our team. And this remains present in this team, and this has made them one of the most incredible teams. So the history of MotoGP, before, in the past 500, we've had their big riders sharing this journey of Repsol Honda. I don't need to name all of them, but I will. Like Big Lujan, Alex Cribillet, Valentino Rossi, Nicky Hayden, Casey Stoner, or Marc Marquez. They will always be part of our golden history of our MotoGP championship. So this story will continue now with our riders, John Mir and Luca Marini. We'll have them here on stage in a few minutes, but before that, we would like to invite on the stage two key persons in the collaboration of this team and the alliance of Repsol and Honda. So please, let's welcome Tetsuhiro Kubata and Marcos Fraga, Director of Communication.
Thank you for joining us, and welcome to this team presentation, this team Repsol Honda team launch. I guess this is a very special one also for you and for Honda, celebrating 30 years of collaboration.
Yeah, it's true. It's at first, thank you very much for having me ahead of the start of another MotoGP season. And also, we as Honda is very proud to be here today. And 30 years, it's quite long. We have been working with Repsol, and together we achieved to the 15th Riders World Championships and also 10 team championship and 130 wins in the Premier class. Everyone involved with this project are working very hard to keep adding to these numbers in the future.
Bueno, pues que seguirán trabajando, ¿no? Con la misma intensidad para seguir aumentando esa lista, esos
So we'll continue working with a great passion to have even better numbers. But as Toshihiro explained before, after all these championships, obviously, also we've had 136 victories in the biggest category, and of course we've had 30 special years of alliance for Repsol and for Honda, and also Marcos, it is very special for you to see. Also, this is very special for Repsol, and that is why we needed to have this big celebration with all the fans in this big theater, with all our followers. Good morning, Izaskun, and I would like to welcome everyone here in this theater. For us, it is a very special day, of course, and it is a day to celebrate. We want to have this new season with great passion, and we wanted to have a different presentation this year, just because we wanted to be closer to the people. We'll also have some surprises across the city. So we wanted this to be a celebration not just here, but also in the city.
You have just arrived from Japan. How is the pre-season going?
Our engineers have been working very, very hard since last 3 years. It's quite a big challenge for us. We already had the 6 days test in Japan together with our official rider and test riders. We are able to gather a lot of the information to continue to refining our package ahead of the round one race. And also returning to the positions, we know we are capable of this process, and we are continuing to give our maximum effort to it.
Bueno, pues como nos cuenta Kubata-san, acaban de llegar de esos 6 días en los que sabéis que han estado rodando en Sepang, tanto con los pilotos.
So it's been 6 years in Japan with the testers and also with the official riders, and we've heard how this season is a big challenge for them, and they're working, all the engineers have been working very hard during the winter, and they gained very valuable information to continue fine-tuning this package and this alliance, Honda Repsol, to go back to the best positions that we've always had.
This season, you continue with Joan Mir, and now you add Luca Marini to the project. What do you expect from from these riders?
Yes. Joan has entered his 2nd year with us. We believe that he can continue to build on what he learned last years. And we already saw his undoubted potential is on several occasions in 2023. So we are try to giving to him to what he needs to do this on regular basis. And yes, it's Luca Marini. He's joining to us. He's a young rider, and also with a lot of the ambitions. We have already seen his focus and desire to work in the first test in Valencia. And so we are sure that he will add a lot to our project. And anyway, also we would like to see, and we would like to see both riders on the track, and we are looking forward to see both riders on the track throughout the year, and also continuing to make forward progress.
Bueno, pues deseando conseguir ese progreso de la mano de sus dos pilotos.
All right, so of course we see they want to become winners again with John Mir, of course. We want to continue. After his work in the last season, we've already seen he has a great talent. And as Kubata-san explained, in 2023, we've already seen in many moments his talent as a double world championship. So he's already been our champion 2 years. And we hope he will continue growing with this new Honda. And Luca Marini is our new rider. And we've seen already his big commitment. And with this brand, we already saw the first testings in Valencia. So he's very committed with the team, so that we can continue progressing to see good results. So, Marcos, we've already had some kilometers in the season or in the past. So I'm still very surprised how you can always adapt and all the work that we do to adapt to the new challenges in all the different seasons, because we see it is more and more demanding. We've seen at the very beginning, also this year we're going to sit with our two riders. So you're very ambitious and you very much promote renewable fuels. What do you think in the World MotoGP to obtain a more sustainable competition? Well, for us, this is a paramount. This is a solution for mobility as of today and also for the future. So I would like to thank here Dorna, the promotion of sustainable mobility by including 40% of renewable fuels to MotoGP this year, and also the commitment that this will become 100% in 2027. So this is a very big step towards the future. We have here the CEO of Dorna. So thank you so much for being here with us. And also he's proven this commitment in the World Organization of MotoGP with his step towards sustainability. After we just look into the motorbikes, and we see the exterior, but also Repsol is inside. We are the suppliers of the fuel of our competition team, Repsol Honda. So there is a big work here with people in our research center and our tech lab, because it's very close to very near here. And we have people working there full time to develop the fuel used by our team Repsol Honda. And most important, these learnings, this content learning is translated into the cities, into our fuel and gas stations through our products and services, so the clients, all of you, can benefit, you can profit from this technology development. You mentioned before, this goes from the competition to the streets. So this is now your goal from right now. So we need to know it's not just the fuels, renewable fuels, but also we can use them in our own vehicles, right? So that's also a very ambitious plan, right? Yes. So this is a new technology, but it is already a reality. So today, in Spain and Portugal, we have more than 60 gas stations supplying fuels which are 100% renewable, and Repsol's commitment is to finish the year with more than 600 gas stations with 100% renewable fuel. So we are very clear, we're very committed, not just in competition, but also for everyone. So thank you so much once again. Good luck. You can go back to your seats. Thank you so much.
Bueno, lo hemos dicho, esta presentación va a estar llena de
All right, so we're going to have many surprises today, and now the moment has come to start with our surprises. Repsol and Honda are so proud of you, of the fans, of your passion, of your big commitment worldwide. So today we're going to give something back to you by offering 2 VIP entrances to one of the big prizes, big competitions here in Spain. And the best here is to have these 2 VIP tickets. This will be for some of the people who are here in the audience. So how can you participate? That's going to be very easy. You need to check here this QR code. You can scan it on your phone. And also we have my colleague Bea Guiraun back there. She will explain to us the process, but it's very simple, it's very easy. Hello Izaskun, hello everyone. You see there's so many people here in the theater, so we'll see who will be the winner. I want everyone with your phones in the hand checking this QR code, as Izaskun said. So you need to scan this QR code, you have to enter your name, accept the terms and conditions, and you will just go to the screen with the questions that Izaskun is going to be reading out. So, okay, so let's be very agile, we need to be very quick, because we are now in MotoGP world, so we need to be very fast, and you need to give the right answers, but also the faster the better. So are we prepared? Are we ready? Is everyone ready? Are we ready? You good? Continue about history of MotoGP and Repsol Honda? Well, yeah, I know a little bit about it, yeah. So maybe you can win, yeah? Yeah, maybe, yeah. All right, so is everyone registered? All right, so let's start, Izaskun. So first question. When will the renewable fuels arrive in MotoGP? In 2026? In this very season, 2024? Or C, in 2025? This one is easy.
Venga, ya tenemos, hombre, ves, sí que habéis escuchado.
All right, so I see you are listening carefully because I see you did pay attention. So many people had the right answer. So yes, it's going to be in this very season, in 2024. We're going to start at least 40% of the fuels will be renewable. So next question is also about renewable fuels. So when will we have 100% renewable fuels in MotoGP? In 2026, 2027 or 2030?
Ya se acaba el tiempo, vemos buena participación.
Pues también 231 aciertos, ¿no?
So 230 people knew. So yes, it was in 2030. Sorry, in 2027. As Marcos Fraga explained. So in 2027 we'll have this with the new regulation. 100% of the fuels will be renewable at MotoGP. So third question is, this is also quite easy. Who was the rider of the team Repsol Honda? Mick Doohan, Alex Cribillé, or both?
Venga, que si habéis estado atentos, esto lo sabéis que lo ha dicho Izaskun.
Estas han sobrado 9 segundos fijo.
So I see everyone is very fast here because I did a kind remind at the beginning. That is correct. Mick Doohan and Alex Cribillé both were Repsol Honda riders, and they were world champions. Another history question, when did we start the alliance between Repsol and Honda MotoGP? In 1990, 1998 or 1995?
Pues tiempo cumplido también. Va a estar reñido, ¿eh? Hemos traído aquí a los mejores estudiantes de
So
la
we
clase.
see we have many people answering, many correct answers. It was in 1995. That was about history, but also maths, because we knew today was the 30th anniversary of this alliance. Yes, that is correct. And I think now the winner will be the fastest one, because it was all very easy answers. We see we have the winner here, Rafa Pitarch. Where are you, Rafa? So the winner is here. Congrats, congratulations. All right, so you were very fast. You were the fastest. So which circuit are you going to go to? I think I'll go to Cheste. Are you clear about it? Yes, because I'm from Valencia. I'm from the region, so yeah. And who are you going with? I'll go probably with my either with my partner or with my dad. Not sure. Not sure. Okay, so we'll see who will be the winner of your second ticket. Thank you so much. So congratulations, Rafa, and enjoy your 2 VIP tickets. And now we'll continue with this presentation. We've already seen the motorbikes, we've talked about the fuels, and we were able to have this talk with part of the team. We had the first surprises, but we still have a big surprise to come, of course. And you know who is to come, right? We're going to speak to the riders of Repsol Honda for 2024. A big round of applause for John Mir and Luca Marini, our official riders of our Repsol Honda team for 2024. Welcome, Joan, and welcome, Luca. I see you're very motivated, very passionate to continue making history for this team. And this year now you have these colors, which are a bit different. You like them? Yeah, sure. It's quite different, but I think it's going to be really nice, especially with us riding on them. And we very much hope it will be very fast motorbikes. Me love the motorbike. I think it's going to be a year for change. And it is quite different, so I do like it. Also, there's some changes for you. This is your second season in the team, but also there is a change of role. So you're going to be the beginner here. So how do you feel here about this role, leading the team? Well, I feel good. And we are now on a boat that we all want to try to navigate towards success. We've already tested the new bike and the new motorbike, and our colleagues in Japan are working really hard. We've tested many things. And I've really enjoyed the test drivings in Hepang, and it feels good to see the light at the end of the tunnel to start the season. You've probably heard this before. We've also invited our fans here to ask you some questions, because they always love getting to know you a bit better in your private life. So some of the questions they will ask are related to also being pilot and being a dad. I don't know if you already bought your first little bike for your kid. Well, I'm really enjoying being a father. His first bike we got from our Repsol friends, but he cannot ride it yet. He cannot stand with the bike, but yeah, I will try to maybe get him some ball to play football or something else also. But yeah, he'll start playing with motorbikes very soon, and I'm sure he will love it. Has this changed somehow, how you face competition? Well, yeah, when you become father, this changes you, and I'm enjoying this a lot. Also, the way you see things, you want to be home more, and you want to spend time with your kids, and you see how he grows. Now you have a big responsibility. And also, you want to resolve all the problems you may have just for your kid. So this will also help me to face some problems. So now, Luca, welcome officially to the Repsol Honda team. How do you feel being part of the biggest or the best winner team of MotoGP, Repsol Honda? Well, I'm very, very happy to be here today and also to be part of this family, Honda Repsol. And every time I'm in the boxes and when I see all our technical team and the motorbikes and the Repsol orange color and our Honda motorbikes, this is all incredible. It's like a dream. So we need to have a great year, a great season, and we'll need to fight to get the victory back.
So people keep asking just to get to know you a little bit more. So you are one of the riders who doesn't care about stopping because you keep training all the time. Maybe you're riding a bike at Madrid, or maybe do you have like a mental pause to recover? I think it's very important to do both because right now the MotoGP season is very demanding, both for the physical and mental issues, because you know we have 2 races over the weekend and that's very demanding. But I love running, I love riding, and I love it, and right now I'm very excited to start the new season. So I think it's very good to do a combination of both, and that's the best for us. So Joan, people keep saying that regardless of how serious you are, you make lots of jokes, especially when you're training with your friend Kiko. I don't know if we can tell some of those jokes in public. Well, Tito, he's like my brother. We have been training every day all together. So, you know, the routine of training, we need to relax a little bit and we need to make some jokes. So regarding jokes, I can tell you one. Tito is very jealous of his things. He likes having his van very clean and everything in order. So the very first day he was using the van, when we finished training, you know, he's like joking. So I finally used a fire extinguisher inside his van, so you can see what we usually do. So you should never get me upset. Yes, but we have a very good time training together, but we always do this type of jokes. So Luca, you've been since 2021 in the Premier Class category. So your first bike, you had it when you were 4 years old. So how was that moment like? Honestly, I don't remember very well. I usually talk about this to my father and I don't remember about anything, but I have so many pictures, and I had a very small bike with 2 wheels, with 2 additional wheels in the back. It was my decision to start with the bikes, with the motorbikes. When I was a child, I never saw my brother as a MotoGP rider. He was just my brother, so I was very passionate about motorbikes. And one day when I was asking my dad if I could try it on, and yeah, you know, that happened, and right now I'm in Honda Repsol, and that's something incredible. So you are talking about your brother, the great Valentino Rossi. He has been part of this team. Did he give you an advice? Yes. We are going to talk a little bit about everything. we are going to talk about this season, and I'm very happy to be here, and he's very happy that I'm here as well. And last question before we start with the questions from the journalists. So we've been talking about this with Marcos Fraga. So for you, in Japan tests, you've been working with these new renewable fuels, so they are part of the competition. We are going to talk more and more about them. So how do you think, what are the consequences they are going to have in the MotoGP World Championship? We know that MotoGP is the highest level competition. So regarding renewable fuels, we are going to test them, and we can see how we can perfection everything, and maybe for the future we're going to be having 100% renewable fuels, so we can be cleaner with the environment, doing what we love. So that sounds great. Look at, you're part of the MotoGP future, but that's also part of people's life. So yes, I do think that we need to enjoy and we need to apply the things that we use in our daily lives to these, and I think it's going to be very interesting. So I hope that everything will improve over the future, because, you know, that's positive for us. So I'm going to ask you to stay here on stage, because people are going to ask you some questions. It's not going to be me anymore, but our colleagues from the press. So you can pose some questions, all the fans. You can use the hashtag Repsol Honda 2024 to start asking some questions to Joan and Luca Marini. Some of them will be on screen, and after that we will convey those questions. But before we start with the press conference, I'm missing a very important part of the team. So we're going to call Alberto Puig to come to the stage. He's the team manager of Honda Repsol team. So Alberto, we've been working very hard over the winter. The challenge is very important. There are many hours, many progress to try to recover the competitivity of this bike, you know, regarding sports results. So it looks like in Japan we've started having very good results. So what do you think about this? So you can take a seat if you want. So good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for coming over. So the Japan test was very interesting, because we really needed to see a direction, and there were 3 important things that had to be improved, and we could improve them. The riders tested the bikes, and we could see a difference regarding the last test in Valencia. So there are many things to be improved, but the step we've taken has been very interesting. This year, with all the new regulations and grantings, we're going to try to use them properly, so that we can go back to the positions that we should have in such a team that's Repsol Honda team, that has been highly regarded and awarded and has a great history and has a very important position in the MotoGP championship. So you've been working in different areas, you've been testing different things, seeing different dynamics, you know, you've been trying to decrease the weight. So yes, we've been trying to redesign everything. Some aspects of weight were very important to improve, regarding power as well. But of course, in a competition, you're never happy. You know, there is something room for improvement, because there will be someone who is better than you, so you're trying to reach the limit of everything. Riders in their professional development and in their career, and of course technicians are working very hard to make the bikes work at their best, and of course Repsol as well, because, you know, we are using this new fuel and we are trying to reach reach the maximum of everything. So it's very important to say that we have inclusion, we are motivated, we are very happy, and we have two young riders that are going to fight. And that's what everything is about. So best of luck. So now we are going to start with the round of questions. So we can start with the questions from our colleagues from the press. So you can ask in English, in Spanish, that's up to you. So please raise your hands and we can start with the questions.
English or in Spanish. So
Buenos días. Mela Chércoles del diario Así la cadena SER.
Good morning from La Cadena SER. Luca, Joan. It's my only question for the whole year. How much, how important is Marc Marquez for you? You know his memories, he's been a key person in this team. So how come can you keep playing, having his memory and, you know, avoiding comparisons? Thank you very much. Truth is, I didn't think of him for the whole year, you know. It's more about what you expect from the outside, what people keep talking about. But the main goal here is to be at the highest level and to fight, regardless of the riders that have been in this team for the past few years. With or without him, we need to fight, and that's it. Yes, I agree with Joan. I think that Marc has been a historic piece at Honda. He's done great things, and that's what I want to do. So I'm totally aware of the work that I have to do, but now a new era for Honda has started. Hi, Filippo Garicho. Congratulations for your Spanish, Luca. So I wanted to ask you about this. You've signed for 2 years, and this was a surprise. So what do you think? Are you going to be working the following 2 years? What are your goals for now and for the second season? I think that now it is very important to me to learn how to ride the Honda bike, because it's very different in comparison with last years. But every time I'm in the track, it becomes easier. The goal is to have a competitive bike to win. So I'm working at 100% so that I can leave my feelings aside and so that I can win. Okay, any other questions? So please remember that if you use the hashtag, you can ask them some questions as well. Good morning, Ale Roperrey from On Control Magazine. So I have 2 questions for Joan. Did your optimism change in the past 4 months from Valencia to Japan test? And how was getting in touch with Xavier Hernandez, your new team of work? So to be honest, I'm very optimistic right now, because I've seen that at Honda they are working very hard. In just a few time, they've done a bike that's totally different, with some improvement in power and weight. And you know, those changes are very visible. The first time I tried that in Valencia, I could see that they had been working very hard. And from Valencia to Japan, they've done more improvements, and we hope that we can improve even more in the Qatar test. So I'm very excited, more than anyone, to deal with this situation so that we can enjoy the races. And I'm very excited. And regarding the change with Santi, I have to say that it was very, very well, because, you know, we've been having a great feeling with the whole team. We were together in Japan test, and we've been having a lot of time together. We could get to know a little bit each other, see how they are working, and I think we share a very similar way of working, and everything is becoming very natural. Everything is flowing, and that's very positive as well. Any other questions? Hi, Cesar Becerra from Venezuela. I want to know 3 things from each one of you. So, Jean-Mir, I've always been very curious to think that when a rider with high technology that's a world champion has a child, they change the way they think when they are riding a motorbike, or is it the same way you think? So, Luca, you know you're replacing Marc Marquez. That calls my attention. What's your goal for 2024? And when are we going to see a victory this season? So, everyone says this. When you become a father, you are more careful. And the first training that I did, you know, I wanted to see if I had lost something. But I think that's helping me a lot. Because when you become father, you have like a more survival instinct. You want to deal with things in a better way, and that's something that we have to do, you know. We need to be very careful, we need to pay attention, we need to keep working on this project and deal with it. So right now, this is great. Thank you very much. So hi, Chema Vermejo from Lotte. I'm sorry, but I have to answer his question. My vision is very positive for this season. I'm sure that right now, I don't think the gap is very small. We need to work more, but as Alberto has said before, at first it was very important to find a direction. Now the direction is clear, so we are working very well with all the engineers, and I'm pretty sure that over the season and with the grantings, the motorbike will improve a lot. So as riders, we need to finish with the best position. I don't think it's going to be easy, but I think we will achieve that over the season. We will feel each other very comfortable with the motorbike. So with regards to your questions of when we will be able to see the first victory, I wish I knew. But there is something that's more than apparent, and we need to be objective. You know, we come from a very low position. Last years were not very good because of many reasons. And right now, we've seen that we have the foundations to start with the real recovery. Current things are done so that people can be in their position, so that the World Championship is more balanced and is more exciting. So we really hope that over the first part of the season, as Luca was saying, we hope that we can reduce the gap that we still have, and it would be amazing to think that maybe even before the summer, Joan and Luca can have the possibility to fight for the podium, and so that they can win the race. So, you know, that's the goal for the Honda Repsol team, and that's their goal as riders, because they're very ambitious, and that's what we are looking for, and that's what we are focused on right now. Okay. Chema Vermejo from Moto.es. The first rival in the competition is your team colleague. So, Joan, we've seen you suffer with the Honda. I think you would have liked to have better positions. That was not possible. But for example, when it comes to Luca, he's been having good positions with the Ducati. So, do you think that this year with these new motorbikes, with the new team structure, do you think you will have the same level? Do you think you will be able to reach the same positions in the competition? The question is for both of you. I did not understand very well the question. Okay, so do you think you will be able to compete at the same level as Luca and the other way around? I'm going to try to have a better position than him. But, as you have said, the first rival is your colleague from your team. But on the other side, he can be your best colleague. And that's what we need to find. Because, for example, if we are in a better position than our colleague, maybe the level can increase. The level for both of us. Luca, he's a great rider, and as you said, he got very good results last year. He's been using the best motorbike. So when it comes to training, he has some new things to provide, so I think we can make a very good team. Yes, I totally agree with Johan. I think he knows the motorbike better than me, even though it's different than last year. So I need to learn from him. I need to learn all the secrets about the motorbike, and I need to make the time a little bit different in comparison with last year. But it's going to be good, and I think we're going to be having a very good level. We are going to be learning from each other so that we can have better results. Hi, Manuel Pecino from Mundo Deportivo. I had a question for both of you. That's all about the managers from different teams. So we get the information that maybe they want to give you back the control of the motorbikes, that you are the main characters, and I think that's going to be included in the new regulation. So what do you think about it? Are the motorbikes very powerful? You don't have a lot of control on the motorbikes. What do you think about this? So we have absolute control on the motorbike. But yeah, it's true that regarding electronics, you know, somehow those are things that are easy for the rider. You know, it's easier for us to use the bike. But maybe it's true that, you know, the fact of having a show is reduced. And, you know, that's at the level of all the riders, because, you know, when you're facilitating some things, all the riders can do it somehow. So even if we have less aerodynamics in the future, maybe that can be positive for the show. And yeah, that's what I think. Yes, I think the same. I think the bike is relatively easy to use in comparison with last years, and also regarding the wheels, they have improved a lot. And now the difference is very small between one motorbike and the other one, and between one factory team and one independent team. So yes, I'm pretty sure that in the future, when the regulation changes, I think that's going to be a positive change for everything, for the show, for the riders. because we will be able to enjoy even more. Good morning, Nicolas, Tuve, hi, everyone. But my question goes to Alberto Puig. It's going to be very straightforward. So if the motorbike is competitive, will Marc Marquez come back to Honda next year? I'm being very straightforward. I don't know. Yeah, clear questions and a clear answer. Okay, so we have some questions from you coming from the hashtag Repsol Honda 2024. So here we have it. So they pay a lot of attention to you. So you're coming with the airbag turned on. Yes, because I like having the light here. Yes. No, security and safety are important. You never know. Okay, please keep sending more questions with the hashtags. Repsol Honda 2024. I think there were some questions left over here, Chechu. Hi, Chechu Lazaro, Revista Honda Zero. So a question for Alberto. So right now, we are in the moment of full reconstruction. Is it more positive for you not to be on the focus of mass media, you know, because you had Marc Marquez before, and now you can be working more in development, in progress, without having the results impacted? I think that depends on how you take it personally. I think even though we are not on the media focus, our work is the same. We're fully committed, and you know, that doesn't change at all to me. Because, you know, within the box, there is no media focus. There is the team, you know, there is us, and we keep working. Yes, I totally agree with Joan. You can have whatever rider in the box, but at the end, you have a group of people, you have a bike, and the motorbike cannot fail. You cannot have any issues with it, because, you know, there are some people riding the bike. So people working on this, and, you know, engineers, all the technical staff are working on this. Of course, the rider will develop a potential that will provide the final result, but according to the interpretation of the situation, to the external pressure, you know, that's not within the equation, you know? We do not consider that. Hi. Hi, everyone. Rafain from Frank YouTube channel. I want to ask a question to Luca. So you come from a team that's basically your family, that's your brother. We have an awarded motorbike. What was the key to change, to switch to Repsol, especially now that they are in a complicated moment, they are growing? I'm pretty sure that Honda is undergoing a very complicated moment, but I think they're going to recover, you know? And they're going to be the world champions. So I'm fully motivated to be here today because we have a common goal. And I think that's very important for a rider to be in a factory team. And especially this team has always been my goal. I know that right now it's not the best moment of history, but I'm pretty sure that the target is to go back to the best moment. So the goal is very clear for the team and for the person working on this project. So we have some questions from the fans. So in this case, we are going to ask a question that's been repeated all the time. So have you used the renewable fuels in the tests? Yes, we've been using them and we've tested them. Honestly, I could not see any issues with it, any disadvantage. I just asked Alberto if we had been using them because, you know, I could not even feel them. I could not see the difference. So if riders did not complain, that's because they work very well. So I think there were more other questions. Carmen Marin from La Zone, I have a question for you. We can see a visible change in the bike. Is it a reflection of something that happened in the box? You know, there is another approach, you know, in this season. You can see the new grantings and all the things that you may have to use the bike and to improve the bike. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry. You know, we can see that there are some changes in the decoration of the bike. Does it mean that we are going to have a new mindset over the season? Okay, the bike has completely changed. There is a new concept, but that's not related to the technical topic. That's not related to that. So that's part of the agreement. And that's not related to technical stuff or the bike's development. I think there were more questions over here.
Hola chicos, por aquí Patricia Cotón de Jugones.
Hi, Patricia Cotón from Jugones. So there are many changes in this new season, many new things. So could you define how this season is going to be like in one word for you? Okay, in just one word. It's going to be fantastic. Amazing. That's the way I would like to be. Amazing. That's the first question that came to my mind. Okay, thank you very much. We can continue. Hi, good morning. Edu Blas from TV3 for Joan and Alberto. Do you think this is the great challenge of your career? Maybe now you're about to become the leader of Honda Recovery, and for Alberto, regarding this concept, what's the greatest change of the design of the bike? Maybe you can ask in Catalan in your case. Truth is that this is a very important year for me. Maybe it's the most important year of my professional career right now. You know, if a rider has a year without being on the focus, that's not okay. And 2 in a row, that's even worse. So I want that to work. I want to do my best for that. And I think Honda is on the same page. And I'm very optimistic. So let's see if we can solve the situation in the best way and have a great season. Yes. So regarding the bike has changed a lot. For you to have an idea, so that the motorbike is lighter, you need to redesign many different parts of the motorbike, because they were there for a reason, but all of a sudden you decide to remove them. So the work has been very exhaustive, and in just a few time. And when it comes to the engine, we don't have a new engine, but everything has been redesigned, and that's very difficult. Sometimes it's even more difficult to make an engine from scratch rather than improving the one you already have. So we've been working a lot on the motorbike, and that's the prototype that we have right now. And of course, over the season, we will develop the prototype. So that's one of the things we want to do. Maybe the motorbike will change a lot from this moment to the month of September or October. Maybe we will see some important evolution because we need them and we are going to find them. And of course, we are going to be working and developing the motorbike. Other questions? Joan, Luca? From Radio Nacional, so we have the experience from last year with the sprint races. This year we have 21 awards. I don't know if you as riders, do you like them, or how can you deal with a very demanding season with 21 awards and 22 races? Yes. Every year is more and more intense. Last year it was. So if you have in the front positions, it looks like you are in another championship. If you are in the back positions. But championship is the way it is. I think that mentally last year we were very exhausted, and that's something that we need to consider for this year. It is very important to make things work and to have good results from the races. Yes, regarding the championship, that's something difficult to talk about because we do not decide as riders. Of course, we need to be ready for everything, and it's very important to have a good relationship with the team, as if they were your family. So when you are in the races, maybe you are mentally exhausted, and maybe you are not having the result that you wanted to have. So we are going to try to do our best. It's going to be a long season with many races. Regarding issues, potential issues, we are going to be talking. The riders are going to be talking because last year was very tough for all of us. But of course, doing more races because there is more show, that means more money, and that's better for the riders and for the team. So I think it is very important that everyone has a good time. And in the tracks as well, of course, because we need to have everyone there, the fans, which is something very important for us as riders. Any other questions? A round of applause. I don't know if there are any questions left. I don't think so. Okay. So we are going to finish with this presentation. I ask you to stay on stage, and we are going to call Marcos Fraga to come to stage and Kubata Sant for the family picture. Of course, all presentations need to have the family picture, and especially when we are talking about the 13th anniversary, because, you know, we are celebrating 30 years of collaboration between Repsol and Honda. You know, this is a celebration event as well, so you can ride your motorbikes.
Kubata-san, please. Here. Close to Joan. Yeah, please. Thank you. Bueno, pues un fuerte aplauso para.
So a round of applause for the Repsol Honda Team 2024. This is a family picture of this year.
Well, there we go. The Repsol Honda launch, an hour and 5 minutes in, is coming to a close. Plenty to dive into. Lots of questions there, but the big thing, of course, is that brand new livery for the first time in 30 years, pretty much, give or take. A radically new livery with Repsol sort of taking a bit of a backward step, and Honda now fronting that motorcycle. A lot more blue, a lot more red, but still with that classic orange touch to it as well. Personally, big fan of it. Do really like the change that they've gone for this year. But as ever, we're interested in knowing what your thoughts are, and we'll be asking for your opinion very soon indeed. Things just about wrapping up there with Luca Marini and Joe and Mia. Good to go, it seems. An air of quiet confidence, you feel, amongst the team. Both Joanne and Luca are at a stress that Rome definitely wasn't built overnight, and despite the changes and the progress that they have made over the winter months, it's not putting them in a position to be able to contend for the World Championship this year, but definitely the first building blocks, the first bricks have been put in place for them to try and get back to the top and get back to fighting for World Championships, as that team are very much used to doing. Lots to come then over the next, what will be half an hour, 45 minutes or so before we bid you farewell. Very soon indeed, we'll be chatting away to Simon Crafar to get his thoughts on how Honda did at the Sepang test, plus his thoughts in general on what went down in Malaysia. We'll also be hearing live from Luca Marini, Joan Mir and Alberto Puig as well, so don't go anywhere for that. If you do have any questions for Simon, then make sure you put them in the chat and we can fire them across to our resident expert, our favourite Kiwi. But before we chat to Si, why don't we cross live to Madrid to chat away to Liam Hodgins, who, of course, is there in attendance. And I'm sure, Liam, there's a bit of a buzz there, given the fact that that livery is so drastically different.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Jack. Drastically different is the way to say it, because it is. It's been almost 11 years of the exact same livery, and when the covers came off the bike, I don't know if you heard it in the live, but here there was a bit of a it was amazing to hear. There was a gasp from everybody and then a big cheer, and Repsol have given out inflatables for people, that the fans, to just bang about to show their appreciation. It's been going on all through the event. It's been fantastic. It's been such an amazing event. Lots of smiles on everyone's faces. As we saw, it was a real long event, talking to Alberto, talking to Luca, talking to Joan. Everyone wants to know what it's going to be like for Repsol and for Honda in 2024. And they seem quietly confident that it could be a much better year. And from testing, it looks like it might be. And it's sort of oozing from the riders and from Alberto himself that this could be a season where Repsol Honda fans could be smiling once again.
Yeah, both Joan and Luca had that air about them of not wanting to get carried away and not wanting to build expectations too high. But certainly there was, for Joan in particular, who we were speaking to Neil about, and has had a really terrible last 18 months where all confidence has been drained out of him. It's good to see him smiling again.
You're absolutely right. It's good to see that big beaming smile back on his face. The one that we haven't really seen for, as you say, the last 18 months. He's had such a hard time, especially when it came to the end of his Suzuki career as well. And those bad times just rolled into last year as well. He was out injured for most of the season. He came back, he couldn't get on with the bike. But now that he's switched over to Mark's old side of the garage with Santi Hernandez, there's an air of quiet confidence about him. And yes, as you said, we've started to see that smile again. And also Luca Marini, he looks very happy and confident. He's been popping jokes all day. And Luca Marini's got a dry sense of humour. He is a very funny guy, but we don't see Luca cracking jokes as much as we have done today.
Yeah, that was a surprise. He's a serious, he's a methodical character. He's Luca Marini, but good to see that the pair of them were enjoying their day out in Madrid. Things don't end there, though. I hear that they're having a bit of a parade coming up now. So a busy day for you in store, but first up, the interview. So I'll let you go and get ready to chat away to both Luca and Joan. Thanks for joining us again, Liam.
Thank you very much, Jack.
Yeah, great to hear from Liam there, and sampling some of the atmosphere. You can hear in the background the quiet buzz, the quiet hum in that radio hall, which is good to see. A successful event, it seems, all in all. And interested to hear the thoughts of Joan Luca and Alberto Puig in particular on where they feel they can go in 2024. And that is the big question to pose to our resident expert, good friend and colleague, fresh from his trip to Sepang, our very own Simon Crafar, who joins us live now. Si, as ever, good to see you. Looking well. You look slightly less refreshed than when we last saw you, given the fact that you've been up and down pit lane and getting the steps in Malaysia. How much did you enjoy getting a chance to hear those bikes rumbling down pit lane again?
It was absolutely brilliant, Jack. On the first day, when I realised, as always, they were running bikes that they used at Valencia tests or end of 23 to get up to speed, I used that. I was looking at the bikes on the other side of the garage, but I realized I had a lot of the morning free because they weren't going to get on those other ones until they're up to speed. So I went out on track to watch, and it was the first time for a while I've seen the best riders in the world in action, and it was so good. They are so good that I didn't expect it. It's easy to forget, you know. If you watch the TV, you lose that ability to see what they are doing, and to see it in person out on track, they are so good. And I realized they hadn't been on the bikes for months. That this sounds silly, but I had a lump in my throat, you know, emotional to see what they are doing on the bike, the risks they're taking, how they're losing the front and rear and sliding, and they're within 10, 15 laps, you know, on a dirty track. They haven't been on the bike for months, you know, they've been on production bikes, but it's astounding how good they are. You forget. So that was my first impression.
And the lap times as well, as we went throughout the 3 days, by the final day, were just ridiculous, into the 156s. We'll touch on that in a second. The guys at home have been giving their thoughts on that new livery, the new look Repsol Honda. Almost 3/4 of you liking it. I mean, Simon, you've been in the paddock for a long time. This is a big change. We're not used to seeing a Repsol Honda looking like that.
I'll be honest, I really like it. And if I didn't have an opinion, I'd say, you know me. But I like it. I think it looks great. I mean, there probably is. It's because it's a change, you know. Blonde hair, dark hair. You know, if you've had this dark colour for the last 30 years, if we went to the original Repsol, we'd probably all love it. It's just, to me, an awesome change. I genuinely like it.
Yeah, they've done an excellent job. It certainly looks good. The big question, though, Si, from what you've seen in Sepang, is it fast?
Yes, it's fast because I relate fast to the engine, and the new engine is, the upgraded engine, updated engine is better, that's for sure. So what I've gathered is it is faster, meaning more horsepower, more torque, more top speed. And the important thing, which is not easy to get both, is the torque delivery is better, smoother, so it doesn't break traction as easy. You got to get that right, otherwise things are lighting up everywhere. But I'll come back to that. The other things I noticed is, the riders were happy, you know, with how fast it is, and they're not going to be unless it is quick. So the bike is quick now, engine-wise, with those changes. The visible things like the exhaust, that's probably part of that torque delivery they're working on. Or exhaust all different, chassis different, and the other thing everyone can see is the aero is different. It's apparently a few kilos lighter. Let's ask the man himself.
Exactly, yeah.
I'll come back.
Let's continue that conversation in a second, Simon, because we want to hear the thoughts of this man. Repsol Honda team boss Alberto Puig is joining us live. He's down there with Liam.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jack. Down here with Alberto Puig, Repsol Honda team manager. Alberto, 30 years we're celebrating of Repsol Honda. You were a rider when Repsol came into the championship 30 years ago. Did you expect to be standing here as the team manager 30 years later?
Well, at that time you're thinking in another thing like racing, but yeah, it's very, very, very nice that two companies can go along for so many years with so much success and achieving so many championships, and so it's really, it's quite emotional, and it's a clear sign that there has been a work done behind these years that has been proven like a real success, no? And yeah, I'm very happy and very pleased to be part of this.
Now, the bikes are just behind you. The livery is so different. It's very striking. Also, the bikes as well, very different in aerodynamics. And there looks like there's a lot of progress from the winter test so far. How has the test been for you, and what more is there to come?
Well, we have made some real improvements on the engine, on the weight, on the delivery of the power. But of course, we need to still keep on working. No? We know I think that the test was very important because we could find the direction. All our engineers, we had a lot of people in Sepang, and they made a big effort to understand the direction. And also, together with the riders, they gave us a really good, precise indications. We think we know where we have to work on. So we are going to keep on going. We have these concessions this year, which are really important, and we will try to maximize and utilize them as much as possible with a clear target and aim to be full competitive, probably not in the first races, but in the second half of the year. We expect, or we want, that our bike will be, let's say, really much more efficient. So finally, the goal of all this is to go back to winning mode, and how to do it is with a lot of motivation and will to improve.
You've got two great riders in Luca and Joan. How have they meshed together to help push the technical side forward?
Yeah, we know Joan from the past, and we know last year he struggled a lot with the bike, but this year he recovered his confidence, and he's a very fast rider. He's a two-time world champion, so we have no question mark on him. So let's see how this bike can help him to deliver his potential. For Luca, I mean, he's a new guy, but we are really surprised about the way he's jumped into the team. I mean, it's like if we knew him for long. I mean, he's very precise, very structured. He knows what he wants, and he's a young guy, but looks very mature in the way he's acting inside the box with the mechanics, with the engineers, and at the end of the day, he's a very normal guy. So, from our point of view, it's very easy to work with a person like this, and we are very pleased for him to be here with us.
We hope for a great season for yourself and for Luca and Joan. Alberto, thank you very much for joining us, and all the best for the season.
Thank you very much. Let's see if we can make it.
And Jack, back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Liam. Great to get the thoughts of Alberto Puig. Simon, a quietly confident Alberto Puig, saying there that they may not well be up there fighting at the front in those first couple of rounds of the year, but they're hoping that by mid-season, of course, now with the concessions, the ability to develop the bike throughout the course of the year and test throughout the course of the year, with that, they feel that they can close the gap and be close come halfway through.
Yeah, the thing about Alberto, he will either say nothing and not answer, he'll either not tell you, but if he does tell you, like he was there, it's straight, Yeah. He's always straight. He's always honest with what he gives, and that's exactly what I saw there. He was giving us a straight opinion, and I think it's really accurate. So nothing to not believe about that interview. I think it's bang on. So let's go back through. We spoke about the power, increased torque, delivery, the work they've done. Alberto confirmed that. I didn't get it from Alberto, but the problem still is traction. He didn't mention that. It's grip, rear grip off the corners, spinning, not going forward. And they've improved it by the sounds, by improving the engine, but they haven't fixed it. Everyone struggles with this because they are too powerful. These machines are too powerful for tires, and it's not just trying to get more power, it's trying to get power in a way that you can keep the grip and keep accelerating forward. Because once they start spinning, with all that power and torque, they don't hook back up. So you lose the whole exit, and it's a lot of time. So the things that we also saw, I was saying, was exhaust, chassis, aero. Like he said, the whole package is kilos lighter, makes it easier for the rider, easier to accelerate, to stop. That's a good thing. The things we can't see, well, I'll touch on aero because I think it's one of the weaknesses, and we can see that they are obviously digging really deep and trying to close the gap, and trying to improve the aero, and they have, because the riders have confirmed it, meaning they are going with what they've got. They're all running the same, and it's not like they're back-to-backing. They'll probably come with more. They're allowed to. That's part of the concessions. They're allowed one more upgrade. But my feeling is that Honda, or the Japanese in general, but Honda are a couple of years behind in aero development to the Italians, and it's going to take time, even at this big effort they're making, to close that gap. And we'll go on and after we hear from Luca. Back to you, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's head back to Madrid. Brand new Repsol Honda rider. How excited is he for the year ahead? Luca Marini's down there with Liam.
Luca Marini standing here in Repsol Honda colours. Now, over the off-season, we did see an Instagram post of you as a kid in Repsol colours. What is it like to be standing here in Repsol Honda orange?
Yeah, it's great. It's a dream. Sure, we'll have some work to do, but it's like a childhood dream. So I'm really pleased to work with this factory. I think we made a good step forward in this test. Sure, we will have something to do more in Qatar test, but we'll be ready for the first race. Will be a long season, very interesting in my opinion. I want to arrive a good level in the middle part of the season. I think we can improve a lot. There is a lot of margin on all the areas of the bike, and also I can adapt better on the bike. Sure, will be really great to work with these guys.
What is your target for the season with Honda? Is it just try and get the development as far ahead as possible, or is it maybe aim for maybe podiums later on in the season?
Well, I would like to start with like easy targets for now, because we don't know very well the level of this new bike for the beginning of the season. I think that I need to adapt also on the riding style that Honda needs to be perfect on track and be fast. Joan has a little bit more experience, so I can look at this data and improve in an easy way or in a fast way be ready for the first races. And sure that the target is to try to give my feedbacks in the best way as possible, be precise and be clear with the engineers, so they can bring us something better every race, try to improve the bike and arrive like a half season with a good package, competitive for fight for podiums. Sure, will be not so easy, we need time, but this is the target.
We look forward to seeing the progress throughout the season. Now, before we let you go, Luca, we have a couple of fans' questions they've just sent in. The first one is from Matu Ride. He says, "Ciao, Luca. If you had one word to describe your brand new bike, what would it be?"
I don't know, different. No, looks different this year. Is a big change. When I was a child, I always see orange. A lot of orange, Repsol logo very big, so is something new, but also is good, represent the start of a new project, a new era of Honda. We'll fight for comeback on top of the world in less time as possible.
A very good answer indeed. Now, one more question we have is from Twin B. Out of the riders to have raced in Repsol, who has been your inspiration?
Can you repeat, please?
Sorry. Out of all of the riders who have raced in Repsol, who has been your inspiration?
Among the riders, but out of Repsol riders. Oh, wearing Repsol. Okay, I can say my brother. It's easy. Okay, yeah, sure. It is great. I think he had a great history also with these colors. But sure, also Dani Pedrosa, that work a lot of time with this team. I like him a lot also he's a good guy, and sometimes when we talk in the test, he's very interesting every time. So he's something also to try to take some inspiration from him.
Thank you very much, looking for your time. All the best this season, and we look forward to seeing you back out on track.
Thank you so much. Ciao.
Jack, back to you.
Thank you, Liam. No surprise that it's Valentino Rossi, the former Repsol Honda rider, that inspired Luca the most. I think we could have guessed that one, Simon. But just to continue the conversation we were having, you mentioned there the updates that they brought, the engine taking a small step, as has the chassis. But the aero in particular, do you feel is the area of concern, or the area that they still need to work on the hardest to be able to close the gap?
Yeah, there's two areas I believe One, we can see the aero, and like I said, I believe the Italians are a few years ahead, and that even putting in these big efforts, hiring people, making changes, it's going to take time to close the gap, with the aero. And I feel exactly the same about the other area that we can't see, and that's electronics. I think the Italians, again, a couple of years ahead, and it's going to take time to fix that as well. And that, I've always believed, as you know, that part of their rear grip problem is, or part of their problems is engine character. And I was really happy to get to pit lane and hear a change for the very first time. In the recent years, all the time that they've been struggling, I've heard no change in the engine. And this engine sounds a little smoother off the bottom, where the mechanics are warming it up, and to exaggerate it, instead of it going round, round, it's going round, it's doing it slower, a little softer, and it's got more power. But as the riders say, it delivers that torque smoother. The electronics, I think, is a part of the rear grip problem, not being able to manage it as well as the opposition. So those two areas, I mean, they'll always work on all areas, but I think those two areas are what is going to take time for Honda and the Japanese in general to close the gap on.
Before we just touch on Rizal's question there, in fact, it's a quick one. You've already said you like it. Are we going for 10 out of 10 on the new Repsol livery?
I don't know of a 10, so because I would paint my bike like it, so I'm going to go with, 8.5, 9 in there, really, because I genuinely like it. Yeah.
Still a strong score. Just on the electronic side, whether it be Mark, Paul, Joan, riders within the squad in recent history, I feel like the biggest complaint for them was the consistency and having the trust in it, in terms of to be able to have Joan and have Luca, Joan in particular, who obviously has really struggled with confidence and having the trust to go out and ride the bike to its maximum. How important is it that they take the steps in that area? Because we know just how important confidence is for a rider. A happy rider is always a fast rider, and we've not been able to say that about Joan of late.
Yeah, the previous machine, up until 2023, the Honda, it broke a lot of people. And I'm not just talking physical injuries, talking mentally. They tried to ride it fast and it kept firing them off, or like you're saying, being unpredictable, maybe electronics wise, but losing the front end, not knowing when it was going to go, crashing repeatedly. And it doesn't matter who the rider is doing that, it breaks your confidence, and we saw that happen to Joan and others. So what I've seen in Valencia, they made a step forward, and now everybody, from all the sounds from Honda, is they are heading in the right direction, and this is big news because they haven't for literally years, and it's the first time we've seen a proper head in the right direction, looks like chassis wise and engine wise. So if they can keep, that would give the riders confidence, and meaning hope, and without hope, and so this is the first time I've seen the riders with hope. And that one other thing is, we've got to touch on Zarco, who is I know he's not part of this launch, but he's one of the important Honda riders, and he is very happy with where they are right now. It's further ahead than he expected. He thinks the bike even now has some tools that he can fight with, and that's great to hear.
Absolutely. We can see a little quiz question for you guys at home to try and answer just before we head across to Madrid for the final time here from Joan. He's a superstitious rider, is Joan. He always puts the left or the right boot and glove on first, but which one is it? You guys at home can put your answers in now. Is it left? Is it right? Riders are very superstitious. And Joan himself, he might be able to tell us because he's there live for the final time with Liam.
Joan Mir, you're looking very dashing in your new attire. It's a little bit different to last year, but also very different as well. How are you feeling ahead of the new season? I must admit, the smile looks like it's back.
Yes, well, the truth that looks like some change, you know, it's a year of changes. The bike is completely is completely different as the previous year's one. Also the leather, but for me looks shiny, looks very nice. I like how it is at the moment. The design is very aggressive, let's say, and I think that will be nice to on the first race in Qatar.
We certainly look very forward to it. Now, we've just had 6 days where you've been on the bike in Sepang. How was that for you? It looks like there's a bit of progress, but what more are you looking for from the bike to help you push for those consistent top 10s, top 5s?
Well, honestly, I think we improved a little bit of everything. We just missed a little bit of acceleration. Is at the moment what we are missing probably the most. Acceleration, then something on the aerodynamics. As you can see, the bike is completely different in terms of aerodynamics. Looks more modern bike. Last year there was only one wing, and this year there are a lot of wings. So yeah, looks great.
It's a very striking new bike. Now, before we let you go, Joan, we have a couple of fans' questions for you to answer. The first one comes in from Darwizi, and they want to know what's it like to work with Santi Hernandez.
Yes, this is a good change, let's say, because with Santi we was very natural on the test. We were able to create a good atmosphere inside the box that, as you know, is something very important for a rider. We were able to work together to know a little bit more each other, also together with the team, with Ricardo, with Carlo, with all the mechanics. Was something very, very great. I really enjoy to work with them at the moment, and I think that we can make a good team this season.
Good times ahead indeed, it looks like. Now, the final one, Twin B wants to know, out of all of the riders to wear these colours in the team's history, which one inspires you the most?
The colours of the previous 20 years. Well, on the previous 20 years, the bike changed not so much. I will say that the biggest change was this year. So it's true that with in the 500 era, the bike was very vintage. I really like it, but this design probably reminds you that there's some change inside of the team. So I will get this one.
And which rider from the past 30 years to wear the Repsol Honda colours inspires you the most?
Which rider? A lot of them, they were super successful, almost all of them. So to start with Duhan, continue with Casey, then the Pedrosa, Mark, all of them. If we are able to be a little bit less successful than them, but close, will be very nice.
We're looking forward to hopefully some successful times ahead, so you can add your name to the pantheon of greats for Repsol Honda. Joan, thank you very much for your time and all the best this season.
Thank you very much.
And Jack, back to you in the studio.
Yeah, thanks again, Liam. Some great questions there. Joan, I know Simon is a rider that you rate really highly. There's a move across for him in the box, in the fact that he's now stepping across to work with Santi Hernandez, but you feel that's more than just a move for visual. He's moving across, and within the team itself, you feel he's taking on more of a leadership role after a very difficult couple of years. Is he ready for that? Do you think he's a rider that is capable of spearheading Honda back to the summit?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, he did it at Suzuki, in the early years, and he was very inexperienced then. He's an intelligent guy. He's very opposite of cold, so warm, warm person. And I mean, I have conversations on, when we're having flights about being a father, I'm ahead of him there, and relationships and the things you don't get told before you go through all this. And He's a great guy and very talented. So if his tail's up, you know, which it wasn't last year, we saw him really beaten down, you know, and I think it started really well. I can see the relationship in the garage. That's why I thought that was a good question. But it's visibly good with Santi and Joan. They've both got good sense of humour. So you can see that, you know, in between the hard work periods, they burst out laughing because I imagine they're both dry, you know, having a good giggle. So that looks very good, and I'm really hopeful for him because he has a lot of potential. If Honda give him something to work with, that's possible. You'll see the results.
We've touched on Honda in terms of their outright speed, Simon. Joan inside the top 10 was 1.1 seconds faster than what he was able to do in qualifying in November last year at the Malaysian Grand Prix. Under the lap record, a lot of positives there, but looking at the timesheets over a slightly longer distance, that looks as though there is an area of concern there where even still they're a little bit far away from the likes of Ducati, KTM and Aprilia, who were bunched together more or less within a sort of 2.5 seconds gap.
That's really accurate, Jack. I like that. I think that the lap time Joan did, you know, the time attack was really impressive and shows his skill, you know, to do it, and that the bike has improved because he also did that amazing lap time, managing to go faster than Mark in qualifying with the old bike. Part of the improvement for everyone was less temperature because they did it in the morning where we won't be qualifying at. So it was a little bit of a fake, you know what I'm saying, half second in there. Now we've got another man who can tell us something interesting. And let's get back to, after him, about why I think they're struggling over race distance.
Absolutely. We'll get back to that. Before then, though, always great to get the thoughts of this man, a very important, very influential figure at Honda. Tetsuhiro Kawata is with Liam.
Kawata-san, thank you so much for joining us here for 30 years of celebrating Repsol and Honda together. Now, the last couple of years have been a little bit difficult, but where have you seen improvements ahead of this season 2024?
Yes, it's true. We are facing a really difficulty since 2020. That time is that we are facing so much difficulty due to the COVID disaster. This is true, but same timing, also we had a little bit behind of the other manufacturer. So now we are trying to catch up to them, to working very hard to improve our machine performance. It's this year's we try to change everything, and we are trying to improve all of the areas. Of course, still we are on the way, but we understand the correct directions. So let's do it until achieving our target.
And what from the new bike has been the main focal point to improve going forward in 2024?
This is the most important things for us now is how to make the correct package of the machines. It's not only aero, not only the engine, not only the chassis. We have to consider the total package of the machine. Now we are still learning a lot at some part of this approach, but we already start to understand some part as well. It's right to feel that the better package is compared to last years. We are going to keep the same direction for this years.
Now you have concessions for this year, 22 test days with the riders if you'd like to use them. How important is this to help push the development of the bike, not just the Repsol riders but also the LCR riders of Zarco and Nakagami?
Yes, finally we have 4 riders, not 2 riders. So I mean that we try to take all of the opportunity to help develop the machines. So I mean that we have a concession. We can do much more tests than the last 3 years. Also, we always collaborate with LCR teams to develop the machine. Okay, let's say our target is the same. We are one team. So we try to improve the machine as soon as possible this year.
And the riders, have they all been collaborating and pushing in the same direction in terms of development, or has some been pulling in one way and one in the other?
So far, all of the comment from the riders is really similar, and also the understanding of the problem is really similar. So I mean that for us, it's quite clear to what is our weakness. So we are now focusing on that improve this weakness point now.
Kawata-san, an absolute pleasure to speak with you, and all the best for the season.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And Jack, back to you in the studio.
Yeah, thanks again, Liam. Great to get the thoughts of the HRC General Manager, Tetsuhiro Kawata there. Just to continue on our conversation then on that longer distance, surprisingly, it was Fabio Di Gianantonio that was fastest of everyone in Sepang, which proves that the work that he was doing, he may well not have been at the top of the timesheets, but did you in great form. But for Honda in particular, why do you think they're just missing that little bit over a longer distance?
Well, I think he's trying not to tell us all the secrets, but he was straight up saying that it is the whole package, that, look, for example, Ducati, their advantage is acceleration off the corner. They're very good in the braking area, but their acceleration off the corner for the one-off lap is phenomenal. And to get that, whether it's for the one-off lap or every lap over race distances, like I was saying, is to... you have to not wheelie and you have to not spin. And you can't just add more power, because people might believe we're down on our acceleration when the riders say that, or an engineer, and you think, oh, they haven't got enough power. No, they've got enough power. It's how it's delivered. It's managing to not break traction and drive forward to get that acceleration. So they're all basically saying they know the area. It is that acceleration, but it's not spinning is more accurate, and not spinning and not wheeling. And to do that, it's engine torque delivery, which they've improved. It's how the device drops smoothly so you don't break the traction, lowering the center of gravity so it punches forward even faster. And then the aero, how that works. And then the electronics, because the aero holds the front on the ground so you can accelerate harder without wheelie. And then the electronics, how it's managing if it starts to spin. So he's dead right. It's the whole package. And a tough job to close that gap, but they're making some progress. So over the distance, just to answer that question, what I think is you've got a brand new tyre, you hook up a little bit better, you can do the lap time. But as the tyre drops and it's spinning, you're wearing it quicker, you're damaging that tyre, and your race, it's really easy to work out. If you have spin, you're going to eat more rubber, the tyre's going to drop quicker, and your race pace over the distance is going to be dropping at the end. So that's what I think.
Interesting as ever, Simon. Loving the explanations. It's not an easy job, is MotoGP, is it? Just before we let you go, did have a question pop up from the guys that are watching at home. An interesting one as well. We've touched on it. This one from Stumpy Nation. Just wanting to know, from a rider's perspective, just how difficult it is to come back having gone through a year like Joan Mir had to do last year. That one coming in from America, Newport, Rhode Island. So thank you for that question. A great question. And yeah, a good one as well. Just how much of a challenge is it? Did you have to go through a period like that in your career at all?
Yeah, and I didn't come back from it. So, thanks for reminding me. So we changed something huge, and that was tyres. I lost confidence because and I couldn't change me, which I think was the problem. And it happens at a certain age that, sports people have to adapt. And that's part of the job as one of these riders, adapt with new machinery, new tyres, anything that changes. And I'd changed tyre brand earlier in my career, 96, and changed me quickly to adapt to them. and then had success, which got me a good job. And then during that job, we changed tyres back, and I couldn't change me. I'd headed off, and it's really interesting. It's one of the reasons I respect Valentino so much, because he could keep adapting at an older age, you know, and most runs out sort of early 30s. You stop being able, you set in your ways, you know, and it was amazing. Keep adapting over different tyres, machines, errors, awesome capacities. So getting back to Joan, he clearly hasn't lost confidence to the point where he's out, you know, because he's got back on this bike, and you saw what he did in Sepang. You would not be able to do the fastest Honda time, below lap record, and 1.1 seconds faster than you've ever ridden a Honda round there before, even with improvements, if your confidence was permanently damaged. So I think he's in a good spot, and I'll go back and repeat what I said before. If Honda give Joan and this man what they need to get the results, you will see it, because they're good riders.
Yeah, you have to admire the mental toughness that Joan has shown to what seemingly is to have overcome that difficult period last year. And fingers crossed it can continue throughout the course of the year, because as you rightly say, and I'm a part of the Joan Mir fan club as well, one of the most amicable, most pleasant riders that we have the opportunity to chat to throughout a weekend. So we hope that it's a good year for him and for Luca Marini as well. Simon, as ever, thank you for your time. Loved the analysis, and looking forward to catching up in Qatar. I'll see you there.
Welcome, Jack. See you in Qatar.
Thank you very much. Always great to get the thoughts of Simon Crafar. Very, very rarely disappoints, does he? So there we go. The full analysis of just where Honda are at the moment and what they need to do over the course of the next 9 to 10 months to try and get themselves into a place of being slightly more competitive. Right, okay, let's take a look at a couple of things that we need to remind you of. The first one comes courtesy of MotoGP Authentics, the best place to get the very best in exclusive MotoGP memorabilia, including, I mentioned this yesterday, we saw that Joan Mir in Malaysia was signing a few goodies for you guys at home to try and get your hands on. Miracle Mir, a signed, officially authenticated knee slider, courtesy of the number 36. That and plenty of other things available on MotoGP Authentics. So just stick that into your Google search bar or whatever search bar you like to use. I mean, are people using Yazoo now, or what was it? Ask Jeeves? I don't think so. Google. Have a look on Google, MotoGP Authentics. Few of you have been getting in touch on chat. We'll have a look at them in a minute, but let's say goodbye, and a big thank you as well to the brilliant Liam Hodgins, who's done a magnificent job for us there in Madrid, as what has been an enjoyable event, it seems, Liam. Have you enjoyed your time there?
Jack, you're so kind. Yeah, I've had a great time here, standing so close to the brand new RC213V in all its striking glory, the new Repsol Honda colours. And it's been such an event filled with so much buzz about the new season. As we heard from Kiwata-san, he's got a big smile on his face. He seems really happy about the progress that Honda have made and where they're going to go for the season. The riders, Luca looks extremely happy. Mir's got that big beaming smile back, as we have already spoke about. So those are great times ahead. And I think once we go off air, I might go mingle and try and see if I can actually get a little set down on one of those bikes. I've never sat on a MotoGP bike before, but they might chase me away. But yeah, it's been a great event here in Madrid in the music station, and I must admit it's been great to be part of this event as well. And Jack, thank you very much for letting me be part of the show, and back to you.
Yeah, absolute pleasure. Liam, fill your boots. Make sure you jump on board one of those MotoGP machines, and if you do get in trouble, you can just blame me, don't worry.
I will do. I'll send them your way, and then you can chase them away.
Yeah, not a problem. I like to get in trouble. I often do on a Grand Prix weekend and have people telling me off left, right and centre. So no change that. Nice to start the year as we finish 2023. Thank you very much to Liam. Great to be able to have got the thoughts of the key contenders for Repsol Honda. And he's exactly right in what he was saying there. It was difficult to disagree with him, the fact that there is that quiet confidence about the squad, which is a definite mood shifter and an important one, a nice one as well, to see that there is slightly more optimism there than throughout the course of 2023, where I have to say, from walking up and down pit lane, sometimes just looking into the Repsol Honda garage slightly made you feel a little bit upset and depressed as well. So good to see that they are on the up. As we mentioned with Simon at the MotoGP test in Qatar, not too far away, 6 days time, this coming Monday and a week today, 2 days of testing. Best place to stay in touch with it is the MotoGP app and website. We'll have After the Flag live as ever with Lewis Sotheby and Elliot York. Our live text will keep you fully up to date with all of the happenings in pit lane. Live timing available there, and lots of interviews filtering through as the teams and riders get ready for the season to officially get underway. RSJ saying that he likes the new look of the Repsol Honda squad. What else have we got? Scobaroo, he loves it as well. Or he or she. A big fan of the new livery. Thanks, Jack, for another presentation show. Very welcome, Stumpy. Thank you for your question as well. Great to have you on board with us for another one. And before we let you go, here's a reminder of what is coming your way over the next week on MotoGP.com. A day off tomorrow. And having gone back-to-back on team presentations, I'm extremely thankful for that. But we're with you on Thursday for the Castrol LCR and Idemitsu LCR Honda launches. We'll be chatting live to both Johan Zarco and Taka Nakagami, so join us for that one on Thursday. On Sunday, we'll be crossing live to Qatar for the Aprilia launch, then the Qatar test, as I said, Monday, Tuesday next week. Before then, in around 2 weeks' time, a special one, the final one, the Prima Pramac Racing launch in Bahrain ahead of the Formula One season opener. Liam Hodgins will be jumping on a flight and joining us for that one as we see Jorge Martin kick off his 2024, hoping to go one better. But that is all we've got time for. Thank you very much for joining us. A huge thanks to our guests as ever, Liam on site in Madrid, Neil Morrison, Simon Crafar, and all of the Repsol Honda squad for chatting live. Certainly the slate has been wiped clean, and the Repsol Honda squad have started a new era, a new chapter with a new livery, an air of cautious optimism. What can they achieve in 2024? We'll have to wait and see, but it looks as though the new look is going to give them plenty of inspiration. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you on Thursday.
So we've got 10 minutes to go here on the first day of the Qatar test. Josh Birch back with you live here as well. So let's catch up with a little bit of a segment on After the Flag as well, where Lewis Sotheby and Elliot York are trackside as well with Simon Crafar. And this is what they had to say in After the Flag.
And then we go racing. It's the last chance to get ready for the season opener. How ready Aprilia are depends on who you ask. Aleix was optimistic while Maverick was miserable in Malaysia. What's the state of play now with 1 day to go before testing concludes? Ducati appear to have every angle covered, certainly in Malaysia in any case, but the Bologna factory can't afford to rest on its laurels, and they've been quick again so far here today. No danger of resting on any sort of laurels at Honda as they look for a route back towards the front. We'll have a progress report on the new look factory squad. Can Mir and Marini head to the new season optimistic? Yes, so many questions that we're going to try to answer for you over the course of the next couple of nights as the sun sets in Qatar and sets on pre-season testing. A warm welcome to you. I'm Lewis Sotheby. Joining me is Elliot York. Once again, we will be covering everything that's gone on in Qatar. The final pre-season test is almost halfway completed. Day 1 of 2 has just under half an hour left to run. We'll be bringing you analysis, reaction from out in Losail and here in the studio, hearing from all of the key figures over the course of the next 90 minutes. The live standings will appear any moment now on the left-hand side of your screens, and when you see them appear, it will look rather familiar if you joined us at the Sepang test just over a week and a half ago, because Pecco Bagnaia and Jorge Martin, the two who battled it out for the 2023 World Championship, look like they're all set for a rematch over 21 rounds of 2024. As mentioned, Elliot York is alongside me. We're getting towards that crunch time of pre-season testing, where if anyone's got anything left in their locker or any problems they need to solve, the next 24 hours is when they're going to have to try and solve them.
Yeah, looking forward to this one, Lewis. Great to be back on After the Flag covering for the test for these guys. Sepang was all about testing the new parts they'd gained over the winter, getting back into the swing of things. But now the Qatar test, 2 days at the Losail International Circuit, is really about sorting things out, getting the setups all correct and working things out from Sepang that they weren't able to do, and basically just getting ready for round one of the season, because first couple of hours in Qatar especially are not completely useless, but the middle part towards the end of the sessions is where we really see the times come in, as we've seen already today. So yeah, really, really interesting day unfolding, and we've got another one tomorrow, and this is where it all really starts to count.
Yeah, the times were super quick in Sepang a couple of weeks ago. They were under the all-time lap record. They aren't quite there yet in Qatar at the moment, owing to conditions, which we'll discuss with Simon Crafar in just a moment. Although it is a very familiar top two. They can see it on the left-hand side of your screens. Pecco Bagnaia quickest on a 1:52.0. It is an all Ducati top two. And of course, 4 Ducatis in the top 5 with Aleix Espargaro, the sole interloper amongst that quartet of Ducatis. One or two of the patterns that we saw emerging in Sepang have continued in Qatar. Well, let's head across to the Losail International Circuit for the first time tonight. The sun has set in Qatar. Beautiful conditions for MotoGP testing and racing, of course. We get underway under the lights in just over 2 weeks' time. Simon Crafar's there for us. And Simon, it was a little bit of a slow burner this opening day of the Qatar test. Took an awful long time for the lap times to be anything like representative, and conditions had an awful lot to do with that, didn't they?
They did, Lewis. I hitched a ride for the final track inspection, and I have to say I was well impressed with the new surface. That's what I wanted to see. But it still took a long time for the times to come good, because to get some rubber down, but secondly, the wind to drop. And that's really only happened in the last hour and a half, maximum 2 hours. And then you can see everybody go to work, so a fair bit of the first day has been lost to getting the track up to speed and the wind to drop off. And really, the teams have been telling me that this last 2 hours, hour and a half, is when they can back-to-back things and get clear information from the riders, not before.
Simon, obviously a busy 3 days over in Sepang. What are you most looking forward to checking out on day 1 and day 2 here in Qatar? Plenty of things to look out for, but what's your most interesting topics you're keeping your eye on?
Well, interesting topics. It's always interesting to see who's clicked with their bike, whether it's new bikes or last year's ones, who's, looking confident. But really, I'm in pit lane looking at all of the machinery, what they're doing. And what I've managed to find out is, for example, Ducati have decided on the engine. They are happy with it. The 24 one is confirmed. That's in Malaysia. So they're really back-to-backing the old fairing and, good at getting up to speed. And they're running just in the last half an hour the new fairing to see what's better. And I know the exhaust is also on that program, so they've got not a lot to confirm, Then KTM is still back-to-backing 2 new specs of engine. Pretty cool to have 2 to choose from, and they're trying to figure out which is the best one. They needed these conditions to come good to do that, and they've got aeros and exhaust stuff to confirm. Then you look at the other European manufacturer, Aprilia, and they told me really they're working on race setup, trying to get their riders comfy, find a setting with that new aero, confirm all that, and the new engine is not coming for Aprilia until race weekend. So, and they said it's not a big change, it's just an upgrade. And Aleix, I think that was Aleix just heading past one of the factory Aprilias. Aleix said in Sepang that he's hoping for mid-range because he says that's where he thinks the Aprilia is weak against, especially the faster couple of machines out there.
Yeah, that was Maverick Vinales who was just passing you over your shoulder because he has just gone up into 5th place. We'll catch up with you again later on in the show, Simon, but for now, thanks very much for joining us. We'll speak to Simon a little bit later on. And Aprilia is where we will start because, Elliot, they were an interesting case at the end of the Sepang test. If you asked the two riders, you got very different pictures as to what kind of shape Aprilia were in. Aleix Espargaro, who of course has been the captain appointed by the team for so many years, seemed pretty happy with life. Maverick Vinales less so.
Yeah, Aleix said he liked the bike from the very first laps, which is always a great sign. And then Maverick, as we saw quite a lot in Sepang, wasn't very pleased at all. He really struggled to get to grips with the bike. He didn't even want to set a time attack because he wasn't feeling comfortable to do so. Same with Miguel Oliveira, actually, who's also riding a factory Aprilia. So interesting to hear the contrasting statements. Aprilia have seen that the bike is quicker through Aleix's pace and lap time in Sepang. They admitted they maybe made a few mistakes with Maverick setup-wise, not allowing him to really get a feel for the new parts they were trying, mainly with the aero. So interesting, but I think here it's going to be interesting to see what their comments are like because obviously Maverick much higher in the timesheets, Aleix up there as well. So I think there's probably going to be some alignments to be made here in Qatar.
Interesting note there from Sam Crowther, wasn't it? That it doesn't appear we're going to see the 2024 Aprilia spec engine until the very first race weekend of the season. While Elliot next to me presented the team presentation just over 24 hours ago, we caught up with all the key personnel at Aprilia to find out what kind of shape they think they're in.
I like the bike from the first lap, from the first lap in the first test. It's true that it's quite different in terms of the dynamic. You ride the bike quite differently. The way you put the bike on the corners, it's different, especially the first part, the entry. But it goes in really on my riding style because it allowed me to rush a lot in the entry of the corner, which I love it.
Aleix proved that the new package is faster than the previous one. On Maverick side, I think also we did a few mistakes from our side and we didn't put him in the right position to test the new parts properly.
The 2024 was since the start a good step forward for Aleix, but for Maverick there is still something to adjust in terms of vehicle setup and in the electronic setup, in particular for the engine braking.
Important thing is to improve the simple things. We know very well that is the start. It's something I'm really focused on because last year it's been a disaster for us, so we need to really focus on that. But still there is time. We need to be ready, especially on the race. So still there is a lot of time, plenty of them. We are trying to stay calm, trying to analyze well, and don't miss anything on the way because we can build a good bike.
I expect a lot from Maverick. He finished the season with the pole position, so the speed is there. I have to start from that point. Obviously, when you have a new bike, you need to rebuild a bit your feeling, but I think Maverick now is ready to win. So, and I think Aleix is a big pusher, so it's gonna be hopefully a strong battle.
I believe in myself. I know the talent I have. I know how fast I can go. It's just to put everything together. Of course, in the last year I've been not really lucky, despite some technical problems or I was not able to have a good package. But you need to keep believing. You never know when your moment gonna come. Of course, if you want that your moment comes, you need to take the lead, and it's what I'm doing.
And the checkered flag is out. The first day of pre-season testing here at the Qatar test is concluded. The second, well, actually technically the third test, isn't it, as well, has come to an end. And it is Pecco Bagnaia, who's ended the session fastest overall at the moment as we look on a 1:52.040. We're just waiting for everybody to take the checkered flag and finish their lap times. Thanks to everyone for sticking with us today as well, by the way. 57,439 live viewers, averaging over 1,300 throughout is absolutely fantastic. So thank you very much. See you tomorrow, Stokes, as well. But I just like to remind everybody, do not go too far, because tonight we have the NASCAR Cup Series Daytona 500. That's at 9 p.m. GMT, 4 p.m. Eastern Time as well. So I really, really, really would suggest everybody tune in to our coverage of that. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. As we take a look at it then, we have had everybody cross the line. Now they're going to do practice starts, which means we have the conclusion to the first day here. And this is the results. Pecco Bagnaia, 1:52.040 is fastest. 2/10 off the pace at the moment is Jorge Martin. So the two who won 2 in the Sepang test continue here in day 1. Aleix Espargaro, even without a new engine for Aprilia, that, as Simon Crowfoot just said, isn't arriving until the first race, he has gone 3rd. Brad Binder is 4th. Fabio Di Giannantonio 5th. Maverick Vinales is 6th. Alex Marquez 7th, despite a crash early on. Then we get Enea Bassini in 8th. Johan Zarco is 9th. And Fabio Quartararo in 10th. Marco Bezzecchi is 11th. Ralph Fernandez is 12th. Johan Mir is 13th. Jack Miller 14th. Pedro Acosta is 15th. Marc Marquez 16th. Takiki Nakagami is 17th. Luca Marini 18th. Alex Rins 19th. Augusto Fernandez is 20th. Miguel Oliveira 21st. Michele Pirro is in 22nd. And Carl Crutchlow is 23rd. The field separated by 2.471 seconds. And overall, a very good race result. Well, they've done a total 51 laps for Bagnaia, 58 for Martin, 53 between. Well, Maverick Vinales done 60 laps out there. Bezzecchi 62, but Pedro Acosta 73. He wins the Day 1 award for the most testing action. Absolutely superb, and I must thank all of you as well for watching as the practice start session continues on now out there as well on the circuit. Tomorrow we will have all of the analysis from the, hopefully, fingers crossed, after the flag programme, as well as the final team launch of Aprilia, and then we'll go back and listen to some wrap-ups throughout the days from this testing season as well. Later on today, you can join us for NASCAR, but from us all here, thank you very much for joining us for this first day of pre-season testing from the Qatar test. We'll be back tomorrow for all of the action from day 2. After that, it's Formula One's testing on Wednesday, Thursday and Friday. The links to all those are ready in the YouTube channel. If you're watching on Twitch, you just hit the notification icon and you'll get told of when we go live. So later on, it is NASCAR. After that, it's MotoGP testing day 2, the final one, and then it's F1. So not much to do, is there? It's a busy week. Every single day of this week, we are live. Can't wait. See you tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye.